in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. I wouldn't dance too much if I were you. Things already getting loose up in there.
Yeah, they are, baby.
Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
We'll tell you something. I am looser than cream corn down there. Back there, I should say, right now. Woo! Twice already today. Once before I left. I thought usually I try to make it here. You know, the comfort zone is the toilet here.
Oh, no.
That's the comfort zone for me because I know the
Why would you not want to rather go at home?
Well, but like, you know, I'd be rushed.
Yeah.
You know, so I had to get here.
Was human fecal matter.
And just absolutely annihilate the facility. So, but I did it before I left. And then I was like, I get here, I'm fine. But I get up from the car and I walk in. And as soon as I hit the table here to put my stuff down, I was like, oh, here it comes again.
What'd you eat?
You know, we had salmon and we had a salad that was it was set to expire yesterday.
Okay.
Or today. It expires today.
Bag salad?
Bag salad expires today. So we're still within the time frame.
I don't think you have to worry about salad bag expiration dates. That's a pretty easy thing to look at and tell. Right. This is wilted. This is dark green. This is wet.
Yes, very wet. No, it was none of that. None of that. So I don't know what it could have been from. We didn't have anything else.
Is all of your salmon, you guys eat a lot of fish. You're taking, because it's very hard to eat fresh seafood that way. You guys are taking everything out of the freezer?
Yeah, so we'll just buy the bag salmon from like Costco or wherever.
Take it out the day of?
Take it out like
before?
So we just put it in water, like cold water.
Okay.
And just we'll just defrost it hour or two before dinner.
There you go.
Nothing major. It's not sitting in hot water.
Yeah.
We're not putting it outside in the sun.
I used to do that.
I've done that before.
Yeah.
I would be lying if I didn't do that with some chicken at some point.
Oh, yeah. Let 105 defrost it.
Yeah, let 105 defrost it. Let 105 get some nice bacteria on it before you get it going. I don't know what it is. Maybe I just needed a clean house.
Yesterday,
and the body knows it.
Yesterday, I tried to copy a Choppy House recipe with French dips.
Oh, yeah.
I got inspired to go ahead and try to make some French dips. It never made it to the sandwich. How do you do yours? We
do a chuck.
Yep.
And then we pull it apart.
Yep.
In the middle. So we put the whole thing in.
A crock pot?
Dutch oven.
Dutch oven.
You can do crock pot too.
Yep.
And then we pull it apart. And I mean, you've got all your juices and onions and everything in there. And then we just, take the tongs and put it on the sandwich.
Yeah.
Put the sandwich with cheese in the oven for whatever. Let it cook up.
Yeah.
Let it crisp up. And then we put them on there. That's really it.
I did I was like, let's make it like a pot roast.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then I'll go ahead and shred what I want.
Yep.
Put it on there. Amanda likes it with like noodles, buttered noodles, something like that. And I just never made it to so way too many things going on with this house move. It's insane. So I was like, screw it. I'll just eat it with some buttered noodles. But I cooked down like those onions, like the caramelized onions you're supposed to put on top for French onion soup. So I did all that work. That takes about an hour, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
The caramelized onions. And then you end up with like a half of what you started with. So they're just sitting in the fridge. Never ate the sandwich.
No?
Never ate it, but it turned out good.
Good. Did you, because we'll put like,
you got to sear it first too.
Yeah, I think we do that. We rub some garlic and something else, some green stuff on top of it. I don't know what's in it. I have no idea.
Green stuff.
Yeah, some.
RJ making a pesto pot roast over here.
Could be. You never know. I don't really know. She does a lot of that.
Woman's work.
Mincing. She minces.
She minces.
Yeah, I think when you say the word mince, I'm like, nah, woman's work. It's like picking weeds.
Picking weeds.
Picking weeds. The lawn is the man's work.
The lawn does not consist of picking weeds?
Yeah, I think if you're picking weeds in the lawn, man's work. Picking weeds in the garden, woman's work.
By the way, are these mosquitoes that are out right now, like the long leg
Mayflies. I just found out they're called mayflies.
Good gosh.
I got so many of them.
Yeah.
They're always in the house.
What's the best thing to get rid of these things? Is there a spray? Because I
Winter.
have to sneak into my. It's like I'm robbing a bank to go into my own house. Like I gotta stop, drop, and roll. I gotta like barely crack the door. I gotta wait for the clearance. Mayflies.
Yeah, winter's the best way to get rid of them.
Yeah,
Just do that.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way. No, we need a good freeze. We need one. So this is good. We got all the bugs are coming out. You need a good freeze, good solid freeze. That'll kill off a lot of these things. Good solid freeze.
A lot of people in baseball have wanted to kill off Scott Boras for a long time, and yesterday, as Randy Galloway, Mac Angle referred to him as Baseball Satan, gave an update on Jordan Montgomery and the state of his other unemployed clients.
Yeah, Blake Snell will be the other one, and he says there is a panic going on right now in Major League Baseball because of starting pitching, because you've got some injuries. In a related story, you have injuries every year this time in spring training with pitcher injuries. It's no different than before. There has been a panic going on since the start of time that there's not enough pitching on your team. Every team has always felt like this. We don't have enough pitching. It's no different. Somehow these guys are still not signed. But Scott Boras says now there's 4 teams that are looking at all these players, and those are the 4 teams who have had injuries to starting pitching here in the first couple of weeks of spring training. He threw the Mets name out there. He threw the Dodgers name out there because they've got some injury issues with their staff. But, I mean, why would you throw those 2 names out there? Oh, they just happen to have the most money. Right? So that's kind of what we see right through this, Scott, the great Satan. We see right through it. You just had a bad year.
All his guys are taking these early opt-out deals, betting on themselves.
They're having to because there's no guaranteed money for them throughout these 5, 6, 7, 8 year deals. So you see Bellinger take 3 for $80. It's really 1 for $30 because he has an opt-out. And you see Matt Chapman taking a short-term deal, and he's basically getting $20 million a year. He wanted $150 million plus going into this offseason. He reportedly turned down over $100 million from the Blue Jays, and he's going to wind up getting half that, but he gets opt-outs. And that's what they're doing. They're just going to say, all right, fine, I'll just do it again. Good luck.
And then Zach Wheeler yesterday gets $42 a year. Wonder how he's going to try to leverage that.
Yeah, right. He will have to. I mean,
because if you're Snell,
absolutely,
you're saying Montgomery may not be able to point to that immediately, but Blake Snell's like, you can refer to me as Cy Young over here,
multiple time, Cy Young winner.
Yeah,
you absolutely could. So if you're Blake Snell, that's the contract you're looking at. Now you're gonna have to go to the ages and check everything out, but that's the number for Blake Snell that he would want to look at, because Snell is 31 and Wheeler's right about the same age. So it's like that. That's a perfect comp because Snell has had a better career. Well, he's got 2 Cy Youngs. Last I checked, Zach Wheeler didn't have 2 Cy Youngs. There's no 2 Cy Youngs there. So that's the kind of the jumping off point.
Dak Salamanca finally speaks. That was my favorite thing yesterday. Dak turned into a Salamanca. Is it Salamanca? It's a Salamanca brother from Breaking Bad. Yeah. So Dak speaks about Peyton. No clue, right?
Just
never Breaking Bad?
No.
No.
I know. Never seen it.
No.
I've never seen it either, but I know the reference.
All right, what did you watch last night? No Mavs, no Stars. What did y'all take in?
I got hyped up about Texas Baylor, my men's basketball team. Texas was up 14, 15 points at half, in second half, and blew it to Baylor. So I was depressed there.
93-85, the number 11 Bears get the W. You?
I turned that game off at halftime too, Peyton.
Did you bet it?
No. I watched Harry Potter.
He is such a simp.
Which one?
Part 1. I've never seen
Chamber
it.
of Secrets?
No, part 1. I've never seen it. And she was like, it was on the other night, and it was on like regular TV. And she goes, "Can you record this?" And I'm like, "Sure." So we started watching it, and she was like, "Will you finish this with me?" And I was like, "Fine, I'll finish it with you." I've never seen it.
We should have led with this.
I've never seen it. It was fine. It's a kid's movie, but it's fine. It's a good movie. But she loves the Harry Potter movies. She loved the books. My kids, I've never seen any of them. They didn't come out until like 2001, and I was 22 years old. I was not going to start the Harry Potter books or the movies at 22 years old. That just wasn't going to happen for me. Just not even remotely possible. But now I'm 44 and whatever. I'll watch any kind
Now
of
I'm
kids
44.
movie.
Now I'll watch the cartoon.
Yeah, now it wasn't a cartoon.
Yeah.
It's not a cartoon.
It's real
It's not
life.
a cartoon. It's real life.
What's up next? What's up next now? What's up next with the sci-fi rabbit hole?
She doesn't watch movies really. So like I've always wanted to just watch a movie with her. So I'll take anything I can get.
Now, did you watch Game of Thrones?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I did watch Game of Thrones. And there was a dragon in this. That was kind of cool. I didn't know there was a dragon in Harry Potter.
So
there was.
You're not seeking out the next one?
No, I mean if it's on, I'll watch it. I mean, like, there's a curiosity. Like I don't like the Star Wars movies, but I watch them all.
Have you watched all the Harry Potter?
I got through like 5 or 6, and they started to make like the part 1, part 2s at the end. I didn't get to that. I think I got to like one after Goblet of Fire.
And how many are there?
God, there's like 7 or 8 now, I think.
Yeah, I think 7 or 8.
Get our producer on, our old producer. Ask him.
Oh, he definitely.
What's
I mean,
Jeff?
he goes to conventions.
Oh, Jeff. Yeah.
Oh, look, Peyton already forgot who it was.
I know. Look at this.
Chartrek.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. The return of Bobby Belt at 6 o'clock this morning. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. A former NFL Pro Bowler saves an 80-year-old man's life. We got more locker room drama. We got more locker room assaults. Dak Prescott welcomes his baby girl into the world. And what does all in mean to Rain Dakota? That's next with the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started. We got some quarterback dominoes starting to fall over in the National Football League. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday, the return of Roberto Bobby Belt around the corner at 6 o'clock. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. As we all knew would happen, the Denver Broncos moving on from Russell Wilson, and they're going to take on an $85 million cap hit. Woo!
This is unbelievable. I've never seen a faster athletic decline than Russ.
It's Mr. Unlimited.
Never seen a faster athletic decline. That's interesting.
At a reasonable age, not like Peyton Manning when he was an old man and he had injuries, right?
But see, Tom Brady screwed all this up. Like 10, 15 years ago, we're starting to talk about Russ declining and fading. There's no surprise. He's 35.
He's 35, but with modern nutrition and everything. Look, Brady's running faster 40s now than he did at 20 years old.
Yeah, but Russ's game also like a lot more athletic.
It was,
right?
absolutely,
Relying
no doubt.
on his legs, not just drop back.
No doubt. But like, this is a guy who takes care of his body. I mean, he spends $1 million a year on nutrition and health. He doesn't drink alcohol. He drinks kombucha, right? Like he doesn't. He takes care of himself to the point where you think like, all right, like he wouldn't be old, fat, and slow, like real quick, like overnight. But it seems that that's what happened. And you see other athletic, like Joe Flacco had athletic declines, but he was never athletic, right? So it's like it's okay for him to have one. But Russ, because his game, you're right, his game did rely on at least moving outside the pocket so he could see, because he's 5'11". That's going to be a problem, and it was. And now where? Now what?
Now what for him? Now what for Denver? Getting $85 million with the hit.
Yeah, that's a big hit. Now they can spread it out over 2 years, but still, like, which year are you going to choose? Which year are you going to choose to be the one that's a big hit year, and then where are you going to go? And they're obviously going to find a way to draft somebody.
He got 5 for $242.
That's a lot of money.
5 for $242. Man, he's a 9-time Pro Bowler. Now again, making the Pro Bowl did turn into an absolute complete joke.
It's a joke. I mean, has he ever had an MVP vote? I don't think he's had a single one. His best QBR year was his rookie year. He literally never improved.
It was his rookie year?
Yeah. I just saw my buddy Bo just texted me that. Russ's best QBR season was his rookie year.
Wow.
So he never improved. Ever. Like, it's wild.
So now you look at fits for him. How's this going to impact the great Sean Payton and his project there in Denver? Some of the teams that people are throwing out: Atlanta, Vegas, Pittsburgh, Minnesota, and New England. But before you waste any airtime and breath on the Falcons, Mike Florio reports that he's getting a ton of indications that Kirk Cousins is getting ready to move his family to Atlanta. So Florio is basically saying on ProFootballTalk.com, Kirk Cousins is about to be a Falcon. I like that move for Atlanta.
Kyle Pitts may actually do something.
Yeah.
Might actually see him do something. That's not that bad. I kind of like that idea. That team, they got some talent there. Arthur Smith's all upset now. He's like, whoa, what happened here? All right, could have done this with me. I could have done this.
Yeah.
I could have had Kirk Cousins. A good quarterback. Not a great one, but a good one. Could have had that. Man, because Kirk, even if you look at last year, Minnesota did have a great year. I mean, he was top 10 in a lot of stats. Like a lot of these like metrics, like QBR and some of the other ones. Like he was pretty good last year.
We got another weight room issue. A couple of weeks ago, we talked about a fight over, I think, the leg press, and it resulted in a stabbing in the back. This time, Braylon Edwards is involved. The former NFL and Michigan wide receiver apparently rescued an 80-year-old man who was being assaulted inside a Michigan YMCA locker room this past Friday. He stopped a 25-year-old from further assaulting this elderly man. Braylon initially heard an argument about music and how loud it was being played. It escalated. Once he heard a thud, he got up and turned around, and then he sees the guy, for what he was thinking, reaching for a phone underneath the victim, grabbed the back of the victim's head by the hair, was about to slam him down on the counter. Braylon said the guy who was assaulting the older guy fought him as well, and he has since been arrested and remains in custody. The 80-year-old is in the hospital but is expected to be okay. Braylon said he's hoping to meet him after he is discharged. So, I don't know, maybe the 80-year-old had a problem with the music that was blaring in the locker room. It'd be funny if the 80-year-old was blaring the music.
Yeah, I think it was the 80-year-old. He was playing Count Basie, little Sinatra, Bing Crosby, just blaring it out there, and the 25-year-old wanted no part of it.
How many people play the music out loud at the gym or in the locker room versus just their earbuds or their Walkman?
You get a few of them that will do it. The one that bothers me the most is the people in the sauna. That will not bring their earbuds in. They'll play the music out loud in the sauna, or they'll be on the phone. That's even worse. Now, nothing gets me more than the guy that's in there that comes right from the pool.
But they play it out loud?
Sometimes they don't have their headphones. They'll play it out loud, and it's like, come on, dude. The ones that gets me the most is because when it's really, really quiet in there, and maybe I forget my earbuds, is the guys that will take their hands and they have their shirt off, and they just wipe their sweat down, and you hear the gushy sweat, belly, fat hair. It's just disgusting, man. It's like, stop. Get a towel. Stop it. And by the way, sidebar, you people who are in the sauna, this happened to me yesterday. If you see a crowd of people standing up and you're just laying down on the sauna table, on the chair, on the bench, get up. It's not a recliner. We're at the pool here. It's not a chaise lounge. Get up. I want to sit down. I want to stand up here. It smells bad enough in here. I want to be lower, not higher, okay? Because all the heat rises, all the stench. Get up. Get your fat butt up. I don't want you to sit there laying down. It's rude. It's very, very rude.
Maybe you should have a gym etiquette like they have that wedding etiquette. Yes. What's the wedding etiquette called?
Emily Post.
Emily Post. RJ's
gym etiquette. Yes.
No, something catchier.
Yeah.
Emily's Post.
Well, Emily Post is her name.
Oh, it's her name.
Emily Post, yeah. So I need to come up with that. Maybe I just go straight for Emily Post. I'll just use her name on it.
Yeah, you and etiquette. That's what I think of together.
That's right. Me.
877-881-1053, truckrick.com text line. We are live with the comments on Twitch and YouTube as well. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Peyton, and Rai in the back. Thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on. We have the return of our Cowboys insider. What does he think of the Dallas Morning News report? The 5 things that we learned at the Combine. Dak welcomes his new baby girl into the world. And what does he make of Jerry's all-in comments? We go inside the star with the return of our Cowboys insider. Why did Bobby bail out of Indianapolis and the Combine? We find out next on The Fan.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. We got the entire squad back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. How was the combine?
It was great. Loved it. Lots of parties and drinking and stuff that people do in Indianapolis. I was doing all of that with those people.
And then?
I woke up. Yeah, because I didn't go. I got strep, and it kept me home, and it ruined my drive to Indianapolis, and I was very upset about it, and I'm still bitter and broken up about it because that's my favorite time of year.
When did you decide to definitely call it quits? Like, how long did you keep hope alive?
I don't know. I think it was probably somewhere, when the splashback from the water of vomiting in the toilet splashed up into my mouth. I was like, I think I'm staying home today. That was probably the moment where I was like, this isn't any good. So I was that Friday was terrible. That Friday I felt absolutely awful and felt like death, but doctor was like, yep, antibiotics will kick that out and pretty fast. They're like, strep is one of those ones you can kick out with antibiotics pretty quickly. And so by Saturday I felt better. So, and then Sunday I was all good. So
wow, I get strep throat. Those antibiotics don't work on me. Maybe I've overused them.
Well, you're not taking Zofran either.
I don't even know what that is, but yes, I don't.
Anti-nausea medication. It is a wonder drug, which I didn't realize that. I had never thrown up with strep before.
I never either.
Ever. And my throat was already on fire, and the doctor was like, yeah, it's not a common symptom, but it's associated with it.
Ugh. Sounds awful.
Yeah, it was pretty terrible, Chop. But yeah, I enjoyed our dinner, Knife and Plano on Thursday night.
Sandler's not happy with you.
What did I do?
You made it seem like you got food poisoning from this restaurant.
Yeah.
He called in the very next day saying, I just need to clarify that Bobby did not get sick from Knife.
I believe I texted you that I had gotten a strep test back before Sandler even came on the air that morning.
Yeah, you did.
So how is that my fault?
Well, I didn't read that. No, I did. I did. All right. What are your
Thank you to Emily and Justin, by the way, since I missed Friday. Thank you to Emily and Justin. They were absolutely great listeners to have dinner with.
Maybe we'll give you some time to clarify the tip situation a little bit later.
That is the most misrepresented thing in the history of this show.
I misrepresented it?
Both of you did.
Wow.
What? How?
Yeah. Because we'll get into it later.
Right.
We got football to talk about.
All right, your combine takeaways, things that you heard through the grapevine. Michael Gelkin yesterday with the 5 things that he said he learned. Take us through it.
The biggest thing that I'm taking away from this so far is I think there's statements that they made about Tyler Smith and what his future is were made when they were assuming that things were all good with them and Tyron.
Really?
Yeah. I think they were surprised.
Yeah, because that wouldn't have made sense to say Tyler's not moving and we know Tyron's leaving.
I don't think that those comments were made with the belief that, well, Tyron's going to bolt. And so I think that they were making that under the assumption that they were probably going to work something out with Tyron and that they were going to be good to go. Now I think that things have shifted a little bit for them because obviously Tyron walked in there. Shout out to Todd Archer. We read his off-season preview article 6 weeks ago, and one of the opening lines of that article said the Cowboys will probably ask Tyron Smith for an incentive-laden deal like they did last time. And they're like, but who's to say that Tyron wants that? Who's to say Tyron would accept that deal? But maybe Tyron would say, I showed that I could stay healthy last year. I've earned my contract now, you guys. And that looks exactly like what it was. So I think that they are definitely in a...
Do you think this puts Tyler in play at left tackle?
I think it could, depending on how the draft board falls. So where they're picking at 24... this is, if you needed a tackle, this is the perfect draft to get one.
Peter Schrager said this could be the most loaded tackle draft ever with how many did I say? 12?
Oh, dude, let's say, I can just look at the number and see like there's a dozen of them that are going to be taken in the first handful of rounds.
You could have, I'm just looking here realistically trying to think. You could have 8 tackles go in the first round this year. and there's some years where you don't get 2. So this is a perfect draft to need a tackle. They've got a bunch of different options. The combine showed a lot of guys who are, I mean, it's rare to see one Tyron Smith in terms of size. You had like 4 guys weighing at the combine who were like 6'7" with 36-inch arms and are just total freaks. And so I think the Cowboys see that the strength in the top of the draft is at offensive line. They'll really investigate that position hard. I think that's a good possibility that that's the direction they go. But I think that what they said about Tyler Smith was largely said with a belief that Tyron was going to be here. So I don't know if those comments from Steven are exactly the same if he's talking about Tyler after their meeting with Tyron Smith. So that's a big thing, I think, right there. And then just the unstable nature of it all, or the uncertain future of it all for everybody right now. It feels like we've been seesawing every other week here on and this is probably the way the Cowboys want it, what the discussion is around Dak's future. Like, it feels like every other week we're talking about, yeah, they'll probably get something done pretty quick. Oh, no, it sounds like they're content to let it ride out. No, they were just kidding. They were threatening. They're going to get something done. And now you get back out of Indy, and it seems to have swung back towards they're willing to let it play out. Now, this could all be the, posturing of negotiation and everything else, but I think that, man, it does feel organizational wide that they would like a situation set up where they could have flexibility to blow up what they want at the end of the year if it doesn't go right.
Wow. Dak last night. Choppy rubbing the hands together.
You excited for 3-14?
No, I'm excited for a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And if 3-14 is how I got to get there, that's how I got to get there.
He's excited for CJ Stroud. He's excited for
or Bryce Young, who's taken ahead of CJ Stroud. You excited for that gamble?
Guess what? You know what that is? That's just another example of don't worry about where you're picking. Don't worry about what the scouts say, because the chances are the guy picked after the guy is the guy. If you could follow that logic.
I tell you, this is what you run into the risk of doing what you want to do right there.
Huge risk.
Drake May, big time quarterback prospect coming out this year, very boomer bust. I had somebody outside of Dallas. I had somebody in the league tell me that Drake May will either be, cover your ears, Chop. Drake May will either be Justin Herbert or Brock Osweiler. Yep. Like that, those are the two, that is his ceiling and floor. That's the type of pendulum swing you're talking about looking at when you take these risks.
Yeah.
You don't want stable, finish second in MVP, has shown progression and growth.
Well, a lot of fans would say, that nice and stable to the ceiling of the second round, which is a fair counter.
Sure. At some point, you got to get it done.
What has it gotten you? Where has it taken you? If you know that you can't get there, the ballsy thing would be to go ahead and do what the Chiefs did and some of these other teams, or you can be in purgatory.
Well, because there's a lot of, Tua's a good quarterback, Dak's a good quarterback, Goff's a good quarterback. There's a reasonable, you could reasonably say, they'll never win, any of those guys. And that's because it's really hard to win. That's the number one reason. But the number two reason is, outside your rookie deal, it's just impossible to win this thing unless you're just so elite. And by so elite, I don't mean Hall of Fame. I mean immortal. So hard to win.
Dak spoke at an event last night. They asked him about the contract. He said, quote, "I am definitely confident. Obviously, it helps the team. It's important for the cap numbers. I've heard Jerry say it's a process. Both sides understand it. Everything is great. It'll happen." So that was Dak last night while talking about his baby MJ arriving last Thursday. And I believe Dak said he has changed his first diaper.
Aw,
yeah.
Naming the baby after Jordan. Good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Are good. That's a good sign right there. Dak even talking about publicly, I think is interesting. Dak even publicly talking about obviously it's good for the cap numbers. I've never heard him. It's not often you hear players start talking about cap numbers as hey, this is a thing that you should engage.
So
in.
my wild card in this is, does Dak become the hero of the city and turn all of his haters against him by taking a Tom Brady, Dirk, team-friendly deal? Is that possible, you think?
We would all agree that if he took $45 million, we all agree that would be a deal relative to the NFL.
No doubt.
Oh, super deal.
Yeah.
The people who dislike Dak Prescott will still say he wasn't worth 40. I don't care what the cap says. I'm not paying him 45 now. He gets a raise for failing. Nobody's going to be happy with him.
You're right.
You're right. The people who want him here would sign him here for 70. The people that don't want him here wouldn't sign him here for 30.
Fine. Those people aside, do you think that Dak would think about taking 45?
No, I don't. Like, here's the deal with quarterbacks: the pressure that, and this is one of those.
Let me just interject for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with what you said yesterday, Choppy. We heard it replayed in the snacks. Jerry Jones fumbling, bumbling this all-in stuff. Stephen Jones being really tight with the purse. They haven't shown that they'll take that money and spend and go all in truly. So I probably wouldn't. I don't blame Dak if he doesn't give them any type of discount. But if you care about your legacy that much, like he pretends to, like he says he does, if you want to be put into a different conversation, if you want to be a living legend around here, and we don't have to search 25 years ago to find those guys to sit down with us, with Emmitt Smith and Deion Sanders and Michael Irvin, that would be the move for Dak to make. To say, it is more important for me to win one Super Bowl as the Cowboys quarterback making $40 million than it is to go ahead and set up baby MJ's grandchildren for lives and lives to come, which are probably already set up anyway. I'm just saying that's the legacy move to make. I'm not going to blame him. I'm not going to blame him for taking every single penny that's out there, especially with this all-in BS. But if he really, really cares that much about getting a ring and the extra value of getting a ring as the Cowboys quarterback, he would really consider it.
What have they ever shown they're willing to do with extra spending?
I just
money?
spent the last 2 minutes saying nothing.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's what he would have to look at, is that he can cut them a break, and what they'll show is, more money for us to re-sign our own. Okay, cool. We don't have to say goodbye to.
Well, that's all in.
Whoever. Yeah.
Lamb and Micah.
Yeah, it's all in, except for not meeting with any of their top internal guys, their agents at the combine, except for Tyron Smith's agents tell them we're not going to get a deal done.
Yeah.
So yeah, that sounds like all in.
But you know though, sorry, they have their own schedule. They don't operate on anybody's schedule but their own.
Yeah, and it has routinely effed them in contract negotiations.
Because they paid more?
Yes. It screwed them on DeMarcus Lawrence. It screwed them on Dak Prescott. It has they have gotten run on deals before over this. In fact, the one guy who cut them a break, Tyron Smith, they're now trying to get super cheap with again. Tyron Smith has spent his entire career on deals. And what did it get Tyron? Nothing.
He's been the ultimate good soldier.
The NFLPA works really hard to send the message to these players that these owners don't care about you. They don't care. They are going to try and get every last dime they can, so you need to do the same.
Anything from who they met with in terms of combine prospects or the rest of Michael Gelkin's 5 things we learned. Brace for a modest free agency. Prescott extension not guaranteed. Cowboys are wrestling with Michael Gallup decision. Coaching staff is loaded with 1-year contracts. Offensive line could lose 2 starters in free agency with Baez as the other.
So when I'd love to ask Michael, who I think is, if Michael writes it, I believe it. I believe that that's something that's accurate. I don't think Michael's just recklessly speculating. But when he says they're wrestling with the Gallup decision, are they wrestling with, does Steven tell him he's gone? Does Jerry tell him he's gone? Do they do it pre-June 1? Do they do it post-June 1? If it's something where it's legitimately you're talking about keeping him on the roster, oh man, we're really conflicted. What do we do? I will lose so much faith in the very top decision making in terms of, if you're talking about, we're really wrestling with Gallup, but man, I don't know. Do we want to spend on Tyron? Do we want to spend on Gilmore? Maybe we should just let Dak ride this thing out.
Yeah.
There's so much that's problematic. I feel like everything since All In has been concerning. It feels like publicly coming out of the organization.
And anybody that they met with stand out?
I think the amount of tackles is interesting, and the ones that they chose to meet with are interesting. I'll tell you, the thing that was interesting to me last week was hearing McClay talk about, he had gotten asked by Nick Harris at DallasCowboys.com, hey, what's different about Zimmer? What changes in terms of the way that you guys are looking at things? And I thought it was interesting when he said, it's pretty similar, but you're probably looking at you need bigger players on the interior. So Mozzie Smith, you got to put that weight back on. Does that mean that they're interested in Byron Murphy, Tavondre Sweat, some of these bigger, those are the two Texas defensive tackles? Are they looking at, hey, we're clearly lacking in this area? And I think when you saw the defensive tackles that they met with at the combine, that's pretty interesting to me that they're clearly still looking in that area despite the resources they've spent.
Little inside the star with the return of our strep throat insider, Bobby Belt, here with a Tolo Tuesday on your home of America's team. RJ Choppy is not going to let me give all-time praise to this Philadelphia Eagle who said goodbye yesterday. The Giants are reportedly saying goodbye to Daniel Jones, and is someone trying to steal Trey Lance from Mike McCarthy? Next on 105.3 The Fan. But
1053 The Fan segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
I was absolutely glued. I was called soft, called a sellout by some Tolos yesterday.
For sure.
Over what?
I don't know. I just agree with the general sentiment.
Yeah, just shut up. Wait till you're spoken to. Bobby
Yes,
Bell
Dad.
back here in the 6 a.m. club here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. But yesterday we all knew that Jason Kelce was retiring. I went on over to the NFL Network and tried to watch the entire thing, and it was awesome. It had tears, laughs, cursing, stories. Makes you like the guy even more. RJ Choppy is going to crap all over that here momentarily. But I do think that RJ did appreciate this story about winning the Super Bowl over the Patriots, the filthy special, and the quarterback who did it in Nick Foles.
I won't forget Nick Foles having the game of his life on the biggest stage possible. And the biggest on the team going up to Doug Peterson and asking for the Philly special. And Doug Peterson having the biggest balls in the stadium to say, yeah, let's do it.
Peyton, when the clip, let's keep doing the 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second left so that we don't have this awkward dead time. Just tell me when the clip is about to end. Now, a lot of people on the internet took this as...
saying Nick had the biggest wiener on the team.
That Jason, measured him publicly.
Yeah, he may. Yeah,
Not saying he had the most guts as well, going up and asking for the play. That's what the internet turned this into.
Yeah, exactly. If the internet completely misrepresented this, when you go back and listen to it, like you should, it was like, oh, well, he didn't really say that at all. But it was like, he still said, look, it was right. I mean, that took guts. That took guts to do. On both parts. But then again, did it really?
No, that's narcissistic behavior. Hey, throw me a pass. I'm trying. Let me score a touchdown.
Yeah.
Oh, screw you, dude.
That is narcissistic behavior.
Yeah, I don't think that's guts. That's just somebody who wants to shine. Like, I need more attention than I'm already getting here.
If you're not going to take chances and have guts at the Super Bowl, when are you going to do it? Like, that's the time to do it. It ain't the time to play conservative.
Don't lay up at Augusta. Wasn't that what
Roy McAvoy? Wasn't really Augusta, but yes.
That's what Jason Garrett said after the Detroit playoff game. He said, you never lay up at Augusta.
Well, speaking of narcissistic, here's Jason Kelce talking about his experience with Coach Raccoon.
I won't forget Nick Sirianni sending me kegs of beer to convince me to keep playing these last few years. He knows the key to my heart. I won't forget making the playoffs in his first season, the Super Bowl in his next, and the immense heartbreak at the collapse of this last season. And although last season truly sucked, I wouldn't trade any of my time with you or those teams for the world. Everything happens for a reason, and I have truly enjoyed my time with you, Coach. Sometimes the flowers get knocked back a bit, but the roots remain. and I can't wait to watch what reblossoms this next season.
Was that Sirianni's
He said that, yeah.
opening presser?
Something like that.
Yeah.
First loss or opening presser, yeah.
You should appreciate that being a green thumb.
I'm a process guy, a green thumb. Now, I don't plant flowers. Okay, woman's work, Sean, right? Talk about that.
Yeah.
All right.
That's why your garden sucks.
Listen, we're working on it, okay?
Your yard.
We're working on it. My yard's in a bad spot right now, okay? But I just ordered on
yard
Amazon.
looks a lot better.
I just ordered on Amazon 2 highly illegal weed killers
Nice.
that are only for commercial use. But I'm taking care of this thing, okay?
Nice.
This thing is going to be so green, and it's going to be dead before. I'm going to kill it, thatch it, scalp it, regrow it.
You're like the Jerry Jones of lawns.
Yeah, baby.
You're going to scalp it all, kill it, and just wipe it out.
Because right now, my lawn, it's got Dak as the quarterback, okay? It's got a ceiling, okay? I'm going to tear this thing down. It may not come back. It may never come back. It may never come back. But guess what? It might come back and flourish.
I've seen your photos. You have Chad Hutchinson in your
right
lawn.
now.
That's
right
not
now,
Dak.
Yeah, I might, yeah.
All right. So all of my feelings and all my warmth quickly frozen by RJ Choppy as Jason Kelce turned into Philly simp.
I thought you were going to say when he shouted out Big Dom.
Oh!
I thought that's what you were going to say.
Okay, so this Big Dom guy, I really need a total complete profile done on him because he shouted out Big Dom and was like, "You're the glue." It's like this guy takes bullets for people. Thank you for everything you've done for me and my family. You handle everything behind the scenes. He's like a Sopranos character.
100% chance Big Dom makes bodies disappear.
It's like Paulie.
Yeah, there's no doubt he cleans things up. There's dirty laundry that's aired, and he cleans it up real quick.
And the report, of course, that Sirianni, as soon as Big Dom got suspended, things started escalating on the sidelines because Big Dom was not there to stop Sirianni from acting like the douche that he always conducts himself as. But here's Jason, immortalizing himself even more. Get ready, count the eye rolls on Twitch and YouTube. Here is his message about playing in that disgusting, angry city.
Some people struggle to play in this city. They can't handle the booze, the media, or our fans. Consider it a great blessing to play in the most passionate sports town in America. Yes, they will let you know when you are not performing well. Every time. But they will also love you if you show effort, aggression, desire, the will to fight. They will love you in this city if you love it the way you love your brother. You will be loved by going above and beyond to show that you care, because they care. They've been caring for generations in this town about this team, and they aren't about to accept a bunch of excuses and soft-ass nonsense representing the name on the front of the jersey, something they've invested their entire lives in.
And this on the heels, Choppy, of Darius Slay and Steven Nelson talking about how tough it is to play there. And Steven Nelson said, "I got to get out."
Like, I know he meant well, but he doesn't realize. Maybe he does realize. He just empowered a city full of morons to continue their idiocy in thinking that they're the ones that make Howie Roseman make all these moves. And maybe they are. Maybe they are. Maybe they are the reason. Maybe there's more pressure to win from the fan base and the media in Philadelphia than anywhere else. And Jerry never signs anybody, and we just let him get away with it. So, look, maybe we're the fools. Maybe we're the idiots. I don't know. I know I'm an idiot, but that does nothing to do with the rest of the people. Okay? He just empowered morons. Yep. They think they're fist pumping. Everybody in Philadelphia, they're fist pumping right now. They were fist pumping at work, if they even work. I don't know. I don't know what they do with it up there. They're fist pumping because they're like, yeah, that's right.
We set the culture.
We are the culture, not the quarterback, not the coach. It's us.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is why players don't want to go there. And I wouldn't want to. I know a lot of players, I'm sure, that wouldn't want to go there. And then you get your few that do, and they're heroes. They're demigods, as he called it in this press conference.
Okay, so there is, the way I look at this is, you can't have a hour-long press conference with this lengthy statement and just not mention the city of Philadelphia. So he's got to mention them. He can't make it up like the most pleasant people in the world. We'd be rolling our eyes more at that. He's talking directly about what type of fans they are. But I think as much of this as much of this being a shout out to Philadelphia and an ode to Philadelphia. And by the way, everything we know about Jason Kelce's toughness and his throwback stuff would say that he believes this stuff about Philadelphia and he thinks this is good. But I think it's what you just referenced, Sean. I think this is a direct call out on his way out to Darius Slay and AJ Brown and guys in that locker room. Because if he's a big Sirianni guy, then he's probably recognizing that, hey, me leaving this locker room is going to take away some stability that is already kind of shaky in here. And so my parting shot here is going to be, you guys need to straighten up. That sounded to me like that whole brag on Philly for a minute was more about Darius Slay and AJ Brown. You guys need to essentially quit being soft if you want to be here.
So, I mean, I love the whole thing. I had to watch it. He's genuine. He really is genuine. He's so much more likable than his brother, who was sitting there in the front row. So that's Jason Kelce stepping away. Jeremy Fowler says expect the same for Fletcher Cox pretty soon. Meanwhile, Rich Eisen spilling a lot of beans at the NFL Combine. The face leader of the NFL Network on what he's hearing about the New York Giants and their quarterback.
The Giants do, I believe, want to move up. Because, again, my top 5 rumors, number 3 is they're done with Daniel Jones. They do not have any intention of being all in on him anymore. Although, if it is the Jerry Jones definition of all in that I'm hearing, then he plays one. They're going to make him play this year, which they may have to do.
Earn his $40 million.
They may have to do. It might be use him as the bridge quarterback. If he comes back and he plays well, then great. Then
maybe trade him for something.
I guess
get an asset back.
Right.
Yeah.
That may be it. I don't know how he'll be ready in time for the season, but it makes sense for them to keep saying, we have total confidence in him because they may have to go with him, and they may have to go with him even if they draft a quarterback. But I heard that last year they were like, yeah, we're done.
Wow. And you saw that on the sidelines, and this is one of those deals. Yep. Like I want Dan Orlovsky and everyone else to go ahead and own being wrong on this. We laughed, Choppy, and we laughed hard when they gave him that contract. And now here is Rich Eisen, who doesn't come out with some damning things against players a lot of times, saying they're absolutely done with Daniel Jones and they have buyer's remorse on 4 for $160 just last offseason.
Man, we don't realize we're too immersed in this. We don't know what a gift that organization is. To the rest of the NFC East, the Commanders too, and because we haven't taken advantage. At least Philly's taken advantage of it.
Yes,
they've gone to 2 Super Bowls. We have not taken advantage of it.
Yeah.
We can't even win back-to-back divisions.
Yeah. Preach what you talked about in your email last night.
No, it's just like every year. 20 years from now, when we're still looking to go back to the conference championship game, and we're still looking for that Super Bowl in 20 years, and we're going to look back and we're going to see this Giants team and this Commanders team that gifted this team 4 wins a year.
Yes.
I mean,
it's like the AFC East back in the day.
Drew Brees took advantage of the NFC South, and Tom Brady took advantage of the AFC East, and Manning took advantage of the AFC South, and Rodgers took advantage of the NFC North. And there was always one halfway decent team in some of those at some point, a little bit. The Jets were good for a little bit. Miami had a good little run. We have not taken advantage of Washington and the Giants the way we should have.
He's making $40 million a year. Do you know what Daniel Jones's 5th-year option would have been?
26?
22. Would have been half. And they would have gotten that extra year, and they would have seen it's done. This is why you pick up the 5th-year option on quarterbacks. And high potential guys, even if they're busted, generally you pick up the 5th-year option on these guys, buys you time, gives you an opportunity to find some other front office that fell in love with the player and thinks, well, I can fix him. He's got the talent. I can fix him. I'll take him, trade him over here. You always pick up the 5th-year option because when you don't do that, these are the sorts of decisions you end up putting yourself in a time crunch on.
Bobby says we smeared his name while he was out sick last week. He clears up the restaurant drama with Tom Landry, Bear Bryant, and JR next with the 6 a.m. Club right here. A Sonic $50 giveaway as well for the Expressway. It's all coming up with Sean and RJ.
But first, I want to tell you guys about my friends at Kissable Dental. Look, let's be honest. No one really likes going to the dentist. From the needles to the smell of the sterilized equipment, the dentist is not usually at the top of anyone's list of favorite things to do. But I'm here to tell you that Jeremy and the
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Is someone trying to steal Trey Lance from the Cowboys? We'll get to that at 7 o'clock. We have a Sonic $50 giveaway during the Expressway. Good. We want you to win that as part of the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Win it as well if you are checking us out on Twitch and YouTube, because we're going to do it every single day this week. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt is back. We got Peyton and Ryan here on DFW Sports Station. And Bobby, I wanted to give you an opportunity to set the record straight over our charity dinner last Thursday, Knife in Plano with the Pate family. Thanks to Jared Sandler for setting it up, because this thing exploded on the fan text over the tipping confusion, where we were sitting at dinner. You said, I'm going to get some shots of Eagle Rare for everybody. You go up there, you come back, you tell me that you have tipped the bartender, you've paid that bartender $250, and that left me in the lurch in trying to figure out what to tip on our actual dinner bill. Because we can
right to the timeline here from Bobby.
I love it.
Get my legal pad out here.
I love it.
Okay, so paid bartender.
No, did not. That's where this whole thing goes sideways.
Okay, go ahead. Tell the story.
We had talked at dinner. I had said, who wants drinks? And we sat there and talked. And I was sitting next to you. I had leaned over and told you, I'm going to go order these at the bar because I don't want, I don't want to put these on the tab. I don't want
on the dinner bill.
Yeah, I don't want to take advantage of Knife being very gracious. Food was good, everything else. I didn't want to take advantage of what they were giving out to us. I didn't want to just make it look like I'm not trying to be choppy here, where it's like, give me a rack of lamb and give me this and whatever else.
I think I said that.
You did, but you did say I'm going to load up.
Yeah,
you did say that.
I should have gotten a dry age on a wet.
So I had, you wanted that 120-day dried or whatever.
Give me all the mold, baby.
So I had said I'm going to go to the bar and buy these separately.
Okay.
Because I don't want these going on the bill, and I'll just buy shots, and then I'll tip.
Which is very nice of you, by the way.
Yes, very nice of you.
And I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to set it up over there. So I walked over there, and the bartender they just have a single bartender, there that night for everything. And so he was kind of behind. He's like, yeah, I'll be with you there in a second. And the waiter walks over, and he's like, hey, what can I get you? Because now, oftentimes, we ran into this when we went to Boomer Jack's a couple weeks ago, all of us, is that when you have a waitress or a server or whatever else at your table, a lot of places will say you cannot then go order at the bar. The bar will not take your order because they're like, no, you've got a waitress where that is you're supposed to be
designated.
She's supposed to be serving you. She's supposed to be getting this added to her bill so she can get tipped on that. And then she will tip out to the bar because you've ordered the drinks.
Which, by the way, I've never been denied a drink at a bar. If I needed to stop up there, I would have a hard time with them saying, no, you cannot order it here.
Well,
but
I'm here. I want to order it here.
I'll take your word for it.
Boomer Jacks did it to us that day. They had said, the bartender was like, if you've got a server already, you're going to have to go order over there. I was like, okay, fine.
All right.
So same sort of thing where he walked up and he said, hey, what can I help you with? Do you need something? And I was like, I'm over here ordering drinks, but I want to separate it from the bill. I want to pay for these drinks. And I laid out everything for him. And he was like, I got it. You go sit down. What did you want? And I was like, I was getting 6 Eagle Rare, 2 with ice. And he was like, okay. He's like, yeah, you go sit down. I'll bring it over to you. So it's not like I got drinks at the bar or anything else. I sat down, server had taken over, got the drinks, brought them over to us, and then put down a bill for the drinks because I'd said I wanted them, put down a bill for the drinks. And under, on these tabs where it says server name, it was his name on the tab.
Okay.
What are the chances they had the same name?
Possible. He had the same name as our illustrious captain here, Sean Sharif. So not Sharif, but Sean.
Okay.
So I had given, when I got that tab over there, I was like, okay, this is on him now because he's the server that's been put down for this. Yes. And so this tab is going to go to him. So I was like, okay.
And these shots were $20 a piece. So $120 for 6 shots.
And it was a dime. They charged a dime so that then I could just sign something. So I was like, okay, I didn't mean for this to go on the tab. I thought I'd spelled that out, but it's going on the tab.
They gave you free shots because it was a $2 bill.
like 10 cents or something
10
like
cents.
that. And
Free
so
shots.
I was like, okay, all right, I'll go ahead and sign this up because this will be for dinner tonight because this is the server that's handing me the bill and bringing me over and kind of took the order. He put it on there. And so I was like, okay, I'll sign the thing now. So I had signed it. And that's what I was telling you later is that not that the bartender, you guys were saying that I said I paid the bartender and he has to tip out to the server. That's not what I was saying. I was saying I signed what was a tab for the server and then the server, because we order drinks, tips out at the bar. That's what I was saying.
In my opinion, what did you tip on what did you give?
I signed it up to $250.
$250
because I thought it was for the dinner.
Okay, in my opinion, this is where you messed up. You should have treated that as your own separate. They brought you over your thing for the shots, so you should have just. That's your own. You handle that. So what would you have tipped if you sat at the bar? Okay, if you sat at the bar and that bartender gave you 6 shots and a $3 tab, what would you have left? Separate from dinner. What would you have left? That bartender gave you those shots, $3. Oh, you have to balance between, they're hooking me up. So do I want to pay for what they actually cost? How much more of an extra tip am I going to give? What would you have left?
60.
That's what you should have written down.
But
that was the problem. So this bartender brings you over the shot bill. You should have written down $60. That would have been over and done with.
It didn't say what it was for though. Like we're already like more than halfway through dinner. So it doesn't it was not clear.
Why would they bring us a bill for the dinner halfway through?
Because that's my point. Is that what I'm saying is that when they bring over that bill, when he brings over that tab and it's from the server after I had this discussion about separating things out, I was like, oh, okay, he's bringing me this over because we just had the discussion about how I wanted to do things and he got it confused and like, this is what it is now. This is for the dinner and he's just bringing it over now because I just talked to him about it. And I went ahead and just signed for it. But that was for the dinner. I was not tipping intending to tip that to the bar for those drinks. That's not what I was doing. I was tipping based on, okay, he's separating this out. This is now going to the server. And by the end of the night, even if we get a separate thing, by the end of the night, this has already been given to the server because his name's on this tab.
Choppy.
You're also forgetting there's one thing because there's an idiot tax here for shooting Eagle Rare. That's the idiot tax, okay? And that was 2 because you did it and Peyton did it.
You're just a wimp, Chop.
You guys,
it's not a hard.
Get on my level.
It's not a hard drink.
Get on my level.
It's not a fiery drink.
You can make
to
anything
shoot.
a hard drink, Chop.
It's not a fiery drink to shoot. It's not 151. It's a wonderful sipping bourbon.
And you got yours with an ice cube.
I did.
Yeah.
But you had to pay the idiot tax. That's $50. And then Peyton followed you. That's another $50. So in actuality, you only tipped the guy about $100.
I should have. What I should have done is I should have paid the idiot tax for even getting Choppy a drink because I've never seen somebody complain more about free alcohol than Choppy did in that moment.
I had just ordered one.
Yeah,
and I was gonna go with something else. I was gonna order something else the next time. All right, so I'm glad you did. I'm very, very thankful about it.
Yeah, it sounded like it at the table.
Hang on. In actuality, you ruined my my next drink. I was gonna order something, and I didn't want to say, well, I'll take the Sweetens Cove. I didn't want to make you pay $55 for something.
I need to blame the waiter here. I think he was.
I think he was
intentionally sketchy, or maybe it was confusion because I went up to him and I was like, he acted dumb to the whole shot thing. That bothers me now. That really bothers me, Sean. You give people like me a bad name, literally. And he's like, no, I don't get anything from the bartender. When he's the one who actually handled it, he gave me, that was a little sketchy there.
Little sketchy, man.
Gave me no impression that he dealt with that transaction. So I still believe, Bobby, you should have just written down $60, handled the drink thing off to the side, and then we deal with the dinner tab. But that waiter, he was intentionally a little misleading. Little all-in-esque, Jerry Jones.
Because he misrepresented that he had gotten the original tip. Because if it was just the bartender, then I agree with him. He doesn't get tipped out by the bartender.
Yeah.
Right.
But if Bobby had already gave him this wonderful tip.
So here's my question. That $250, who did that go to?
Based on the way that bill is laid out, or what I read, is that I would assume, and again, this is not I was not butthurt over having to sign this over. It's not anything where
I was butthurt.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, I don't want to make this sound like it's some huge controversy where I was trying to fight them heading out of there. I think it was just a confusing thing. But I think that typically the way that my understanding is that when you order alcohol and it's from the server gets the tip and then has to tip out at the bar if there was alcohol ordered, typically.
So the server would get the tip and then pay out the bartender.
Yes, at the end of the night.
I mean, and there's, I don't remember, Sarah was telling me, like, when she was at Riata, like, they would have to tip out a percentage of their bill, period.
Yeah, some people, they at some restaurants, you have to tip it out even if they didn't order alcohol.
Yeah. So you were tipping for the dinner in the middle of the dinner, but they didn't view it that way because it was a separate bar transaction. That's the way it was explained. That's where we got crossed.
Which was still included in the dinner ultimately, because that was still included on what we were there for because they comped it. And so to me, I was like, okay, well, this is clearly part of what we're doing here, so I'm tipping for it this evening.
Yeah, I think I ended up leaving $100. So $350 tip, damn good tip.
It's a nice day.
Very
nice day.
Very nice day. And then I didn't ask for all that back from Jared. I took a L. Me and Bobby took some L's with the tipping, but all for a good cause. Set up a great dinner. It was a very, very good dinner. And we get to see Peyton in a vest. Mislabeled Tom Landry as Bear Bryant. So there you go. and his girlfriend's Dino Nuggets.
I did not appreciate people on social media on Friday, by the way, trying to like that. That's just how much that's how high Peyton's approval rating is with listeners, that he had people sending, like, tagging us and stuff to try and be like, well, look, I mean, you can kind of say no.
Oh, people were defending him over
there. There were some people tagging us and like trying to be like, well, look, I mean, it kind of looks like it. It's like, no, it does not.
We agreed on Friday, though, the Bear Bryant, it could have been mistaken.
I gave you a little benefit.
Yeah, now
I gave you a little benefit. The hat, the squinty eyes.
Peyton, you live on Tom Landry Freeway. Like, literally the logo of the highway is that photo.
There's a black and white picture. It does me no justice.
I mean, I've never seen anybody. It's like saying, like, well, I mean, the hat, like Michael Jackson wore a fedora. Is that Michael Jackson? Like, well, I see how you can mix that up.
The guys wear that hat.
The same thing. By the way, y'all's boy, Arch Manning, deciding to not get involved in NCAA football.
I mean, he doesn't play anyway, so what would be the point of that? I don't know why he would say no to this. This doesn't make any sense.
This is Arch opting. He will not opt into EA Sports College Football 25. He's focused on playing on the field.
Yeah, well, he ain't playing on the field. Like, does he think that this is, like, going to take away from his ability to practice? That him being in the game is going to take away from his ability to practice?
What do they get for this per player?
You get $600 and a free copy of the video game, which is like a $70 value.
Okay.
Upwards of, maybe it could be $100 if they get the deluxe edition. So EA banked about $6 million for the players, and there's 6.6 million. There's like 11,000 players in college football, and they have about 100 NIL deals that they can give out. So Shador Sanders is not going to take the $600, so they're going to give him an NIL deal, I assume, and then he'll promote all of EA Sports stuff. So they'll just pay him a little bit more. And they have X amount of money for that too. It's all going to be banked in. MLB players, NFL players, I've seen reports they get about $30,000 each for the Madden game and the MLB The Show game. But MLB gets all part of their it's just a licensing agreement. Like, they get the NFL or the MLB just gives them a big chunk of change to license their name for everything. And
we feel like this is a fair amount for each player.
Well, it's very low, but there's also more players than ever. I mean, there's 11,000 players.
It's like a class action lawsuit payout when they're like, "Yeah, did you lose your identity because of this? We'll pay you $33 if you." I think that what this is just Arch trying to set the standard of my name, image, and likeness is worth more than $600. I'm not setting a precedent that's what it costs.
Yep. And look, I mean, if they sell 1 million of these games at $70 a piece. That's $70 million. They're only going to pay out $6 million to the players.
Mavs and Stars back in action, plus a Sonic $50 giveaway. And who could be coming after Trey Lance here in DFW? That's next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, Steven.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have a $50 Sonic giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on. That's coming up during the commercial-free Expressway in just a few minutes. Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Dak Prescott talking last night at an event, saying he's confident in his future with the Cowboys. Obviously, the contract and restructuring and redoing things helps the team. Important for the cap numbers. I've heard Jerry say it's a process. Both sides understand that. Everything is great. It will happen as more and more reporters were given the leak from someone in Indianapolis, Bobby, that it does not have to happen.
No, it does not. And look, that's a reality. It doesn't have to happen. We've talked about that, especially if they are planning on being modest spenders. Like if they're planning on not really going out there and spending aggressively in free agency, they're just looking for their typical, let's rifle through the 99-cent DVD bin at Walmart or whatever. If that's how they want to shop for free agents, then they don't need Dak's deal to get done. They can absolutely eat that charge. The problem is that what you're going to run the risk of is offending your quarterback to the point that he leaves at the end of the year. And some people will be like, that's fine. All right, okay. But you're also talking about then eating a $40 million charge when he walks away with no way to massage that number. You can't do anything with that number where they've put money on the void years. Because as soon as the void hits, if he's out, you can't do anything with his contract to mess with that number and do accounting tricks. You have to eat that charge. So you're talking about willingly taking $60 million on this year and then next year eating 40 or 45 or whatever it is and not even having him on the roster. And that's I would never like to me that's just an awful use of resources.
Well, we got Trey Lance as a resource. Unless the Minnesota Vikings come calling and sneaking around, as Rich Eisen talked about on his radio show.
The coach, Kevin O'Connell, in our booth this weekend, and I asked him, it's funny, he said to me the day before when I saw him, he goes, you get one Kirk Cousins question. Did I tell you this on the air?
Yeah.
Okay. You get one Kirk Cousins question. So my question was, what are you willing to share? Where do things stand right now? And he was very honest. He said he thinks that Cousins is a process guy, and he's going to go through the process of free agency. And so before he said that, I heard this rumor that a possible salve at quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings is a native of the state, and his name is Trey Lance.
Whoa!
Trey Lance is a possible salve for the Vikings. Now, the Cowboys picked up, kept him on the roster long enough for him to get a bonus. So they're paying the money to keep him. And they, as you know, got him for a 5. I'm just wondering if the Vikings flip him a 3, a Friday night pick. Do they go ahead and do that?
Whoa.
That Trey Lance, as we all know, you also have to pick up a 50-year option. I'm just saying.
Wow.
That a possibility out there, kids from the state, as we all know, and that might be an answer.
How about that?
I'll tell you, look, I mean, if you're the Cowboys, like you have a risk reward situation here. Like, do you take and recoup your 4th or whatever, get one back, get a top 130 pick back or whatever it is, or are you like, yeah, we can't do this? What happens if Trey Lance turns into Jordan Love and you let him go? Because there's obviously talent there. He wouldn't have been drafted where he is if there wasn't some kind of measurable skill. And he just has to figure out the game because the guy barely played in college. He barely played.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's enough to just say I wouldn't take a 3rd-round pick or whatever for Trey Lance.
No, I would, but that's the other side of the argument that you would be weighing against. Right?
You're looking at it. Here's the thing: is that if you do approach it as, hey, we're going to give this, our insurance is going to be Trey Lance, so we're not going to make a move. We're going to approach it this way. We're going to roll into 2025 with him potentially being our starting quarterback if we let Dak's deal run out and then Dak just leaves. You're talking about picking up a 5th-year option on Lance, eating the charge of the void years. That costs your quarterback room at that point to have Trey Lance start for you costs $70 million on the cap in 2025.
Wow.
Instead of just doing so which is worse? When people say, I don't want to pay Dak $60 million. Okay, well, do you want to pay $70 million on your cap for Trey Lance to start? That's what you're looking at. You're hamstrung sort of regardless. And it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That's why Dak still has every last bit of leverage that he's always had. And the only decision for the Cowboys is, do they want to negotiate against the leverage or not?
Have you heard anything over there about how Trey has come along or what they think of him?
They think he's good head on his shoulders, works hard, takes to coaching really well. Like, those are the sort of things you hear. Obviously, what he can do on the field is still completely unknown. We're talking about a guy who, between high school and college, by the time he got to the NFL, had thrown fewer than 500 passes in his career.
Yeah.
Like, from high school to college. That's unreal. So there's still so much unknown there. And I think that there's a little bit of mystery behind it, right? It's like my golf game, Sean, where, you kind of go, well, is he talking S? Or, maybe he could. And I've never gone out there and shown you a Charles Barkley swing.
Yeah.
So you don't know if I can do it or not. Same sort of thing with Trey Lance. He and I are very similar in that sense.
I see that.
Meanwhile, the Denver Broncos are going to eat $85 million when it comes to getting rid of Russell Wilson.
Man, there is no cost on success. There's no cost on it. None whatsoever. Because now the Broncos may have a chance. They have a chance. Maybe
They
not.
do?
Well, who knows?
Why?
If Sean Payton thinks so, he thinks they have a chance now because they move on from Russ. By the way, I don't recall seeing a steeper athletic decline at 33 years old than what Russ did 2 years ago to now. That was pretty steep. Maybe Dak, but that was injury related. And now Dak seems to be back to the old Dak after a couple years after that injury.
I mean, Russ definitely declined pretty quickly. Some people have always felt like he was system related anyway. I mean, when I think sharp declines, the first guy that pops in my head is Robert Griffin.
Well, yeah, that was injury related too.
I mean, a lot of receivers fall off when they run. But what is Sean Payton going to do at quarterback?
JJ McCarthy, if he's available.
This is setting up me and you.
If he's available.
Me and you are setting up a square off.
The workout looked good, Sean. It looked good in Indy.
He threw the ball 61 miles an hour, 1 mile an hour slower than Josh Allen. You should love him. He has the cannon.
I counted the J.J. McCarthy mentions in your email last night, and I'm like, he's trying. He's trying to get on board. RJ's trying to love this guy. We're setting up for Sharif versus Choppy when I'm going to be right about J.J. McCarthy being a game manager, not a playmaker. But you're trying to buy all the stock, and I'm selling it.
I don't buy any stock in draft picks. I just think they're.
Do you like J.J. McCarthy?
I don't think he's terrible. I think he's okay.
So you're not saying you're not being like.
It would not surprise me if he's the best quarterback of the class at all.
Oh, that would surprise me.
Or has the best career. How about that? He's not the most talented, but that's.
I just don't want
talent and career.
I'm trying to get you on the record if you're trying to set up an "I told you so," and I'm not feeling. Feeling that you're loving him that much.
No, I don't believe that you could say an "I told you so" off of the draft, because nobody can say "I told you so" because they don't really know. They don't really.
Okay,
know,
well, it's sports talk radio. We gotta have like a little bit of a guessing opinion.
But I think it would not surprise me if he has the best career of anybody in the draft at all.
Okay,
he's a good player. He's a very good player. And my what I'm gonna hate is that
if he goes to the Giants, will you be worried?
Be worried? I think the Giants are a mess. But I think he would give them something stable.
Okay.
But again, he could be Daniel Jones. There's no way of knowing. It would not surprise me if he's the worst, and it would not surprise me if he's the best.
That honestly did cross my mind a little bit when you were talking about Rich Eisen going after Daniel Jones. Is that part of me wondered, I was like, I wonder if it's because he knows with his Michigan connections that the Giants like McCarthy.
Yeah.
And that's how the conversation even came up and that he felt comfortable talking about it.
And they were trying to say that Sean Payton really likes McCarthy. So he's got to get a quarterback there.
He does. And that was Paul Allen that said that Sean Payton likes McCarthy, the Minnesota guy.
Play-by-play voice.
Play-by-play voice. He was saying on his radio show that Sean Payton really likes J.J. McCarthy. And if that's the case, I mean, look, Sean would be a good coach to go to. If you're JJ, I hate how he runs his operation. Doesn't allow the quarterbacks to audible. I don't like that. But
Breeze couldn't audible.
Breeze, I guess, could. Remember that was the whole joke with him when he went to the on that commercial for the Manning cast. He's like, I don't believe in audibles. And that was the whole fight with Russ at the sideline. Is Russ checked into a different play, and that was the blow up that he had against. It was against Indianapolis, I think.
Hey, the whole McCarthy discussion surrounding the draft, it's starting to feel so similar to the discussion that was around Mac Jones a couple of years ago leading up to the draft, where it's like everybody's like, yeah, but what is he? Is he a difference maker? He's like a second-round player, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, no, like some teams really like him. Some teams in the top 5 think he's really good. What are you talking about? He's going to go in the first round. It feels very Mac Jones.
What do you think of him?
I think he's got a potential to be a starter in the league for a long time. I just don't think that he's ever going to be like a difference maker. He'll just be one of these kind of get you by maybe Alex Smith types. That's the ceiling.
Sure.
I think he has.
I like Penix better.
I have Penix. I have Michael Penix at Washington higher.
The Dallas Mavericks and Pacers are both struggling. They played tonight. Rick Carlisle coming back to the AAC. Mavs have lost 4 out of their last 5, and the Pacers have lost 3 out of their last 4, including getting Wemby, as Wembanyama is on an absolute tear. But Rick Carlisle at the AAC tonight. And Bobby, I got Mike Bassick. Props to Mike for not having too big of an ego to admit that he had a quick trigger when it came to putting the Dallas Mavericks into an NBA championship discussion. I got him to retract that on air yesterday with all the heat coming down on Jason Kidd.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Then that
well, you could have rewound it or listened live.
I could have done that. I was lounging though. You know, I was catching up on the Bear on Hulu.
So Mavericks looking for some revenge today.
The Bear, that movie?
No, it's
Cocaine
the TV
Bear.
No, the Bear. It's the
the Bear, the chef.
the TV show, the chef show.
People love that show.
Yeah, I mean, they got thumped by Indiana just a couple weeks back, or not even a couple weeks ago. It was like a week and a half ago or whatever it is now. But I mean, they've had just a really bad run in this stretch against the Eastern Conference with Indiana, the bad luck at the end of the Cleveland game, getting just, having Boston pull away in the third quarter against them. It's just been a bad run for the Mavericks. And the Jason Kidd hot seat better be turning up, because this is, I'm getting tired of the defensiveness, the deference that exists to bad veteran players. It's becoming tiresome.
Rick had a problem with, he didn't like to play the young kids either. And there's the same thing. The problem that you're going to run into if you want Kidd gone is that it seems like it's going to come down to, does Kyrie and Luca want him around? And if they do, he ain't going anywhere.
I hope that's not the case. Like, I hope an owner or someone with, a backbone is like, I know you guys just got to listen to me. You got to trust me. I know I'm the one who brought him in, but we can't keep him around because you like him. We cannot miss the playoffs and be an 8 or 9 seed.
Oh, if they miss the play-in again, like they did last year,
they're 8. The Lakers are like starting to get a little warm.
They won 10-14.
They beat OKC last night.
They're a game ahead of the Lakers at 9 and a game and a half ahead of the Warriors at 10.
Your thing up there on the Mavs will finish with a better record than the Lakers. It was a 3-game lead. At the time of that, I didn't put the date on there, but
yeah,
it's now a 1-game lead.
Stars are back in action tonight. 9:30 puck drop against the sorry San Jose Sharks. You never talked about your Stars game the other night.
We didn't go.
Oh,
everybody backed out on us. We had a guy down the street. I broke my foot.
So why didn't you just go yourselves?
We had done yard work that day. We were like, we had the 4 seats, so I just gave him back to the team.
Okay.
And we'll go again. But yeah, the guy broke his foot.
Could have asked Bobby.
Poor guy. Bobby
bought you Eagle Rare shots.
At death's door.
He doesn't even give me a shout when he's coming through Flower Mound. I always see him at Marty B's or whatever else on social 2 days later.
I'll give you the exact reason. I didn't want to sound like an idiot. I didn't know if Bobby had actually gone to Indy, and I didn't want to I was too lazy to go to his Twitter to see if he actually posted something about it. And I didn't want to text him and sound stupid. My biggest fear in asking any questions is
would that have made you sound stupid?
It would have made it sound like I wasn't paying attention. I was, and I don't know. So I thought it would have made me sound
I would have
stupid.
come and had Eagle Rare with you at Marty B's. No
there
call.
We go.
No
All right,
call.
let's hook you up with Sonic for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what Tolo stands for. We are about to be commercial-free in the Expressway. Spring training standouts in Arizona. Cover your ears if you're a Ranger diehard. On the home of the champs, we hook you up with Sonic and a little baseball talk on the home of the Rangers next. But let me hook you up with
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, Metroplex. Chicaline down the hall teaching us how to be husbands, how to run our households.
He just said he's going to Scotland in October. I have never heard of somebody going to Scotland in October.
On his own.
Oh, he's going on his own?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, that's why he's the big dog.
Will the sun even be out in October in Scotland?
Is that where you're honeymooning?
Switzerland, sir.
Switzerland.
Well,
You can't even say uncultured
well,
swine.
I mean, we don't even know where we're going to go. We have no idea where we're going.
Why don't you plan it?
Because we're too indecisive. All right,
She doesn't strike me as indecisive. She tells you what to do, and then you do it.
No, she's very indecisive about this. We have no idea when we want to go. We don't want to make a mistake. We want to do
what could be
right.
a mistake?
Well, what if it's a bad weather week? You never know. Ruin the whole thing.
So when are you getting married? Have you figured that out?
No, we're gonna get married and then just go to Switzerland on the. It's not gonna be like we're gonna get married and the next day we leave. We're just gonna that's the honeymoon. The honeymoon doesn't have to be like the day after the wedding. A lot of people do the wedding and then they go on the
But it would
honeymoon.
have to be after the wedding.
After the wedding.
So if you don't know when you're getting married yet,
look, I keep
then
telling
how can
her,
you?
look, I'm available. You want to go to the courthouse right now? Let's go.
Why don't you have a wedding date picked?
Because we don't have a honeymoon picked. I know. I'm trying. I'm trying to get this. I want to get one of them picked. Let's do one of them. I don't even care. What order we go in. We can do the honeymoon before the wedding.
But there's no this is not like a wait and see thing.
No, we're just not in any rush.
Okay.
We're not in any rush. We don't have anything to get, to rush us for.
Okay.
Plus, we're deciding, do we want to go to Mexico this year still? Do we want to go to Michigan again, which we are for golf, for the Gaylord Golf Mecca? So all those things. We got to figure that out.
All right, Expressway. We are commercial free here on DFW Sports Station. Sean, RJ, the return of Bobby. We got the entire morning family back together again. Peyton and Rai live on YouTube and Twitch. And we have a Sonic $50 giveaway to hook you up with at some point in time this segment. But first, spring training standouts. Both y'all saw this last night, and both y'all cringed.
Yeah, we cringed because the first name on the list. Now, this is not necessarily in order, right? They didn't put this in order necessarily, but the spring training standouts, the breakout players, the scouts that are buzzing, to Jeff Passan. Not some hack. Well, I mean, he might be a hack.
He's a hack to me.
He didn't reply to Sean. But
he does like a whiny little,
The number one guy on this list, Cole Reagans.
Name sounds
City
familiar.
Royals. He was traded for some guy named Oldest Chapman last year.
Got a title. Got a ring.
Got a ring. That's all that matters, right? Got a ring. And here's the write-up. The comparisons sound too ridiculous to be true.
Oh, no.
One evaluator smitten by the 26-year-old pitcher said of Reagans, he is left-handed DeGrom.
Oh, no.
Which I don't think Cole's had 7 Tommy Johns, so I don't know that you can call him that.
No.
But to comp a pitcher who has thrown 136 Major League innings with Jacob DeGrom, the undisputed king of stuff, feels like an exaggeration. Well, look at his first start this spring. His fastball averaged 99.2 miles an hour. Is that good?
It's pretty good. Never threw that hard here.
He threw one at 101 with 20 inches of induced vertical break. Boy, that just phrasing makes me hate stats, and I love stats. Not a single starter in MLB last season hit 101 with that sort of vert. Passes said vert. Oh, baby. I'm starting to like him now.
By the way, I had to go check.
He wishes he had some vert.
Left-handed
himself.
DeGrom is actually a great comparison because when you said that, I was like, oh, I think he did. Cole Reagans actually did have 2 Tommy John surgeries in the Rangers minor leagues.
That's right. Yeah, he did.
That's why he was delayed getting here.
Yeah, he literally had Tommy John, then he had it again when he was rehabbing. Which means the ball doesn't drop nearly as much as an average fastball, so it doesn't drop at that, right? Reagans throws a four-seamer, a change, a slider, curve, and perhaps best of all, a cutter, which was sitting at 95. In the past, injuries kept him from reaching his promise. If he could stay healthy, he has the makings of one of the best pitchers in all of baseball.
Wow.
Was it worth it?
Not if he's left-handed DeGrom.
Well, you got a title.
Well, not necessarily because of Chapman. I mean, that that was pacemakers. That wasn't a title. That was pacemakers throughout DFW. Cardiologists are happy that Aroldis Chapman came over here. But man, this Cole Reagan's hype, this is like the pitching equivalent of Wyatt Langford right now. And Bobby, you were saying some strong things about this if this happens.
Yeah, I mean, somebody, and I'm not saying at the very top or whatever else, but like somebody in the chain of command would have to be fired if he's left-handed DeGrom. Like if he goes from
John Daniels, we already did it,
just completely like unable to reach his potential. You know who the comp for him was when he first came out, and people thought he'd never hit it here in Texas after a few years. His comp was Hamels. That's who people talked about that he was, like his delivery and, he's got a great changeup. His velocity was around 92.
What?
When he was in the Rangers system.
Yeah.
He gets traded and all of a sudden he's throwing 101 and has the nastiest fastball. And so we did that article a couple weeks ago.
They got the Astros training program over there. There we go. Verlander throws 7 miles per hour faster at 50.
Where's Trevor Bauer to do a deep dive into why they're up in the velo?
It's just, to me, if that's the case, somebody in the line of like decision makers or trainers or whatever else, somebody's got to be fired. You can't let that pitcher get out of your system. And it's one thing if it's like, well, it clicked like 3 years after he got traded. This is he left and he immediately became a dominant pitcher in Kansas City as soon as he got the change of scenery. And now he's throwing 101 mile per hour left-handed fastballs.
Just to reset his time here, Reagan's was the first round pick in 2016. After 2 Tommy John surgeries and the COVID shutdown, finally made his debut in 2022, starting the final 2 months of the season. Started 2023 as a reliever, was sent down to AAA to stretch out to start games after DeGrom was injured with the Rangers. He was 2-6 with a 5.32 ERA. The Royals sent Reagans to their AAA affiliate after the deal. Within a month, he got the promotion, went 5-2 with a 2.64 ERA in 12 starts. American League Pitcher of the Month for August. So that is a little recap from SI. Look, 2 Tommy Johns. The numbers weren't great. Can we give him any pass here? Can we give him any leeway for going ahead and dealing him?
Okay, yes, but prove to me that they didn't mismanage the rehab of his first Tommy John, and that caused his second Tommy John. And then not knowing going forward, there's no way of knowing how he was going to respond to that.
Yeah.
And also, I'll say this, the numbers of guys recovering from their second Tommy John are so small. And your life, your expectancy of your career is so small. We've never really seen it, so we don't really know. But, yeah, I mean, you did what you did because you never thought he was going to be anything.
Yeah.
And he turned, it's a risk, but you want a title. Like, at the end of the day, you can't take the title away.
Yeah, but that's not a very RJ Choppy thing to say.
No, it's not. But like,
just
you don't,
you're not results oriented.
No, but this was not an upside move. They didn't get rid of him because of his upside. They got rid of him because of his lack of upside. They didn't think he had this. I don't know where it came from. I don't know what they did. Maybe they should have gone and seen Basic's dad because he seems to add about 7 miles of velo to everybody out there.
I mean, look, if you let's say the Cowboys are like, man, Mozzie Smith, we couldn't figure it out. We're trading Mozzie Smith right now, and if Mozzie Smith goes out there next year and gets 20 sacks and is Aaron Donald, we're going, what did you do wrong?
Yeah.
Like
Jalen Brunson Mavericks.
Instantly, what did you do wrong? In fact, The Athletic did a whole piece on Reagan's last September about how the hell did he become a 100-mile-per-hour pitcher? Like, this wasn't there. And Reagan says, yeah, I went to this place, Tread Athletics, and they just looked at my mechanics and said everything was wrong. And so we just tweaked my mechanics, and now I throw the ball 101 miles per hour. It's like, okay, how come that's not something that the Rangers identified 5 years in the system? Yeah. How come it took an outside trainer to go, hey, you need to tweak this, and all of a sudden you're DeGrom?
We didn't have CY. We didn't have the pitching expert.
Right. That's right.
Hello, Mike Maddox.
All right.
We got anyone on this list? Anyone on this spring training breakout list from ESPN?
Well, we don't have anybody on the list.
No?
No, we don't have anybody on the list. The other guys are Jackson Merrill, Padres, Tyler Glasnow for the Dodgers, James Wood, Nats, AJ Puke. I call him Puke. For the Marlins. Guardian, nobody here. Nobody here.
This was clearly written before Wyatt Langford started just smacking bombs. That's what that is. Yeah, Jeff Passy, you wrote a whole article talking about how scouts were buzzing. Now he's not even your top 10 of what scouts are buzzing about. Seems a little inconsistent.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. If you take the lack of development with each organization in town, what would you say is the big Achilles heel? And is the Rangers with pitching number one? The Cowboys can't develop what? The Stars, for you hockey heads, if you can give me some assistance on the text line, what would that be? And then you have the Dallas Mavericks. What would you say is like the stunted development for each one? Does one come to mind for the Cowboys or the Mavs?
So the first thing that comes to mind for me for the Cowboys is one that they kind of turned their reputation on a little bit in recent years was safety. That like it always felt like the Cowboys thought they were like, oh, we're safety wizards and we can get production out of anybody, and then they couldn't. Remember Byron Jones, they couldn't do anything with it safety. Then he goes to corner and all of a sudden he's an all-pro player. And so safety was one that always stood out to me.
Xavier Woods.
Yeah, because Xavier Woods was one that everybody felt like was high upside, should have been better. Donovan Wilson, I don't know if he's ever gotten to the level that people thought he was going to when he first got there. So safety's probably the big one for the Cowboys. That's one of the frustrating things about the Cowboys, though, is that they've consistently shown an ability to develop talent across the roster, and then it still falls short. That's what's so frustrating, is that it's like there's no obvious where are you falling short here. Probably defensive tackle. Mozzie Smith didn't do well the first year. Tristan Hill was a flame out. Neville Gallimore's never been the guy that they thought they would. Oso Odighizuwa has been good.
But Rangers pitching compared to all that
the worst.
Is the worst.
I mean, who was the last pitcher they developed that was great? All right, like truly, like you could argue had a Hall of Fame trajectory. You know, Holland was probably the last one that was really, really good.
That they developed and then they walked away from too early. Kevin Brown.
That was 1990.
Wow.
I mean, he was the last one that they developed that had at some point in his career you could say, all right, you know what? I could see this guy making the Hall of Fame. Kevin Brown was a great pitcher for almost 20 years. And that was it. We are talking pre-internet.
Some of it just comes from evaluation just being wrong. Like I was Googling around earlier and Josh Clark from
Are you
our
okay?
website. Yeah.
What is going on with you? Drink something.
Got stuck. I did. So Josh Clark had written
all over that
back in 2020 for our website, had written about some of the worst Rangers draft mistakes. And if you look over their history of how they've evaluated things over the course of 40 years, like Bobby Witt was a decent player who they drafted with the 3rd overall pick. They take him a spot ahead of Barry Larkin. They take him 2 spots ahead of Barry Bonds. You look at, they pass on Mike Messina to draft Daniel Smith, and Mike Messina goes the very next pick. They take Jonathan Johnson over Roy Halladay. They take Drew Meyer over Cole Hamels. They've had some misevaluations over the course of time, and the guys that they look promising in their minor league development, that when they get to the majors, they either flame out or they never quite reach their potential. That's what's so frustrating about when you look at picking at the top of the draft and you gamble on a guy who, and he may turn out to be fine, you gamble on a Kumar Rocker, like a guy who's going to need real development. Like, is this the organization that should take him?
Yeah, the total is weighing in on the fan text. 972 says the Mavs, other than Luca, can't develop young players. 817 says Cowboys can't develop ownership. And the 469 says Stars can't develop a defenseman.
Okay. Live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. So that's Cole Reagan's catching a lot of eyes out of spring training. RJ says, though, you got the title out of it, so you can go ahead and write it off to some degree. It's a Tolo Tuesday. It's Expressway. That means we have to ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Truckruck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We are doing Ask Reddit. It's where we kick around some of the most viral and thought-provoking questions on Reddit over the last week. And we talk about them with you and kick them around the studio here. You can weigh in on the fan text, or you can go to Twitch or YouTube and drop in there. Sean Sharif, you're a guy who likes to say, I told you so, right? I love it. We're both petty. I would imagine you like to say, I told you so as well.
Yeah, I like to think it a lot more than say it, but yeah, it's in me.
What is your best I told you so moment?
Oh.
You got one?
I mean, I can't
You
really
got one for me?
I can't really say it on the radio, but I've warned several people about several people in this industry that have been snake-like, and I've always said it, and no one ever believes it, and then it comes up, and I always said, like, you want to invite and you want to bring a snake into your house, that's fine. But when it bites you, you can't be surprised about it.
Oh.
And I've said that about, let's see, I wrote down 4 people on here that I could think of.
Yeah.
And I stand by that today. I should have had a 5th. I could very easily have a 6th. Maybe 7. I don't know.
You get me excited. You're getting me excited. You're getting me really excited right now. You did call out some of the snakes. Man, that's a good one. I have to put a little more thought into this.
I'll tell you.
Big dunk. What could be my big dunk be?
My big dunk, I don't take advantage of. But when I've told Kristen before, like, hey, I know Jacob isn't totally doing what he's supposed to do right now. I'm not getting into specifics. I'm just saying
here.
If I say
about your son,
if I say hey,
son,
she's like, no, son. She said he's doing better now. He's doing this or he's doing that. I'm like, it's just we're not looking. If you really tried to drill down and say like, all right, what are you into? And so inevitably, when he gets a little lax and he screws up, and then we see, oh, here it is, it's on display, and then she's upset about it. It's like, I gotta restrain myself from going like, told you so, which I don't. I've held it together. Peyton, you got a nice told you so moment?
Yeah, nothing's better at a young age when you tell your brothers or siblings, I told you so. You get them back, right? And this was just a situation where we were all out in the front yard at my parents' house, and we were just playing around, and I told them, I said, don't mess with that ant pile. That's a fire ant pile. Do not mess with it. They start poking it with sticks, kicking it a little bit, and they stood right in it to try and mess with other ants, and they all got bit. It just went right up their legs all the way to the kneecaps, and I said, I told you so, and they were crying to my mom. Oh, it felt so good.
I feel like this should be like a sports take,
Oh, yeah. If we're doing that, Brock Purdy. That's mine.
Mine might be Manziel.
You didn't buy in at all.
Yeah. No, just watching him toss it up to Mike Evans, and I'm like, okay, this guy, it's fun running around and everything like that. I was wrong about Kyler, even though I'm starting to be right about Kyler, but I was wrong about Kyler initially, but maybe Manziel in terms of not believing in him as an NFL quarterback.
You do have you do find the guys won't make it.
Oh, this JJ McCarthy. This is etched in stone.
Yeah, the guys who won't make it, you generally are pretty decent at.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily hit the guys that will.
I love to tear down.
Yeah, you don't know the guys that will.
Yeah.
But the guys that won't, you're pretty solid about that.
I've never been happier than when the Eagles fell apart last year, and I looked like I was correct for taking shots at them while they were
that was
number
good.
one in the power rankings.
That was very impressive. I wish I could come up with a life one. I talked about my marriages in my family that I hoped fell apart, but I was like, it won't happen for these reasons. Even in-law relationships, I'm not even talking about my own family. I wish and pray that they fall apart and deteriorate, but so far I've not been proven correct on it. I hope, because I'm naive. I want to believe like what Choppy said about the radio snakes in this city, but I'm like, oh man, what if it works? What if it actually does succeed? And I don't allow myself to say it won't happen. I hope it doesn't happen, and it's not happening. I mean, trust me, it is not happening in terms of any type of success. But RJ's is very good.
214 called the timing of a new hire to quit under 3 months due to resume not having a tenure of over 6 months per location of 10 years. That's about 20 jobs over that time, so nailed that one. You've got somebody else on the TorqueHeck.com fan text 214. When I said the Cowboys should draft Ramsey over Zeke, that was my big I told you so moment.
Ooh.
That was a good call there, although they would have played him at safety like they did with Byron Jones. They would have messed him up. RJ Choppy.
Yeah.
What profession would keep you from dating someone?
Ooh.
Oh, I think any kind of CIA espionage type thing. It's really hard to.
Why? You just told Spittle yesterday in the meeting you thought that was hot.
I know, but I don't think you could really date someone like that, right? Or are you saying what they do?
What they do.
Oh, what they do.
Yeah.
Will keep me from dating them.
Yeah, they're like a professional. Like, man, I don't want that in our. I don't want to have a relationship with somebody who that's their work.
That's a great question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I could truly date a girl who's like in porn. Like, if we do our own home videos, one thing, but like going home to my mom and my mom asks, "Oh, so what does she do for work?"
Yeah.
Well, she portrays stepmoms a lot and stepsisters and that's what she does. I don't know. I mean, it's just, I don't know.
That has to be the number one answer on Ask Reddit by far.
That was the most popular one. Some other people said anybody who was in politics. That was one that was common. For me, honestly, it is. If I wasn't married, I would not date anybody in this industry. Like I wouldn't date anybody in radio or sports.
Why?
It's just, I don't want my relationship to bleed over into my occupation too. Like I don't want the relationship to also be tied to the occupation. Like I want something to be. I need those to be separate to be able to decompress from the actual work.
You need to be the know-it-all watching the game.
I mean, look,
you couldn't be with Mina Kimes.
Well, I mean, if it was Mina Kimes, then I would definitely know it all in that instance. So, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want that bleeding over. I wouldn't want work or industry arguments being something that bled over into relationships.
I think mine might be attorney. I don't know if I could date a lawyer. Just like
argumentative.
Two butting heads, argumentative. Too headstrong with it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I could go with lawyer.
All right, so trucker.com text like therapist is one. They're always critiquing you. Massage therapist.
Why would you not want to date a massage? Oh, because she's touching other people.
Or she doesn't want to bring her work home, so you'll never get one.
Oh yeah.
It's like dentists. They're constantly criticizing your brushing technique. Can't do that one.
Oh, a dentist.
Let's see, an actor in small films. I don't get that one. Maybe I do. Let's see, a woman bodybuilder. Can't a woman who could beat my butt. Let's see, as a lawyer, I'm offended. Mortician. Can't date.
Are you a female lawyer though?
Yeah.
Mortician. That's a great one.
If she works for CPS, I'm out. Not having someone who's a know-it-all for raising children. Nurses.
That might be difficult.
Don't date a nurse.
CPS, I don't think you have to be a know-it-all. If you get a distress call that is clearly alarming.
But I mean, just in general, are you gonna be, if you're dating somebody and then you gotta care, you're gonna feel like, what forms of discipline are allowed? If I put somebody in the corner, is she gonna think that's abusive? You're overthinking.
What about PETA, psycho animal lover?
Yeah, I mean, you can't have somebody who doesn't eat meat.
I just think it has to do with whether you are a crazy animal lover or not.
Two Fly Rye on the YouTube says OnlyFans girls. Over on the Twitch, not a fan 105.3 said competitive eater is wouldn't be able to.
IG model would probably be tough.
Peyton, you have one here?
Yeah, massage therapist was the first one, but then stripper was the next one. Any kind of outside dancing like that, it'd be a no-go for me. I'd go see you, but you can't come back home to
I say, okay, well, this is a perfect one since Choppy just kind of set it up when he said, porn, and he stepped away from the mic. Peyton, what non-adult film thing has adult films ruined for you?
Well, it would be anime and then AIs. It's ruined everything. It's ruined all because it's right there for you and it's fake too, especially anime. Anime has gotten so ridiculous with how it's related more to adult films than anything.
Did you like anime?
I mean, I could watch it, but it wasn't my favorite thing. I just watched it as a kid, but then after 10 or 11, I was done with it. I never watched it as an adult.
So this is what scene, what scenario?
What has that industry ruined for it? Because my answer is very particular, but it has absolutely ruined something for me, which is whenever I'm talking to somebody and then they go, yeah, they're asking me a question, I cannot reply with yeah. Because getting that back-to-back interaction of yeah, I can't do it. It legitimately has been something since I was a teenager. If I had somebody if I had my I remember one time very specifically my aunt had said something about, not my step aunt, my aunt had said something about she said yeah, and I just went because I immediately was that was the first time I recoiled that oh, that sounds like dialogue. I can't do that.
I don't think I have an answer for this. That I don't think it's ruined anything. Is this a common answer that people are like you can't go in a library now? You can't look at a teacher with glasses.
Because of
you can't go to a
sexy
firehouse.
librarian.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean,
ruin or just like change the way you've always thought about it.
Okay, so this hasn't ruined it for me, but I can no longer take in this content on the site. I can no longer check out stepmom stuff.
Okay, why?
Because Sarah's about to be a stepmom to my kid. And I am
that's a great answer.
completely unable.
Oh my.
Luca, I'm stuck in the dishwasher.
I can't go near a dishwasher or a washing machine. I had to buy a top loader just for that, just so we don't get a front load washing machine. Just in case. So I cannot take in any stepmom content.
214 says pigtails. 214 says getting stuck in the dryer. 817 expectations for how long it takes a plumber to arrive. 469 how I can
Mail
pay for
pizza delivery
469
guy.
how I can pay for a pizza if I'm short on cash. So those are some of the answers.
That is good.
Truckwreck.com fan text. We are doing Ask Reddit here. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Sean Sharif, if your cell phone died, how many people could you call from memory?
Oh, wow. Great question. I could call my mom. I could call my wife. And I think my dad may have I could call my brother. I might be able to call my dad. That would be no more than 5. No more than 5 people from memory. If my cell phone dies and I go to jail with the for the one phone call. I know people though who are great at this, like memorizing numbers still.
I call Sarah. I could call my mom. I could call my oldest son because he has my dad's old phone number.
Okay.
I call my ex-wife.
Okay.
And I can't call my youngest son. I don't know his number. I could call Coop. Because I used to have, when I was producing, I used to have to dial his number every day.
You punch it in there.
I could call Coop right now without.
That's 5.
Yeah, that's 5.
That's basically 5.
That's about it. I don't think I know anybody else's.
My dad still has a landline. I could call that number. I could call his cell phone. I could call Kristen's cell phone. Other than that, no, I could call the fan hotline. I could call that too.
That's 4.
Yeah, I mean, if we're counting the hotline, but honestly, it's like
I want to know who could get to double digits. It's probably someone that has 4 children, but who could get to double digits on the text line? Pepe?
My mom and dad, number 1, number 2, and then I've already remembered Mackenzie's phone number. I already have that down, so I can call her. And then the Frankels as well. I call the Frankels.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Ring it up.
Well done.
You know whose number I could actually dial?
I actually do know more sponsor line numbers, more sponsors. And radio partners than I do actual people.
You know, I could, and this is odd, but I used to have to call him all the time. Same sort of thing like you with Coop. Like, I know RJ Ochoa's number now that I think about it from Blogging the Boys.
Because he gets better guests than us at the Super Bowl?
No, we used to podcast together like a decade ago. And so I'd have to call him like twice a week. And I just remembered like the pattern on the phone pad was kind of.
What are the highest numbers from Twitch and YouTube? I want to know who can get to double digits.
Let's see here. 972 says about 4 people. 469 says 2. 817 says at least 10 girls I used to drunk call when I was in high school / college. That's the thing. Like if we're talking about childhood numbers, I can remember a lot.
Oh, I remember almost all of them. I remember my grandparents, mine. I mean, a bunch of my friends, but like they're not in existence. They're all landlines. I don't call them anymore.
Twello Andy, who brought Choppy his Tennessee cutting board, says that he could call 50 plus people. Is what he's claiming.
50?
Andy says he could call 50 plus people.
He's a gambler, so he might know numbers.
That could be it. It could be, I don't know if it's like with his job, he has to call out, but that's the highest one that I've seen was 50.
All right, you might have time for one more. We got to hook up the totals with Sonic.
Okay, so we'll go with this one then. What movie really is rewatchable 100 times, Choppy? Like, which one can you just watch over and over again and there's no loss?
Furious.
Any of them?
Any of them, really, except for maybe Tokyo Drift. But yeah, I could just watch them over and over and over again.
Goodfellas.
Swingers.
Goodfellas is a good one. Goodfellas is just a little long, is the thing, is the time investment in it. For me, it's probably, I mean, if we're talking long, like Braveheart, I could watch a ton. I love Braveheart. But something like quick and funny. So like I could watch 40-Year-Old Virgin, Wedding Crashers. Like I could watch those things over and over again. Peyton, what out of the 3 movies you've watched in your entire life, which ones can you watch over and over?
Billy Madison, 100%. I laugh every single time I watch it.
Billy Madison.
My wife has to watch all Adam Sandler movies. And I'm like, really?
We are getting inundated on the Trekek.com. Fantex 972 says Shawshank, 254 Tombstone, 972 Gladiator, 903 Top Gun, 817 Forrest Gump, 817 Princess Bride. So a lot of different ones that, man, there's like a million different answers here.
Let's hook you up right now for turning it on and leaving it on the expressway.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Call number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a $50 gift card to Sonic. You can use it to try the new $1.99 crispy tender wraps at Sonic in bold flavors like hickory, barbecue, and cheesy Baja. A whole lot of tender love and chicken for just $1.99 for a limited time only at Sonic. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Jerry Jones doesn't even know what the C word is. That's next on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to QC.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. Been doing the show, what did we say yesterday, 13, 14 years?
Something like that. Yeah, 13.
Damn, y'all are old.
I know.
Yeah, but you're the most crickety one in here, biggest whiner, and the oldest physically.
He's the only one I've ever known that's going to get melanoma on his fingernail.
Man, I don't know what's under my thumbnail on the right hand. That is kind of freaking me out a little bit now.
Yesterday, what is it, a stain? It's
something under there. Yeah, I don't know what it is. When Spittle saw it last week, you remember you were walking out and Spittle's like, it just looks like an ingrown nail. And so I was trying to say, I'm not sure what it is because it doesn't hurt. It's like painless.
What do you think it is that like finally kills him?
Stress.
Good answer.
Some confrontation with one of these idiots out there driving on the roads on the weekends.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna be all
honking.
worked
Honking.
up.
Road rage. That's what it's going to be. You're going to honk at the wrong guy.
Yesterday on, it could be Orlovsky rage. Yesterday on ESPN, Dan Orlovsky fighting with Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharp, discussing whether the Cowboys have a winning culture or a culture problem.
To say the Cowboys don't have a winning culture is ridiculous, Stephen A. They absolutely have.
You're ridiculous for saying that. You're ridiculous. You're utterly ridiculous.
Shocking that you two agree. They've won 12 games 3 years in a row, guys. They absolutely have a winning culture. They have a winning. They don't have a championship culture. No one's saying that.
What the hell is a winning culture? That's the point of winning. What are you talking about?
No, there's not.
Oh my God!
How many teams in the NFL have a championship culture that it actually has result? A handful. A handful. Realistically, a championship culture.
The Cowboys are not on that hand end.
But they've won 12 games 3 years in a row, guys. If they don't have a winning culture, it would be a losing culture.
What team do you, excuse me, Dan Orlovsky, what team do you know is accused of having a winning culture that don't have a championship attached to it? Who are these people that's talking about winning coaches when you don't have a championship?
What teams do you know? About? What teams do you know that win 12 games a year? So what is that? Plus 66% of the games a year and considered a losing culture.
Dan Orlovsky must be listening to Sean and RJ, and props to Dan for repeating. And you didn't give props to him in your email last night.
Because he doesn't deserve it.
Which you should have. You got to, again, I'm the only one here, fair AF. You got to be unbiased, and you got to take individual things for what they are. And Orlovsky said exactly what we did last week. In fact, you're the one who said it.
Uh-oh.
You said...
What did I say? There's no chance I ever said anything Dan Orlovsky said.
The Cowboys don't have a culture problem. They don't have a culture advantage.
Yes.
And that's exactly what Dan said right there. He's right. Shannon and Stephen A. are wrong.
No.
Let me see how you twist this.
No, because...
Just because Dan's the one who said it.
Because, again, he's talking about, he says they do have a winning culture. He's like, it's not a championship culture, which, again... It's a little bit of semantics. It's not. It's not. We would not have said, like, in the early 2000s, like, the Kings have a winning culture. No, they were, like, considered losers. They were considered, couldn't get over them. No, like, that is genuinely, I don't think you can say anybody has a winning culture when they're in about the longest conference championship drought in the entire NFL.
See, you're using semantics to make Dan look bad. Do the Cowboys have a culture? He's saying the Cowboys do not have a culture problem. We all agree with that. They don't have something that Dan Snyder had a culture problem.
It's not pass or fail. So you're not either like
right.
Okay, so if you say they don't have a championship culture, they do have a winning culture because they certainly don't have a losing culture because they don't lose. Okay, unless you consider that there's only such thing as one winning culture in the sport at any given time.
No, but I'll say this. If we all feel like
who's more wrong in their argument?
Like, do the Niners have a winning culture?
Who's more wrong in whose argument?
In their argument on ESPN that they just had.
Damn.
Stephen A.
Because he's like, what he's calling. No, this is completely consistent.
You're so incapable.
No,
you're so inconsistent.
He is complete. No, this is like completely consistent. Is that we're talking just because you don't have a culture problem? That's the whole point. Like a championship culture, a winning culture, that is an advantage. That is a culture advantage. They don't have a culture advantage.
Does San Fran have a winning culture?
I think that's yet to be determined. They've got however you want to say it, they've gotten further than Dallas has. They've gotten to the championship.
I don't know how you could say San Fran doesn't have a winning culture. I think you would get laughed if they were on. If everybody in First Take would say San Fran has a winning culture.
Yes.
San Fran has a longer Super Bowl drought than we do.
Didn't you, like, along with the rest of us, though, laugh about the idea a couple weeks ago when McCarthy said this is a championship culture? We just don't have a championship yet.
He goes, no, he said we are champions. We just haven't won a champion yet.
No, he said we have a championship program or a championship culture.
Yeah, program.
Look,
of course, that's funny.
All this is semantics. To boil it down, and Bobby, you can argue it if you want to continue to, fill your narrative.
I've been off for 4 days. I'm ready.
Orlovsky, the Dallas Cowboys, they don't have this poisonous, cancerous thing dragging them down.
Correct.
They don't have the culture advantage, like I believe Travis Kelce gave the Chiefs, in the playoff run. Or you hear about special leadership stories. They don't have that. And that's what Orlovsky was saying. Stephen A. and Shannon want to make it championship or bust, in my opinion. And the way that we can prove that the Dallas Cowboys don't have the culture solution, listen to Jerry Jones answer this question on the Combine bus in Indy.
When I look at our team, we need to be able to stop the run better, and we need to be able to run the ball better. If that's culture, then we got a problem.
So you don't see a sense of entitlement or anything like that?
No. Okay. With players?
Yes, with players.
Yeah. No, not at all. Our players that many deserve to feel good about themselves and feel good about the plays what they have contributed to the team. But those happen to be the very same players that get down on themselves more than anybody when they don't play well. That is not a problem on this team.
Okay, that was a better answer than I heard earlier from Jerry, where he's like, what is culture? What is culture to you? Let me hear you define culture. He kind of reversed it back on the reporters. But that was a pretty decent answer there at the end. Clarence tried to nail him down and say, so your players don't feel entitled? Your locker room does not feel entitled? And then obviously Jerry gave a pro players answer.
And that's the thing. I think that Jerry sincerely regrets saying what he said earlier this offseason about All In and some other things. And I think they are just, it definitely feels like they realize, like, did we write did we write checks that our ass can't cash? And like, that's kind of where they're at this point. And they're trying to walk back and be more, let's be a little more reserved and tepid in the way that we talk about things.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, there's a lot of teams that don't win titles that have winning cultures, that Shannon Sharp would talk about having winning cultures. And, Shannon wants to make it into a...
Well, he's also playing a role on that show.
Of course he is.
He's a Cowboy. I think they're a lot less scripted than they used to be.
Right.
But Shannon, his scripts are they're still pretty obvious. He's pro Laker guy, Cowboy hater. That's the role he plays on that show, just like he did at FS1.
Shannon was a great player. He was one of the all-time greats.
But to be fair, San Fran is different from us. Let's not make it all or nothing.
Okay,
The championship,
but they're not
but the San Francisco 49ers are much more successful than the Dallas Cowboys. The San Francisco 49ers are a true legit contender compared to the Dallas Cowboys. They are on different levels, and that makes them they're winners more than we are. It's don't reverse your own, don't boomerang your all pass or fail thing on yourself. San Fran is a legit, consistent contender and Super Bowl participant. We can't sniff it. There's a major difference.
That's true. They have made the Super Bowl twice in 6 years or whatever it is.
It's conference championship. They won that.
They did. They did. There's no doubt. I bet you over the last 3 years we have the same amount of wins. I don't know, but you know what I mean. But they have not won the championship. And if Shannon and Stephen A. want to boil it down to that, then Shannon's got to say, hey, you know what? The Ravens don't have a winning culture either. Because they ain't won diddly.
Isn't that a criticism people have had about the Ravens? Is that, do they have that?
I don't know. Everybody seems to say they're the best run organization in the sport or in the AFC or whatever.
Yeah, the Ravens are praised as a great organization.
As team building. But I think, this is the thing. I think we're just talking about different aspects of it.
Because it's a humongously vague topic. The word culture means 5,000 different things to different people.
So, but like to us, when we say they don't have a culture advantage, wouldn't having a culture advantage be a winning culture? Like just because you win, I don't think that necessarily means that their culture has contributed
do the
to
Chiefs
that.
have a culture advantage? Because they're fighting on the sidelines. They've got guys who don't know the rules. Kadarius Toney out there. They don't have a culture advantage. They have Patrick Mahomes. He's their culture advantage.
No, I completely.
Do the Bills have a culture advantage? Stephon Diggs can't do anything but complain.
And they've fallen short. They've been considered failures.
They're the Bills. They're the culture advantage.
I would say, by the way, I think
championship culture.
I think them.
Who's ever said that about Buffalo?
I don't know. I'm sure people have.
I think Kelce and Andy Reid getting into it on the sideline and like going for it. Like
you got that mixed up. Sean McDermott said that Al Qaeda had a championship culture.
That's right. I was Al Qaeda. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. I think that when you look at the meltdowns on the sidelines of Buffalo, for instance, with Stephon Diggs, I think if you try to say that those are the same as the Kelce Andy Reid interaction, I don't think that's like intellectually honest. Like I think that if you're looking at it from the perspective of championship culture, I don't think blow-ups on the sideline or friction is like, I don't think that's mutually exclusive to championship culture.
Don't confuse me with intellectualism or honesty. I've never pretended to be either.
Here's what Dak said last night. Yeah, the culture is high, honestly, and the culture is great from my standpoint. My point is that's something I've bragged on and took pride in. So if there's questions of that or concerns, I feel attacked. I'm sure some guys in the locker room do, but at the end of the day, it's a business, and the way it plays out, people don't get exactly what they want. There's always sourness, I guess you could say, somewhere. I don't want to make anything bigger than that. So that's Dak saying, I think our culture is good. It's fine. If it's not, then I would feel personally attacked, and I would expect him to say that as the leader of the team. So
yeah,
there you
I
go.
mean, is fine enough. Like that's the thing that you have to look at is like you still need greater contributions from like your core leadership. I don't think that like Dak or any other leader on his own is enough to just like set the culture for the entire room. Like Brady can be the lead. It's not just Mahomes. It's like we've heard like time and again the heartbeat of that team is Kelce, not Mahomes.
Chris Jones been getting some leadership praise.
Like I think when you look at like there's got to be. It can't just be like Dak always gets the praise for being a leader. It can't be one Dak. There's got to be like a few of them.
Yeah.
And I think they're trying to find those guys. It just hasn't come together. I think they'd love it if. What about Philly?
Winning culture, our championship culture.
Philly's locker room was busting at the seams. It was falling apart.
I know, but like they're thought of as like they had a great culture. Philadelphia.
People think they had a great culture this
Maybe
year?
no, but I say it, even though they prior to that last 8 weeks,
they're an example of culture ruining a talented football team.
But prior to that final 8 weeks,
Jalen Hurts was like the face of the culture.
Yeah, everybody would have said Philly has a great culture, and apparently their culture's Big Dom.
Yeah,
they lost their leader. So when you lose Big Dom, that was the first domino to get pushed over.
Try the veal. Speaking of the Chiefs' leadership culture, listen to Travis Kelce on the New Heights pod. He was talking about his own combine interviews and how it didn't go so well with the Cowboys.
At the combine, I had some bad interviews. The Cowboys, they were kind of pressing me about having this red flag of missing a year.
Being suspended for a season?
Smoking weed. I don't know if I was having a bad morning. I basically was just, I don't even know if I want to say this.
Time out. What'd you say?
It ended really fast. I basically just said, if you guys think I'm going to be that kind of guy or you're questioning if I'm still that person after everything that I've battled through to get to where I am now from missing a season, then you guys probably go somewhere else and pick somebody else. That is exactly what they did.
They took your advice.
So they're like, okay, see you later. And Kansas City, again, they'll draft some of those players. Now everyone would laugh at weed, docking you right now today. But the Chiefs culture, they go and get the bad boys more than anyone in today's NFL. Used to be the Bengals, used to be the Seahawks. Cowboys had that old reputation. It's actually Kansas City.
And that was way pre-Mahomes.
Yeah.
Like, that was 4 years before Mahomes got there. That was Alex Smith.
Yeah, and I mean, that doesn't surprise me at all, to be honest, that would have been, because that would have been the Jason Garrett era. That doesn't surprise me that Garrett would have been really pressing down on something like that and wanted to know, hey, also, I think it's Kelce, like that's a fair question that Kelce should have expected. I'm sure Dallas was not the only one who pushed him on, like, Are you not this guy anymore? Because you got kicked off a team. Your coach didn't want you anymore. That's fair, and I think that he's probably grown past that. I would hope.
A Hollywood legend is apparently a really big weirdo. I mean, a Hollywood legend, and this could be RJ Choppy's new favorite word of 2024. We explain the manosphere next on 105.3 The Fan.
on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Window Nation Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Texas Longhorns losing to Baylor last night in college hoops. Are you getting prepared for the madness, RJ Choppy?
I am absolutely getting prepared for the madness. BetQL show we record it on Thursday nights and it airs on Fridays. And we are set, man. There's about, I think right now, probably about 10 teams that could probably win it all today. And I'm leaving Kansas out. They got injuries. But there's about 10 this music. There's about 10 teams that think they could win it all right now. It's a good year. It's a good year. We're going to see a lot of upsets, I think, in this NCAA tournament because everybody's been upset this year. All the time. We've never seen more top 5 losses in a single season. Never seen more top 10 losses. I mean, it is the transfer portal. It did the same thing in college football. I mean, we saw some great games at the end of this year. We're going to see it here in the tournament.
Now, if we get these upsets to finish up the regular season, teams prepared for this with storm rushing,
court storming.
Storming.
We'll see. Alabama tried this, so they did before they played Tennessee on Saturday. They lost, and they were preparing to storm the court. So before the game, they sounded the horn, and all the ushers rushed out to form this diamond. They formed a diamond in the middle of the court, and then they go on and lose. It's a very Laura Miller thing. It was a very Laura Miller thing to do. You can't plan to rush, to prepare for court storming, but you have to do this. It was absolutely the right thing to do. So they are preparing, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens as they get ready to storm the court because they're going to. You're going to see a lot of good.
We could get another player lost for the season too, just like the Duke player.
Filipowski lost for the entire year, except for he was only lost for 48 hours.
What?
He died, I think. It was really bad.
He died for 48 hours, then he was back. But it's the final week of the regular season. This is it. Most teams have 2 games left.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. And, of course, the loser of our morning show bracket challenge has to get hammered and wasted on air. Yeah, since that's what's happening on all the other shows, we get just to go ahead and do that. I might intentionally tank this.
Yeah, I was going to say, Navarro College is winning my bracket. That's what's happening.
Tarleton State.
Hey, I wouldn't want to pick if I'm trying to lose the bracket, I wouldn't want to pick a winner like Tarleton State.
That's right.
I'm going to rush the court again this Saturday.
All right. I think my favorite pop culture story of the week has to do with Leonardo DiCaprio. Best top 2 Leo movies. And are you putting him in legendary status?
I don't know about legendary. The Departed.
And Titanic. I mean, it's tough.
No, not Titanic. The Departed and
the one that Choppy has not seen that you should have seen by now.
We'll go with.
Oh yeah, Wolf of Wall Street. I haven't seen it.
Oh, Wolf of Wall Street is great. The Departed and Wolf of Wall Street are good. I don't know. What's Eating Gilbert Grape is really good.
I might throw Catch Me If You Can in there.
That was good. Movie. That was very good.
That's what I'm going. The final answer: The Departed and Catch Me If You Can.
The Departed and Catch Me If You Can. Pepe, have you seen a Leonardo DiCaprio movie?
I have seen Wolf of Wall Street, and I just saw The Great Gatsby this past weekend.
So those are your 2.
And what did you think
of The Great Gatsby? I mean, it's 7 out of 10. I wasn't thrilled by it, but I enjoyed it. It was fine.
It was The Good Gatsby.
And you haven't seen?
I've seen Catch Me If I Can. I saw
Departed?
that. Not Departed. Yeah.
Titanic?
Oh yeah, I have. Just didn't like it.
Too real. Anyway, so he met this Playboy model.
Yeah,
you're kidding.
This is all he does is go around and sleep with Playboy models.
So the whole joke with Leo is
he's 49, by the way.
He's 49, and he breaks up with whoever he's with the moment she hits 25.
Yeah,
maybe 27. He may be generous.
Yeah,
and let her get to 27.
He treats his ladies like NFL teams treat running backs.
Yeah, he does. But he is the perfect encapsulation of both Peyton and Bobby. Look at that. He has a neck beard, but he can't fill out the top beard. So he's got the Bobby neck beard, but no top beard. He can't fill it out on the cheeks. That's very Peyton-esque.
He might It looks like he shaves that.
I mean, maybe he does. That's a weird look.
I love how you beard judge people now. All of a sudden, you were Mr. Goatee.
Well,
you never have a beard, and now you're now you're Mr. Beard.
I also
judge.
wore cargo shorts at one time. Don't do that. But so
now you wear the 2-inch,
5-inch, sir.
Yeah.
5-inch. So
although I will say in other beard photos, I mean this is a beard. He doesn't have any cheek hair.
No cheek.
He's got to be shaving it.
I would think so. I mean, that's a full beard.
That's a full beard.
That's a decent beard. I mean, how would you have that full beard with no cheek? Well, who knows? So he's on the prowl again. He's 49 years old, and he is now in a new movie called Killers of the Flower Moon. So they this Playboy model, 22 years old, said that he tried to get her to come home with him, and she says no. He said, we did kiss. She said, we did kiss for a while. He asked me to come home with him. I said no. He reacted very shocked. He wasn't used to it. When I said I didn't know him well enough, he responded with, I respect that, turned to the girl next to him, and took her home.
I didn't see that they had kissed and stuff.
That's what it said in
according
the
to the Daily Mail.
This is the New York Post says they kicked.
Okay. So I
Daily
love
Mail-
how she's trying to like shame him here a little bit and be like, I turned down Leo DiCaprio, but you made out with him.
You made out with him. You said, nah, not really into it, not feeling it. And then she goes, he's a little bit weird. What he does here.
Because she has several pals who have spent the night with him. What a pimp.
Yes.
What a badass.
Him and Sean Evans, hot ones.
Sean Evans, that's
Just
right.
crushing
So Leo is, and he's getting slack because he's like, you're 49. What are you doing around 22-year-olds? And Leo's response to that is like, oh, because I can. That's basically what his response to all this would be. Is that yeah, they're of age and I can. Like,
but what's
I'm
jumping
Leo.
out from this is his preferences. She said, according to her other friends who have hooked up with him, he keeps his earphones in because he doesn't want to hear them.
Oh my God. That is so bad.
Bobby's old waxed earbuds, and he leans over to the side table and puts them in. So he keeps his earphones in. He doesn't want to hear them. And another girl said he even put a pillow on her head.
Put a pillow on her head.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Very snuff.
and
there,
then they said, why didn't you hook up with him? And she said, he's too weird and too old. Again, I did not see the makeout part, but this is DiCaprio being like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put the earbuds
Could you imagine Leo with the earbuds in, and all of a sudden,
you have a new message from Sean.
and then it comes out in like angry Sean voice.
This is the fact that, like, if you just try and put into context how old this girl is that he's trying to take back. Titanic had been out for 5 years when she was born.
See, like, come on, man, you can't.
5 years.
You have to change. You got to raise your age a little bit, I would think.
Bobby came back from, maybe it was you. You guys came back from the Tarleton State game, and you were like, man, these people are really young.
Really
like
young.
I would just think that you would feel uncomfortable in a social setting. Like if you were invited to like let's just say your sister went to a college in sophomore year. She's like, all right, I want you to come spend the weekend up here. Come see me, and we're gonna have this sorority party house. And like, I don't think I could walk in there. I really don't, because you feel like you should be arrested.
I wanted to say to someone, like, please put a jacket on. I can't. Please, like, seriously, please.
This girl's, by the way, her name, Peyton has probably already Googled it. Is it Heike Konings? Heike Konings, Hieke, a 22-year-old Playboy model. I didn't even know we had Playboy anymore, but she's some 22-year-old Playboy model, Heike Konings. I know it's creepy, but you're not doing anything illegal.
It's not illegal. It's very Scott Disick. Very Scott Disick.
Good
but it's
reference.
not illegal. Thank you.
And she said no, and he said okay.
Yeah,
dude, that's
I
nice.
respect that. He said, I respect that. And he turned to her friend, who may have been 23.
Yeah,
closer.
As soon as she expressed discomfort with the situation, he went, totally understand. I'm stepping away. Have a good night.
Yep.
And so, I mean, in essence, like, there's a lot admirable about it, too.
Yes, totally admirable.
All right, so let's go. Let's see if this is admirable as well. The word of the day. Bobby has it set up for RJ Choppy.
Yeah, this is going to be your new word that you want to use, Chop.
Okay.
But the perspective, the way it's being portrayed, you're not going to be a fan of. This is from The Guardian over in the UK. Very, very popular publication. And the headline is...
By the way, Tolo Trey, back to the beginning of the segment real quick about college hoops, Crazy that it's anybody's game just 2 weeks after Chop raised UConn's banner for 2020.
Oh, it's still no. They're still the absolute dogs. We're not surprised but look, if they get upset, they get upset. What are you gonna do?
Okay.
The headline from The Guardian.
He's right. And I reserve the right to hypocrite myself.
The headline from the article, Chop, how positive male role models are detoxifying the social media manosphere. It says influencers advocating for mental health, self-love, and parenting are reclaiming the space from Andrew Tate and his ilk, which you guys are all familiar with Andrew Tate, correct? For those that don't know listening, Andrew Tate, he is a Brazilian kickboxer. He was a kickboxer.
Romanian, Bulgarian, something like that.
He was a kickboxer turned podcaster who early on was just, it felt like doing bits of like, I'm a toxic. It's almost like if Andrew Dice Clay was like a modern podcaster.
Okay.
And so it's just toxic. Like he leans into the toxic masculinity bit. Like he once said that he has his girl make him 2 coffees in the morning. And he takes the first one, he doesn't even drink it. He's just setting the standard that she needs to make him 2. it's still like
so Luca used to love this guy, and he was like, he would always respond to me in Andrew Tate phrasing. He would be like, well, what color is your Bugatti? Because that's one of his things. Like when somebody comes at him, he goes, well, what color is your Bugatti? And then like the whole thing blew up, and I don't. He's off social media now, or at least he was. For
he
a
was
while.
like banned. There were accusations of sex trafficking, which he said was him getting railroaded for his personality and stuff that he said was incorrect. But the article says influencers such as Andrew Tate have become bylines for toxic masculinity, something you're a big fan of, Chop. It says attracting huge audiences of young men and boys with a mixture of quasi-motivational pep talks, fast cars, and demonstrations of sexual prowess.
Yeah!
But what about the other side of the coin, guys? Are there any people making content for the same audience with healthier messages, or do men and boys just not want to hear it? Well, Yago Sherman, the head of strategy at Goat Agency, the influence subsidiary of marketing titan WPP, says there are plenty of male influencers and creators advocating for and creating content around topics as varied as mental health, fitness and wellness, parenting, self-love, self-expression, anti-knife crime. Didn't know that was a subsection. Education, but they don't necessarily make the headlines. So it's about this push within the social media industry and these PR agencies that are basically trying to detoxify social media. It says it's important because they want to focus on misogyny as a big part of this, rather than the broader messages of traditional masculine norms that the manosphere thrives on. Risks letting a second generation of post-Tate toxic influencers slink by under the radar. There's one individual here by the name of Saul Parker who says David Goggins, you guys familiar with David Goggins, the Navy SEAL, all about self-discipline and toughness and doing things like that. He says that
terrible attributes.
David Goggins is the kind of guy we're facing right now.
Oh, God.
He's an ex-Navy SEAL, massive on all the social platforms, but he and all his content are about self-discipline, self-motivation, get up in the morning, get to the gym, have a cold shower, be a man. But he doesn't talk about women at all. Taking women out of the equation doesn't make it any less problematic. It just means that it's hard to find a sharp point because he doesn't say anything hateful. So they're saying David Goggins, ex-Navy SEAL, and the Andrew Tate bit of make me 2 coffees and I'm going to throw one away just to set a precedent are the same individual, and that you are part of this manosphere.
Well, look, they're trying to say, they're saying, embrace fitness and wellness. You ain't going to find non-masculine men in a gym. That is the last bastion of toxic masculinity.
You're not going to find non-masculine. I totally disagree.
Counterpoint, Richard Simmons. Got you. That's right.
That's where toxic masculinity thrives in a gym setting.
And they're trying to fix it. They're trying to get rid of it.
That's where it
thrives. Did any of this rub off on Luca, like the way he acted following Andrew Tate?
No, because he wasn't paying attention to Andrew Tate for that. He was watching Andrew Tate for his Bugatti.
Who else is on this masculinity Mount Rushmore? Aubrey Huff.
Aubrey Huff's not on a masculine Mount Rushmore. Aubrey Huff's an idiot.
A toxic masculinity.
No, there's no such thing as toxic. You're right. Stop trying to demasculinize men. We're supposed to be masculine. We're supposed to be masculine. That's okay. It's okay to be masculine. Just don't be a jerk. There's a difference.
So is that the toxic part?
I don't think Aubrey Huff's toxic masculinity. I think Aubrey Huff's just a jackass.
It would be Andrew Tate, Andrew Dice Clay, Sean Connery, and RJ Choppy. That's the Mount Rushmore right there.
Where do Cowboy players rank among the top 200 pending NFL free agents? That's next and below the belt right here on the Fan.
Let's get your carpet clean. Clean way, green way, zero res way, RJ Choppy.
my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not. Is there a more cold-blooded organization in professional sports than the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Cold-blooded?
Yeah, not likely. After a story that we'll talk about here in just a few minutes. First, though, we got to talk Dallas Cowboys, and specifically NFL free agency, which is right around the corner. PFF, Pro Football Focus, organization you're very high on, Chop, right?
I mean, I use them as a baseline, for sure.
They do some decent work at times. Their grades are stupid, but there's some good people over there that I like and that I'm a fan of. I just wish they'd get rid of Sam Monson and old Steve Palazzo. They can both kick rocks there. They have their list of the top 200 NFL free agents available. These are unrestricted free agents that are available. This will include guys who have been tagged as well. So L'Jarius Sneed getting tagged yesterday by the Kansas City Chiefs. He's still including this. The Chiefs, by the way, are looking to trade him. The reports are saying that it sounds like they'll take a second-round pick for Sneed. Good corner. I've always thought he's a little overrated. When people start putting him up there in like all-pro discussion and saying that he's one of the handful of best corners in the league, that's where I pull back a little bit. But this is the list. We're going to run through the top 10 first, and then I'll kind of go down the list a little bit, and we'll see where the Cowboys fall in this one. Number 1 top NFL free agent is Chris Jones from the Kansas City Chiefs. And since we just mentioned him a second ago, L'Jarius Sneed, he is number 10. So the Chiefs, 2 of the top 10 free agents available. Sneed, they're already moving on from. There have been questions about Chris Jones's future. But I mean, after we see how they weather things like getting rid of Frank Clark or D Ford or Tyreek Hill or whatever else, does anybody feel like losing those would just like completely hamstring this organization at all?
The Chiefs?
Yeah.
No. They could lose anybody.
That's what it feels like. You
Seems
can
like
lose
they could
2
lose
of the top 10 free agents and they'll still be the top contender in the AFC next year.
Vegas and Bet Online sent me the next teams for these free agents if they don't re-sign where they are.
Well,
Chris Jones' next team, according to Vegas, the Raiders, 3-1.
Ugh.
Then the Lions, Cowboys at 6-1, Buffalo, and then Baltimore.
Number 2, and I know you guys have you were kicking around this name earlier, Kirk Cousins from the Minnesota Vikings. Right. And they write up there, they say, an ill-timed torn Achilles derailed another strong season for Cousins, and he looked to have a host of suitors in free agency as he did back in 2018. Cousins still has the requisite arm strength to throw at all levels of the field and has been as accurate as ever in recent seasons. And I know you guys were speculating earlier, or there's speculation that he could be a fit in Atlanta.
Mike Florio is saying he's basically moving his family there. That's what Florio is saying from ProFootballTalk.com. All right, so the Atlanta Falcons with Kirk Cousins would have how many wins next year?
What, they've won 7 games 3 years in a row?
Yep.
10?
Yeah, 10 and 7.
10 and
Assuming the bounce back from that injury. That's a dicey injury the older you get.
What was the injury?
Achilles. And I mean, that has ended careers for guys over 30. It's one that others have bounced back from. So just all kind of depends on his rehab there. If he comes back to be Kirk Cousins, then I'll say that's a 10-win team. Because, I mean, they do have a ton of really good weapons. Pitts is a good player. Drake London's a really good player. Bijan Robinson is a Hall of Fame running back. I mean, these are all things that are true about it. Run down the rest of the list really quickly here. Number 3, edge rusher Josh Allen from the Jacksonville Jaguars. Number 4, T. Higgins from the Bengals, which, man, it sounded like at Combine, and I can't remember if we played the clip or not, but it sounded like from them that they were waffling a little bit Cincinnati on commitment to T. Higgins. They were talking about they tagged him, but typically they've said, hey, this is what's happening. This time around, they were like, well, you know, we don't know what the future holds. I can't, that's kind of out of my control about what other people might think of him.
Let me call a 20-second timeout real quick. So Kevin Hagelin just walked into the prep room, and they just had like a Mexican feast laid out for Chickling down the hall, but they quickly took it out.
Took it out.
They just brought it in here to set up and took it down the hall. Well, Hagelin has walked in after, and I guess the monitor volume is not up right there because he's not looking in here as I'm talking about him. And he's like going to every trash can.
He's smelling.
And trying to sniff out the room in every corner to figure out what that crazy strong smell is for his very plain American palate, and he can't quite figure out where the scents are coming
It
from.
is.
It's just funny watching him wander around.
That is a Dino Nugget palette, is it not?
That's all right.
Very Dino Nuggety.
Peyton could date Kevin next.
Number 5, edge rusher Brian Burns from the Panthers.
Next team for him would be Baltimore, then Jacksonville, the Rams, Lions, Eagles.
Boy, Baltimore would be interesting. Number 6, speaking of Baltimore, McKinney North product, a guy who really broke out last year, Justin Madubuike from the Baltimore Ravens. Number 7, Christian Wilkins from the Dolphins, who the Dolphins decided not to franchise tag, and it doesn't sound like they're too keen on making getting a long-term deal done there. And then round out the top 10, number 8, Antoine Winfield Jr., safety from the Buccaneers, which feels like he just got drafted last year to me. Like I thought it feels like he was a rookie last year. Number 9, Jalen Johnson, the corner from the Chicago Bears, who they obviously had entertained some trade talks with last year. And then L'Jarius Sneed from the Chiefs. So you'll notice none of the Cowboys are in there. There's no Dallas Cowboys on this list in the top 10. So when we go through the top 200 and take a look and see, well, what are the Cowboys up against? What kind of player? Tyron Smith is the highest graded one. He's number 14. That's somebody who there's been a lot of projections from ESPN and others that if he leaves Dallas, Kansas City could be a good spot for him.
The Patriots are reportedly interested.
Yeah, there was a report I saw. I don't know. It was not originally from Florio, but I saw Florio and Pro Football Talk talking about how the Patriots were expected to make a really strong push, which if you're Tyron and you're going, hey, this is the end, why would you go to New England?
Maybe he's just dying to block for Zeke.
Yeah.
Maybe he just has to. I have a couple other names to throw in here real quick. Chase Young's next team, if not San Fran, according to Vegas, the Bears, then the Patriots, Eagles. Brian Burns, I think you already said. Hassan Reddick, next team, if not Filthy. The Falcons and the Lions, San Fran. Khalil Mack, Detroit, then Pittsburgh, and the Raiders. And Daniil Hunter, who we've talked about with Mike Zimmer. Jacksonville, Chicago, and Detroit.
So we're not even the favorite to get any of these. Did they not hear Jerry say we're all in? Like, does Vegas just even
I don't think
bother
Jerry heard
listening?
him say it.
No.
Heard himself say it.
Yeah, it was like an out-of-body experience. He was just like looking down on himself say it.
Chase Young still. He should be the favorite athlete of every Cowboys fan. Everyone. Because he was such a can't-miss prospect. They decided not to draft Justin Herbert or Tua. Because he couldn't miss. He couldn't miss, man. You got to take a guy who can't miss.
He got hurt, man. What do you want from him? Injuries. They robbed him. Tyron Smith, who had trouble with Chase Young, though, on occasion, he's number 14. The only other Cowboy in the top 50 is Stephon Gilmore at 33.
Dude.
And he's way down the list. He's somebody that the Cowboys would like to. I know Steven was kind of cagey about details out in Indy. That's when we talked earlier about stuff that's come out of Indy and some of the discussion. That's one of the indications I have gotten is they genuinely want Stephon Gilmore back. They do want him here. It's just a matter of sort of the same approach with Tyron. Like, does it make sense for both of us? Do we both feel like the money makes sense? Stephon Gilmore grew up a massive Cowboys fan. I had somebody in the league tell me that the night before the draft, when there was rumblings that Dallas could go up or that they could, trade up to 6, which they did, and they got Mo Claiborne, that Stephon Gilmore started getting excited, at the idea of well, what if they come up here and there's been a run on corners and it could be me, and he grew up a big time Cowboys fan, and so I know this place means something to him. He definitely seemed to take on a leadership role here, and if you look outside of the top 50, here are some of the others that cracked the top 100. Pollard is number 58. Then you got Dorrance Armstrong, Tyler Biadasz, which is wild. You're talking about a Pro Bowl center, soft Pro Bowl, but a Pro Bowl center who's back end of the top 100.
GM doesn't know his name.
Biadasz, man. Maybe we just all have it wrong. Did you ever think about that? Did you ever consider that?
Well, I asked you if we did, and you said no.
Yeah, we don't. Not at all. Now, when I look at the list...
Now, what did you make of Michael Gelkin reporting that the Cowboys don't feel like they could be in the running for Biadasz's free agent market and services? So, is that just a nice way of saying we don't want you back? We can't. We can't afford you. It's
a little bit of... maybe it's it's the truth, but if you had the full context, you'd go, oh, okay, that's still kind of a lie, because you look at it and go they'd say, yeah, we'd love Biadasz back for $2 million a year. And then it's well, his market's going to be $4 million. And they're well, we can't compete with that because we're not paying Tyler Biadasz $4 million. So it could be something like that. One of the things that's interesting to me, a guy who's a free agent, and I don't think they dip back into this well, but somebody who played really well with his transition to center was Connor Williams. And he is a free agent out of Miami now. And if you're having to look at filling potentially left tackle and center or center and left guard, depending on what you do with Tyler Smith. I mean, it could be an instance where you say, well, we got to fill one of these with a veteran free agent and then use our draft capital on the other. Because as we talked about earlier, I think that when they talked about Tyler Smith at left guard, that was in all likelihood with the belief that Tyron was probably coming back. And I think that changed, and now things might change with Tyler Smith. They might look at him as a left tackle for next year now. It's up in the air. The Jacksonville Jaguars are the most cold-blooded franchise in the history of sports. You remember they pulled a Tony Romo. You remember a couple weeks ago we talked about Tony Romo broke up with Jessica Simpson on her birthday, at her birthday party.
That's so wrong.
That's what the Jacksonville Jaguars did to their defensive tackle, Folo Fadukasi. They didn't just release him on his birthday. They, in back-to-back tweets, like over the course of a couple hours, had tweeted out, "Happy birthday to our defensive tackle, Folo Fadukasi," with an image wishing him happy birthday. And the next tweet was a transaction announcement that he had been released.
So they were aware of the birthday.
I'm sure it got said. I'm sure they have these things scheduled, and social media, obviously, whoever's working the social media does not have.
I'd like to know from employers, from Tolo employers out there, what decision you have made or altered based around someone's birthday, like anniversary of death. Like someone was getting ready to come in. It was Black Friday. You had the HR person around the corner, like we used to have Janice Shunk, and you're like, oh man, their mom just passed, or oh, they're getting divorced, or did you have to deliver the news that day? I'd like to hear those stories of the cold-bloodedness.
It's a great question. The Jets did something like this with a player a couple years ago. They had cut him that morning, and the social media team didn't know,
and they tweeted out, and they tweeted
birthday.
And so ESPN had, I guess, reached out. This was enough of a story that ESPN wanted to run down the facts of the case, and they said the Jaguars social media team had no idea the release was coming, and the team's management was unaware that the social media staff planned to post the birthday greeting. Which, why would they? I don't think Steven's getting updates from Cowboys social media team like, hey, we're going to wish happy birthday to Neville Gallimore today. Try not to cut him or whatever. It says this kind of situation can happen as things play out in early March when NFL teams start making moves to create salary cap space in preparation for the new league year. But pretty brutal to have back-to-back tweets essentially saying, hey, happy birthday, buddy, and then go find another job, go kick rocks. Definitely pulled the Romo on Jessica Simpson there.
Below the Belt, back to its original form right here with Bobby Belt back from a couple of days off as our Cowboys insider. The NBA just hooked the Mavericks up, and is Luca losing the MVP? Rick Carlisle is back in town tonight. That kicks off the final hour of the Tolo Tuesday edition next. But I want to go ahead and
This is Sean and IJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank y'all for turning it on, leaving it on. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We got Bobby Belt, we got Peyton, we got Ryan. And this is a Tolo Tuesday edition of the program. Tonight, the Stars and the Mavericks back in action. Rick Carlisle is back in town. Mavs looking for some revenge against the Indiana Pacers.
I'm more interested in Aaron Andrews than Saint Andrews.
So it's funny that you brought that up. We had played over the weekend for Sarah, the Boom Goes Dynamite kid. Remember that? Boom Goes Dynamite.
The Ball State guy.
Yeah. And he had said Pacers looking for some revenge tonight.
No, he didn't.
Yes.
Let's hear Bobby again.
So Mavericks looking for some revenge today.
You're going to have to go find it, Peyton. The Boom Goes Dynamite kid. He says the Pacers are looking for some revenge tonight. And I was like, did Bobby somehow hear this and have it slip into his subconscious?
There is no way
and then rip off the Ball State Boom Goes the Dynamite kid.
As awful as that, delivery was, it was plagiarized too.
Mavs have lost 4 out of 5, but the Pacers have lost 3 out of 4, 2 in a row, including to Wemby and the Spurs. The league did Luca and the Mavericks a favor, though. They rescinded his technical foul. And this pained me a little bit because while it's better for the Mavericks and Luca, you're going to have the diehard MFFLs, which, by the way, I can't stand those letters. It's so cheesy.
5 years that he's been doing that.
So hard to say. It's so hard to say. The MFFLs are going to celebrate now and think, just like the Eagle fans with Jason Kelce empowering them, that Luca can just stare down referees and officials. When a stare down, a lot of times will get you a tech. He stared down the ref, he said something to him, but the league took it back. I think the league may have been like, okay, he's 2 away.
Yeah, they don't want him to miss.
With 21 to play from an automatic suspension. They're the 8th seed. Let's go ahead and rescind this. So he's now 3 shy of the threshold for the 1-game suspension.
Yeah, because like the league wants the Mavs in the playoff. They want Luka and Kyrie in the tournament.
Well, I don't know how much they really care about that. It's just like, let's not have a star player missing to decide it.
They're not going to miss the play-in though. They'll be good. They could like go on a awful run like they did last year. They still won't miss the play-in. It's just 11's way too far back. They're like 7 up on them, and they're not going to be that awful. Of course, I could be jinxing it because they are like what I think you had retweeted it yesterday, Sean. They're like the worst defense in the NBA since the All-Star break.
Yeah, worst defensive rating since the break. It's the Mavericks at 30. Then the Wizards above them at 29, Lakers 28, Sacramento, and Philadelphia. So the Mavericks are sitting there giving up 124 a game.
It's jumbled, man. Game out of 6, game and a half out of 10th. I mean, good night. That West.
You got Choppy's clip that he was asking for. Did Bobby rip off? What's his name?
I don't even know what his name is. It's we call it the ball. He was the Ball State.
It's not you. Don't quit on interviews.
I'm not quitting. I don't want to hear.
He said
cringy.
It's so cringy. It's
not.
so
it's
bad.
not you. This is not Bobby, right?
This is not Bobby. But the kid does he not say Peyton looking for some revenge?
All right.
The Indiana Pacers are looking for a measure of revenge tonight against the New Jersey Nets.
That's the Boom Goes the Dynamite.
That's the Boom
kid.
Goes the Dynamite kid.
And all right, now you can take off your headphones. And then Bobby's. Let's see if Bobby ripped it off.
So Mavericks looking for some revenge today.
I mean, even it's the same voice. It's the same voice.
Same delivery. That guy's probably doing major market radio in Boston or top 4 market.
He's like the guy from Louisville who's now on with Shaq.
Yeah,
on the
Lefko.
podcast. Lefko.
It makes me sick.
He did one little WWE thing. I got fired for that, and he gets promoted to Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, that's right.
So, yeah, during this stretch that's been really difficult for the Mavericks, Luca, 36.6 points per game, 11.4 assists, 9.8 rebounds. He's shooting 53%. Just what a fantastic job.
Listen to this.
Luka.
Listen to this from Jason Kidd yesterday. This came out. He described Tim Hardaway as a player the Mavs need to win a title. We'll say this again. Hopefully, Hagelin is shaking his head in the other room. I don't think it's over the Pico de Gallo smell still. But Jason Kidd described Hardaway as a player the Mavs need to win a title. Quote, "We trust and need Timmy if we want to win a championship."
No one's dying.
There you go.
Is there another Is there another Timmy on the roster that we don't know about?
Is that Kyrie's middle name?
Yeah,
his nickname?
Like something. Is he referencing back? Does he for some reason think Tim Hardaway's dad is on the team and they need them? Honestly, Tim Hardaway Jr. is the new Dwight Powell in terms of just being the guy that needs to be taken off the floor because he gives you nothing.
But what about when
if he's hot,
it's going to come back around, right?
If he has a month and a half stretch of just red hot, the Mavs win.
He's never had a month and a half stretch.
No, I'm just saying, but like he technically would be right. Like if Tim Hardaway plays at Tim Hardaway's peak, like the Mavs are going to win that game. Generally,
I mean,
he averaged 19 in January. He averaged 19 in December. He averaged 16 in November, and the 3 games in October he averaged 19 as well. This month. Well, I won't go with this month, but last month it went down to 10.
Yikes.
He's shooting 35%
from 3, and he's had 7 where he shot over 50%.
All right, is Luca letting the MVP slip away? MVP favorites from Vegas and Bet Online. Who is the leader?
MVP favorites. Is it Tatum?
Jokic. It's Jokic. Although Tatum is getting like the national push from ESPN right now. Face of the league. What happens if he wins a title? It's Joker 1. Tatum is not 2. 3 or 4.
Wow.
SGA is 2.
SGA is 2. Well done, Bobby. 3.
Luca sighting yet?
Giannis.
There is a Luca sighting. RJ Choppy's on the board. So Luca was 6-1 February 1st. He's now 9-2. So,
and
what type of change is that?
9-2?
Yeah,
it's,
from 6-1.
It's a small. It's point and a half. It's, from 4.5 to 1 to 6-1 to 4.5 to 1. I bet you Draymond hates this top of this board.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Well, there's not an American. That's who he targets, right? Shea is from Canada, and then Joker and Luca.
Is Bonte a European name?
I don't know that reference.
No one knows that reference. Way too inside, and I don't want to talk about him too much on the air. Giannis 16-1 for MVP. Then Tatum at 20-1. He was 45-1 February 1st. Now he's 20-1. Kawhi on the board at 100-1. Rookie of the year.
Rookie of the year.
Don't overcomplicate it.
Chet.
You overcomplicated it.
It should be Chet, but it's not. It's going to be Wemby.
The floor is yours.
I don't know. I saw it on Instagram the other day. I thought it looked kind of cool. Well, his numbers are largely the same. Like, a lot of his numbers are the same.
Oh.
Wow. And they were saying that he wins. Now, it's not because of him necessarily.
Yeah.
Wemby is doing things that are...
Wemby is 1-16.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Chet Holmgren is 8-1. 1-16 for Wemby. He's on a tear right now.
Wemby?
I think it was Tim Legler that was saying something like he's got the entertainment value of Steph. It was some crazy quote that I'll have to give. It was glowing.
Did you see that photo that was getting circulated around the internet the other day of Anthony Davis standing next to Wembanyama?
No.
Where it looks
was
like
his knee buckled?
It looks like Shaq next to Kristen Chenoweth. Like, it's just, he is like 80.
Wemby towering over?
80 doesn't even come up to his shoulder. Like, that's, and Anthony Davis is what, 6'11" or whatever he is? I mean, he is just freakishly big.
Yeah. He's destroying right now.
He is.
With the tear that he's on.
His player efficiency rating is 23, a little higher than Chet's. Chet's at 21. But Chet's win shares are at 7, whereas Wemby's only 2.7.
And that measured you for individual?
Yeah, those are individual numbers.
Yeah. I mean, he's playing on the 2 seed as well with some
for sure. No. There's no doubt about that. And Wemby's numbers are a little bit better.
Wemby, what are the averages with the counting numbers? Points, rebounds, blocks, or whatever across the board?
For Chet are 21.
Yeah.
Wemby's 23.
Okay.
Rebounds for Chet are... I'm sorry, that's Wemby. Wemby's at 21. Rebounds are at 10. And assists are at 3. Okay. Chet is at 17. And
17 points?
17 points. Rebounds are at 8. And assists are at 3.
So Wemby's got him.
He does have him. Now his win shares are different. So that plays into it.
Wemby's last 8 games.
Yeah,
if you look what he's done. He is shooting 50% from the field, 42% from 3, 24.5 points, 11.8 rebounds, 5.5 assists, 5.5 blocks, 2.5 steals a game.
That's
absurd.
He had a 5.5 the other day. It's crazy.
That is absolutely absurd. Like, I mean, those are the type of numbers. Obviously, it's an 8-game span, but I mean, those are the types of numbers that like you're like leading the NBA in steals and blocks, and you're putting up an easy double-double with 5 assists. That's incredible.
All right, Coach of the Year. This is just going to be for fun and entertainment purposes.
Joe Mazzulla.
Yeah.
He's third.
Really?
Yeah. I just want to see who can name.
It is
Chris Finch.
Tibbs on there?
Bobby, how did you know who Chris Finch was?
Why wouldn't I know?
We saw a clip of him a couple weeks ago when he was complaining about
the Timberwolves head coach.
He's second. Impressive though.
Rick Adelman.
I don't believe it's Rick Adelman. Who's the
Western Conference?
Who's the I don't know, coach of the
It's the OKC guy. It's got to be.
Is it Taylor Jenkins? No, he's in Memphis.
Who's the
Dave Yeager?
Who's the Thunder's head coach?
It's the Mark D something.
Dagnall.
Good job, Bobby. Mark D. But then if you just asked a random sports fan, Chris Finch, JB Bickerstaff, and Joe Mazzulla, I wonder if they'd be able to rip it off just like that.
I think Mazzulla you would get. Bickerstaff, I mean, I just know him from Bernie. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, no, nothing else. Was he Orlando? Who knows?
Cleveland.
Orlando has our former head coach in Mosley.
Oh, yeah.
So it's the
Mosley.
Mavs and the Pacers. Tonight, 7:30 at the AAC, and the Stars going to be taking on the San Jose Sharks. Truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 to hit us up here on the show. Thank you all for listening. If you're checking us out on YouTube and Twitch, you've been taking us to another level when all the different numbers come out. I know I'm going to catch some heat for this, but you can admit it. It's okay. It's okay to be honest. Admit that you loved this Philadelphia Eagle all-time great. Just a little bit yesterday, a report in on what the Steelers want to do at quarterback, and is someone trying to steal Trey Lance from the Cowboys. That's all next with Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan.
minutes back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. It's a Tolo Tuesday with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We'll crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. Can you be honest? Did you enjoy Jason Kelce a little bit yesterday? About an hour of genuine tears, stories, and all the laughs, as well as the future Hall of Famer moving on over to retirement.
Oh, I would think he's one of 3 centers to have 6 All-Pros.
He's really good.
6-time All-Pro, 7-time Pro Bowler, Super Bowl champ, $82 million in career earnings, 13 years.
Yeah.
$82 million over 13 years.
I would think the 6 All-Pros will do it for you. He'll be on the All-Decade team. I assume.
I would. He's Hall of Famer. I think that one's slam dunk. And while he was very enjoyable yesterday, they reached a point where somebody should have played the Oscar speech music.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's wrap it up. This is going a little long here, dude.
And here's Kelce talking about his Super Bowl moment with that stupid play against Tom Brady and the Patriots.
I won't forget Nick Foles having the game of his life on the biggest stage possible. And the biggest on the team going up to Doug Peterson and asking for the Philly special. And Doug Peterson having the biggest in the stadium to say, yeah, let's do it.
A lot of people thought that he was then praising Nick Foles. Little Ron Jeremy action right there.
That's what was presented on social media. I do not believe that is exactly what he meant.
Well, they call those guys big blank.
Yeah, big
blank Nick.
Like I thought that was obvious because it was like his moxie and his swagger, and like that was what they had always called him. So I thought that was clearly a reference to that. But
by the way, how many centers are in the Hall of Fame in the NFL? Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Is Dermontti Dawson in?
He is. So they have a Hall of Fame monitor, which is like a score that keeps track of all your.
Yeah.
Basically, it's accumulation.
I'll say 3.
5.
7. Dawson, Otto, Webster, Stevenson, Mawai, Langer, Tingelhoff. He would fall far below the Hall of Fame monitor score to make it in, like 30 points below. But he does have more All-Pros than the average Hall of Famer, which the average one is at 5.
So his Hall of Fame scoring trajectory does not get him in right now?
It does. No, but if you look at the average Hall of Famer has a score of 103. That's skewed by Dawson, who's so far ahead of everybody else. But the 6 All-Pros will get him in.
Obviously, it doesn't mean anything significant, as we just learned. Like you can wish somebody happy birthday on social media and then get released, like if you're the Jaguars. But the Pro Football Hall of Fame did tweet yesterday as soon as the announcement came out. They were like, the year to watch is 2029. That is the first year that Jason Kelce will be eligible. And so, I mean, they're calling attention to his candidacy.
They tweeted that?
Yep.
His brother obviously is going in, maybe the greatest tight end ever. He was in the front row, and Jason had to shout out his podcast partner.
There is no chance I'd be here without the bond Travis and I share. It made me stronger, tougher, smarter, and taught me the values of cooperation, loyalty, patience, and understanding. It's only too poetic. I found my career being fulfilled in the city of brotherly love. We did almost everything together. Competed, fought, laughed, cried, and learned from each other. We invented games, imagined ourselves as star players of that time. We'd envisioned making the winning plays day after day on Kohler Ridge Road. We won countless Super Bowls in our minds before ever leaving the house.
Ohio kids, Jason and Travis. And then the eye-rolling moment, RJ Choppy not happy with Jason Kelce empowering this wretched, miserable, angry, bitter, never satisfied fan base.
Some people struggle to play in this city. They can't handle the boos, the media, or our fans. Consider it a great blessing to play in the most passionate sports town in America. Yes, they will let you know when you are not performing well. Every time. But they will also love you if you show effort, aggression, desire, the will to fight. They will love you in this city if you love it the way you love your brother, you will be loved by going above and beyond to show that you care, because they care. They've been caring for generations in this town about this team, and they aren't about to accept a bunch of excuses and soft-ass nonsense representing the name on the front of the jersey, something they've invested their entire lives in.
And, of course, we just played the podcast yesterday from Darius Slay and the former corner who was there, who said, I had to get out of here. You can hear the fans behind you talking about what a bum you are.
Mm-hmm. That is just, he's empowered. He empowered a city of idiots. No offense. To continue.
No offense.
To continue, with all due respect.
Yeah.
To continue with what they do, which is to try to make you feel like you absolutely hate your life just being there. But that's what they do. They think now that they're the reason that Philadelphia, that the Eagles have been successful over the last 8 to 10 years.
So do you think that if Jason Kelce would have said, guys, hey, let's throttle it back a little bit, that Philadelphia as a city would have gone, okay, you're right.
No, they wouldn't.
We'll pull it back.
You're right. It didn't matter. It did nothing to them, but it's just like.
Yesterday took him from a 10 to a 12.
It did.
The legendary status with that speech.
I mean, I love the fact that I think that comment there, of course, you're going to shout out the city. If you're talking for an hour and he said nothing about the city of Philadelphia, he would get killed.
Oh, yeah.
But the fact that he used that as an opportunity to essentially throw big name guys under the bus, like Darius Slay, who you guys were talking about there, and A.J. Brown, some of the stuff that he's had to say about the fan base at times, that to me felt like a parting shot of like, hey, y'all get your S together and quit whining.
They're just future athletes, current and future ones that go to the city. Plus, talking like that gets them so revved up.
But that's what they're about. Like you listen to their phone calls, it's all about emotion. That's all it is. I mean, anytime they talk about the game the day before, it's all about the emotion. Did they try hard? It's never anything like substantial.
Sandler texted me, said, I wish our fans were a little bit more like Philly.
For sure. I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, there's a happy balance there somewhere.
Yeah, if we took 50% of that, we'd have a perfect fan base. 30? Oh, 30%.
We don't need 50% of that.
Brian used to joke around that when he was working in Philly, like he would not tell people he was originally from Dallas. Like he would, like when it would come up and they'd be like, "Where are you from?" He'd be like, "Oh, you just go, I'm from down south." Like he wouldn't even identify that he was from Dallas because people freak out about it.
I drowned it in Tito's today.
I drowned
it in Tito's today.
That's a good impression. Play it one more time, Peyton.
I drowned it in Tito's today.
Okay, we have Russell Wilson getting dumped by the Broncos. Okay, so when you take on an $85 million cap hit over 2 years, that's supposed to cripple you. Will this cripple the Denver Broncos? They done for the next 2 years. Who was the team this year? Was it Tampa? Who was eating
a ton of cap, ton of dead cap.
They have to
$50 million, I think, is what they had.
They have to hit. Obviously, Captain Obvious here. They have to hit on the quarterback like immediately. It can't be a slow process. If you hit on a cheap quarterback. And essentially you say, all right, these next 2 years, if you split that cap hit as $42.5 million on your cap, and the quarterback that you get in the draft is another however much, whatever, and you combine those two things together and it's a $50 million cap hit the next 2 years, you just need to make sure you're getting CJ Stroud or something like that. If you're getting that level of production, you can weather it because you're essentially saying we're committing $50 million of space to this production.
They're at 19 overall, by the way. So they're not sitting there in prime position to land.
No.
You know, you can get a first-round quarterback still.
This is part of why, in all likelihood, they did what they did with Russ, where they were like, sit down. Like, you're not going to be here next year. So if you're not going to accept a pay cut, then we're going to sit you out because we're not winning game. Like, we're not going to win more games and put ourselves further out of contention and have to be saddled with your cap number.
Rich Eisen spilling a lot of beans from the NFL Combine. Face of the NFL Network saying that the Giants are done with Daniel Jones. They're already regretting the 4 for $160 that they gave him. So they got buyer's remorse on that. And that if Kirk Cousins leaves Minnesota and Florio is suggesting he's going to the Falcons, that maybe the Vikings would be interested in Trey Lance. What do you make of that?
That would be look, I mean, to be honest, like when Steven first
makes a lot more sense for the Vikings to play Trey Lance than us to play Trey Lance.
When they had when they made the trade initially, Steven had said, "Look, sometimes you acquire these quarterbacks, and they're here for, in this day and age, they're here to be backups, or maybe they're part of your future, or maybe they're here to contribute for a little bit, and then you use them in a trade in the future." So like Steven, the day after they acquired Trey Lance, was talking about this as a possibility. And so I think if you were for them to give that up, I think they wouldn't want this to just be some neutral gain. I think they would want a third or a fourth that could turn into a third or something like that. That's the type of trade that I think that they would have to make there. Now I'm trying to look over. They don't have a 4th round pick this year, the Vikings, or they don't have a 3rd round pick this year. The Vikings don't. They have 2 4th rounders, a couple 5th rounders, but it's 1st pick, 2nd pick, and then they don't have one in the 3rd.
If the Vikings called you're Jerry and Steven, and offered what draft pick, you'd say yes for Trey.
Oh, I mean, I think any positive return on your investment is one that you would.
But you're not gonna take it off the table as your, and this is from a lot of fans in DFW, as your Dak replacement, your next guy.
No. And the reason would be there's no financial benefit to that. Like the whole financial benefit of going to a replacement for Dak is to get that 5-year rookie contract out of it.
Well, also
he would get he's what, $23 million next year
with Trey Lance.
Yeah. And then beyond that you have to sign him.
But you're still getting the number 2 pick in the draft. Talent.
Yeah, you are. You are. There's no doubt about that, but like to only see usually you would get 4 years to see a player before you decide to sign him. Now you get 1. So there'd be a bit of a Daniel Jones kind of aspect.
I'm not suggesting. I agree with you, but if the Cowboys traded Trey Lance for a 3, I think there'd be a segment of the fan base ticked off about it,
and that would be
the Dak haters.
That would be silly because look, you can.
Trey was drafted at 2. No,
he was 3.
3.
He was number 3 overall. It was Zach Wilson was 2.
There's going to be a team that's going to start treating quarterbacks like running backs, and will just draft them, and
they'll have to keep drafting them because doing that, you will be a bad football team.
But what you do is you draft them, and then you let them use your rookie deal, and if they're just okay, you just do it again, and if they're elite, like Josh Allen, you sign them, or Patrick Mahomes, you sign them, or Burrow, you sign them.
Spittle doing the Philly homework, just saying Philly picks before us. They now need a center, so keep that in mind. If the Cowboys let Baez walk, and The Athletic is reporting the Steelers are not interested in Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. The fact that Pittsburgh is not seriously courting an established starter to supplant Kenny Pickett lends more credence that they have full faith in Pickett. It appears the Steelers are hopeful that first-year OC Arthur Smith can unlock something in the third-year quarterback that the NFL has not seen yet. That's your guy, Arthur Smith, Chop.
I like Arthur Smith. Arthur Smith. We'll see what he's got. They were good. I mean, Tannehill and him were good together for a little bit.
How big is this Jordan Montgomery update?
Oh, it's not big. It's more of a tying two things together.
Okay, go ahead.
Red Sox starter Lucas Giolito, according to imaging, has a partially torn UCL and flexor tendon issue and could miss the entire 2024 season. They already have been engaged with talks with Jordan Montgomery, and this may speed up the process. They may be now more
inclined,
thank you, to sign him and pay him what he is looking for.
Okay. Are they reporting? Are they talking about Jordan Montgomery in that, or that was just a Giolito update?
Passan tweeted about Montgomery, about Giolito, and then a couple of other baseball insiders have posted, hey, they were already in on Jordan Montgomery. Let's connect the dots.
All right, let's crosstalk and connect with the KMC masterpiece next on Sean and RJ. But CMC Masterpiece on a Tolo Tuesday with Kevin Hagelin. I'm not looking at you, Kevin. Mike
I have
Best.
a legitimate question.
Okay.
Why is there a bowl just sitting on the floor over there?
I mean, welcome to 2 weeks ago, but
we weren't
We
here
were out of town last week, Chop.
that's a point. That's a point. That's a point.
Sorry, that was aggressive.
I'll file that away.
It was very
I'll file
aggressive.
that one away.
I thought it was for Spittle's dog. That was my first guess.
Okay.
He brought his dog up here?
I don't think so.
Okay.
So I was wrong with that
That's
guess.
confusing,
But
man.
we're trying to. What was the mark you put over under for how long that sits there?
Oh, I said, will that be here by Selection Sunday? And we are.
Yeah.
We are what now? 12 days away.
Yes, right. We're 12 days away. From 76 teams. 76 teams.
68.
95.
Maybe someday.
Are you allowed to bring dogs up here? Probably,
You
right?
can bring a dog.
I've seen a dog up here before.
You're allowed to smoke pot right outside the building, so why not?
Are people smoking pot outside the building right now?
Kevin, that's all stairways.
Okay.
As we
All
learned in remember in Las Vegas when we were walking
Yeah,
down, it was
that's true.
there was lots of weed.
Is someone smoking today?
I mean, yeah.
Most
every
days
day.
when we leave and get into the stairwell, because you guys y'all get here so early, y'all get to park on the first floor.
It's a good point.
We have to walk up because we get here at the same time as all the regular people.
I got the third spot today.
Nice.
You park on the second floor?
No. Yes, always. That's the only. All the spots on the first floor are taken. Today, somehow I got lucky, and as I went through the gate, the third spot was open.
I've never been to I don't even know how to get to the second floor of the parking garage. I assume you just keep going straight, but I've never gone past that second.
Well, you will notice there's
I've
a wall there,
I have
so you're
no
going to
idea.
have to kind of
I
make a
assume the garage
U-turn.
just stops
keep
that
it
wall.
going.
I haven't ever seen it.
Is it a pain to park and find parking up there? Okay. So people are smoking weed.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
And I was just like, then why can't you bring your dog up here? I don't know if I've ever seen a dog in the building, to your point, but
I have. It was a little Yorkie.
Oh.
Was running through the hall one day, and the lady was like, "I'm so sorry," and I was like, "We're trying to do live radio here, lady. This is very serious sports talk."
Now, do we know whose that is?
No, we've not figured out whose that is, why it's there.
Okay.
No clue.
Okay.
usually I would assume a bowl belonged to the G-Bag Nation, but in this case,
Wrong one.
I'm not sure.
What's coming up?
Right out of the gate, is the Rangers bullpen really fire? We get into that conversation right now.
It's the strength of
Is it the strength of the team right now?
I love it.
Also, at 11:20, this is a segment that I cannot wait to do. What's the thing that you buy, even if you don't need it, because it's too good of a deal to pass up? And this is all about Mike Bassick.
Bless you, Kevin.
Thank you.
And basically, when he looks at something on eBay and he sees a Evan Carter card, he just goes.
Now he's getting on eBay right
He
now.
goes, "How can I pass this deal
Yeah.
up?" And then buys all of them.
That's a great question. Do you have one
I
of
think I
these?
used to do it with sneakers a lot. Just regular like gym shoe tennis shoes. I used to do that with a lot.
How many sneakers did you have at the most at one time? I don't
I would
think of you as a sneakerhead.
No. I wasn't. What I would do is I would just get rid of. I wear one pair of sneakers and I just get rid of them when they're done, right? But I would just preemptively get rid of the old ones, and they would become my mowing shoes.
Okay.
So
Yes.
Well, I like
Yes.
repurposing like that.
Yeah,
That's smart.
my mowing shoes.
Your gardening
Yeah,
shorts, which
that's
I don't have a
smart.
garden.
You have something?
Not anymore. I mean, I used to just always buy up like discount DVDs or anything else, and like I could have the DVD
I like
of something,
that.
and if it was like the deluxe box set or whatever,
Yeah.
it was marked down. I was like, well, I got to buy it. And so
I would have friends that would do that. They're like, "Well, it's only $5," and I would say, "Do you like that movie?" I've never seen it, but it's
Yeah.
only
The
$5.
$5 bin at Blockbuster.
Yeah.
Yes, it was two. I would go over there and go through it and be like, "Got to get a few of these." Pearl Harbor.
I hate half the movies I own.
I know.
Really?
Yeah, I own a lot though. There's a lot in
How
storage.
many do you think you own?
I mean, it's like north of 1,000.
Wow, that is a lot.
Whoa, dude, keep that though. Here's why. Down the road, whenever all streaming is doing what it's doing, they have the rights. So whenever they decide that doesn't need to be shown anymore, you have it.
Yeah, I heard that recently. I didn't know. Is that legit? Like, if you buy a movie on Amazon Prime and they lose the rights to it, you no longer own the movie?
I don't know about that.
So you don't really own the movie.
Yeah,
That's why you
don't.
got to NFT it.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. What happened to those?
I don't know. There's no deals on eBay right now for Evan Carter. There's no buy it nows that I really like.
Are you taking advantage of some of this crypto run that's happening? Are you
think he
owning
understands
at all?
I have some crypto. I bought it.
What's your
back in,
Coinbase look like,
2000.
Mike?
Let me see. I'll look at
You
Coinbase.
need to be looking. I don't know what you're in, but some of them are absolutely blowing up. Shiba?
Doge is over like
No, I bought it
2
just.
cents
I bought
or whatever.
Bitcoin and Litecoin like 8 years ago.
What was the other one you said? Shiba?
Shiba Inu?
That's a dog.
Shiba Inu. Oh,
That's a dog. Where is Shiba?
Inu.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Okay, well, you were talking about the bullpen. We kind of did this as a joke earlier. But Bassick, I'll tee this up for you. Was Cole Reagan's worth Aroldis Chapman?
100%.
Left-handed.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
You don't make the playoffs without that trade. You made the playoffs by one game. Literally, you made the playoffs by one game. You tell me that they don't have Aroldis Chapman when Will Smith isn't pitching well, Leclerc is not ready to close again, and Spores is in the minor leagues trying to figure it out. You're going to be 2 more losses. You don't even make the playoffs. Without that trade, you literally don't make the playoffs. So if you're okay with well, we have Cole Reagans this year, but we didn't even make the playoffs last year. That's literally the debate. The debate is, would you rather not have made the playoffs last year and have Cole Reagans this year, or have the World Series but not have Cole Reagans this year?
As they're talking about Cole Reagans and this ESPN article, like spring training standouts, the left-handed DeGrom.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Did the Rangers give Cole Reagans every opportunity to be successful?
Yes, they did.
Literally every opportunity you could to be successful. In 2022, they let him start as many games as he possibly could to show that he could pitch in the major leagues. It didn't work out. Then last year, I saw his first spring training game because I remember against the Dodgers, I was like, whoa, wait a second. Am I forgetting that he threw 96 to 99 last year? And then Jared Sandler was like, no, he's added about 3 to 4 miles an hour to his fastball. I was like, this is freaking amazing. I can't believe this. So then they put him in the bullpen. Go look up his Texas Rangers numbers last year and tell me that he looked like the guy that was about to possibly become a Cy Young candidate. He didn't.
He had a 5.92 ERA.
That's fair. But the only other thing that you would have to look at there, and what we were talking about earlier, Mike, was the idea of if the Cowboys say we're giving up on Mozzie Smith, it was awful last year, whatever else, and then you go and trade him, and he has a 20-sack Aaron Donald season. Don't we look at that and say you must have mismanaged something, though? Even if you gave every opportunity, you mismanaged something.
Oh, absolutely.
I can look at that. Yeah. Now let me take you 3 more years down the road, and Mozzie Smith has 2 ACL tears in the same knee that you've had to reconstruct twice, and you've given him every opportunity, and it's just not working out here. To your point, I will agree with this. Why couldn't the Rangers get that out of him? I don't know, but the Rangers did put him in a position to succeed.
Because it was immediate in Kansas City. It was instantly, he was...
I agree.
He went to your dad, his dad found 7 miles an hour.
Well, he didn't go to my dad, but I don't...
He would have found 9.
Something happened in Kansas City and everything clicked. But they gave him, when the Rangers were, I don't want to say tanking, but when they were rebuilding, they gave him every chance to become this guy. And I don't know.
How many years was he here total?
Wasn't he drafted in 17?
Something like that.
2016 or 2017? As a high pick, you're desperate for those high picks to work out, especially when you're rebuilding. And it just, I'm happy for him, but if you don't make that trade, you don't make the playoffs.
I think we're under attack again, guys. First AT&T,
Facebook and Instagram and
hashtag Facebook down.
I know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I just
was
got
telling
logged out of my Facebook. I was sitting here trying to figure out how to log back in. I have no idea how to log in.
I was telling Kevin, I was like, I can't get a password for Facebook. And then I was trying and getting all the stuff. And I was like, well, something must be wrong. I'll get to it later. Now I'm concerned. Is my password changed? Because I don't know my passwords.
And it's happening on Super Tuesday.
Yeah, I'll
Who
keep
am I
a
supposed
chart.
to vote for?
Oh man.
Think about it.
China.
Colorado. Colorado. What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say about this? So apparently Facebook is down.
Did you say Instagram too, or just
Instagram and Threads.
Instagram as well.
eBay
Is that still
working.
going?
Threads is Instagram's Facebook.
Kevin, you would have been very proud of me yesterday. I spent way too much time going down the rabbit hole of Diarrhea Dwayne.
The Rock?
Yeah. I'm like, why is this trending? What is this?
How often do you look at what's trending and you're like, let me find out?
A lot of every day.
Okay.
That's the reason why I said Sydney Sweeney, a little overrated. She's still like number 1 as of this morning when we started the show.
How many conversations did you have outside of work with people about that? Were you like, you know Sydney Sweeney, do you think she's overrated?
I did not have it with my wife.
That's probably for the best.
Yeah, that was for the best. I don't think we talked about it in the post-show meeting, but I saw Diarrhea Dwayne.
Yeah.
And my question about WWE was that Seth Rollins. They were like, way to have some weak trash talk, Seth.
Seth freaking Rollins.
Is this
Stone.
is this like a monster development? Like, is wrestling like kind of feel like it's like 10 out of 10 hype right now? Is Dwayne, is The Rock back full time? And why is he back like this?
So there's a couple things. First of all, he got added to the board, like business meeting of TKO
after the Vince
parent
stuff?
company. Yeah. And essentially he has $30 million worth of, I believe, either it's just money or I think it's stock options. And I think he's like, well, if the stock goes up because I'm there, then the stock is worth even more. And so he has inserted himself into WrestleMania season. I don't know if he'll stick around for the whole year, but there are stories at play that should set him up for this WrestleMania and next WrestleMania. And he's going to make more money doing it.
But is this whole thing like as big a storyline as what? Like, what's been as big recently?
I think it's super fun because you can tell that Seth Rollins maybe really doesn't like The Rock. Like, I realize you say what's in parameters of what you're allowed to say, but you get the sense that he really doesn't like The Rock because he's like, hey, I work here all the time. And so
you just show up occasionally.
Yeah, and he did point out for The Rock, he was like, hey, are you going to come back and call me a Rudy Poo and the same old stuff you've been doing for 20 years because you got nothing new?
Wow.
And it's been fun.
Shots fired.
Fun for
Jabroni?
sure. Yes, absolutely. And
That
if you
was
don't
my-
like wrestling, that's okay.
Sting's
too.
retirement's bigger than this, right?
1220. That's actually kind of based on Sting.
Are you making a joke or did Sting actually
Yeah, he
retire?
had his last match over the weekend or
He's
whatever.
no longer dreaming of rain.
He broke up with the police. Yeah.
Stop it.
Sonny Gray is a mild. I'm just Tolo D to send me 5 stories. I'll finish up with this. Sonny Gray is a mild hamstring, so add that to the injury in Boston.
Lucas
Giolito,
partially torn UCL. I think he could be done for the year.
Panthers put the
Ron's
non-exclusive franchise tag on Brian Burns. Ohio State, Iowa, second most viewed college basketball game this year for either men or women.
Whoa,
with
behind only
Caitlin
Duke,
Clark.
North Carolina.
Was it Duke Carolina won?
I don't know.
$3.38 million for Caitlin Clark putting up the huge numbers. And Mike, Bitcoin bounces to an all-time high after the FTX scandal.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
What is the
things.
FTX scandal?
That was Sam Bankman-Fried, whatever his name is. I don't even know what he did.
I think that is correct.
He had billions of dollars that he just like lied about. There was no company behind it or something, and he just
Kind of
took
like
the
that Bitcoin. Have you guys watched that on Netflix?
No.
That's really interesting. Centra, I think it's called like Centra Tech, is all made up by 2 scam artists. Made the whole thing up. Made $30 million to $100 million. It's kind of not reported because 2 of them went to jail. 1 of them got out of it by being the rat. But they somehow didn't give any, like, people lost their life savings on this, and Floyd Mayweather Jr. backed it. A couple, Jamie Foxx, I believe, backed it. Now they were paying them to back it, but they were saying how awesome it was when it really wasn't even a real company.
All right.
Are you heavily invested in Bitcoin right now?
No. I was in the I was all up in that Inu.
I'm loaded now. I have like $255 of whatever Coinbase, Bitcoin, whatever.
Cool, man.
I spent like $100 on it.
That's
like,
so sarcastic.
Whatever. I paid $100 for it in
Are you saying you're up?
2016. I guess so. Should I sell it? Is it just going to be
You can
nothing?
get another
Don't
Evan
ask
Carter
me.
card.
You know
Dude,
what?
I'm the wrong
That's
one,
right. I'm
guys.
going to offer them Bitcoin now.
global
How many-
outage. Oh, what's your meta stock going to look like now?
What do you want to know
I
about
you
my
got big meta
Bitcoin?
stock.
Dude, Meta stock has been going crazy, hasn't it?
I don't know, but I bet you today it's probably going down because there's a global outage.
That's why Zuckerberg built a bunker in Hawaii.
He
I
built
have-
a bunker in Hawaii.
I have 0.0036 Bitcoin
I want a bunker.
for $242.35.
Hell yeah.
My Litecoin, which I paid $50 for about 8 years
Mike,
ago,
you have 4 hours
is like
to discuss
$13.37.
We're back tomorrow
Litecoin-
morning for the Hump Day edition,
Hump Day.
right here on The Fan.
DFW's number 1. and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Maybe on the fly developing a segment. Who would you take out of the Hall of Fame and why? Is as we research how people really did against the elite of the elite. We'll have to do that research perhaps another day and not today. In the meantime,
strength of opponent. We got to figure out a strength of opponent stat, Kevin. That's basically what I just learned.
I'll tease it for tomorrow. I think Dak Prescott would be a Hall of Fame baseball player. That'll be for tomorrow.
All right. I like it. Let's go.
Spoiler alert. That segment might make you mad.
Not me.
Not me either.
Yeah.
I'm going to be pissed off by the end of that segment.
Okay. But right now, is this the usual spring training hype, or do you think that the Rangers bullpen has really improved? Because I get it. At this time of the year, everyone says like, oh, yeah, it's a new starter. We got this thing going for us, blah, 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 blah. But it does feel like if you look at a couple of different things, and we can discuss whoever that you want in here, that the Rangers maybe have more choices in the bullpen than I would have anticipated.
I'll be, I guess, a little optimistic and say, hey, it looks pretty good on paper.
Okay.
But I want to see it perform when it really counts. Like I can't,
fair.
There's nothing in spring training that would look like. Now, if they would have signed Josh Hader is it Stevenson from Tampa Bay that I think went to the Angels? Like if they would have signed those two guys, I'd have been like, dude, yeah. I mean, let's look at it. You just got the best left-handed reliever in all of baseball to close out your games. You got another dude who looks like could be a closer, and you still have Leclerc and Spores. Like, I'd be like, that on piece of paper looks awesome. Right now, I'm like, hey, I think it's going to be better. I'm optimistic that it's going to be better, and let's be honest here. The bar for regular season bullpen is not very high for what was accomplished last year.
We had the worst bullpen in history for a team that good.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be better. So I'm optimistic it's going to be better. Is it going to be great, a top 3 or 5 bullpen in the American League? Let's let it play out.
At the moment, what is your faith in the two additions in David Robertson and Kirby Yates? Types of pitchers that they are, and how they will fit in, because I feel like the only two I really have faith in right now, because I've seen them, are Leclerc and Spores. And like that's because they were on fire at the right time. Yeah. More than anything, at the right time. And I'm just assuming they'll carry that over.
Okay, and I definitely understand your question, and I do have faith in those two, but I think my answer actually encompasses a couple of other people too, because all of a sudden, whether it's Adrian Sampson, whether it's Diego Castillo, it feels like you have your non-roster invitees that are pushing really hard to get a spot in the bullpen. And so I think that level of, I'm going to say depth, it could turn out competition. Yeah. It could turn out to be not useful depth whatsoever. But I think that's what's got me feeling a little bit better, is because there are people competing to get this spot, and you might end up leaving off, let's just say like you leave off Diego Castillo, and people are like, oh man, I thought he's been pretty good.
Yeah, so like guys like Tinoco and Antoine Kelly that we're kind of looking at.
I don't think are going to make it.
Yeah, I mean the big 6'4", pitchers and stuff like these are tall, big guys that fit everybody's looking for something like that. And they have these abilities to go out there and do that. So I think you're right, Kevin. If you just said, hey, we'll just see if we can get by with whatever, instead of continuing to pack in the competition style. I mean, even look at the roster, the lineup right now. The way the Rangers lineup is, it's too crowded for talented players to play on.
Sure.
Almost like we're looking at the outfield. We're like, oh my gosh, how are we going to get Wyatt Langford on the field? But what about, you're arguing about that. It's a great problem to have right now. And you're hopeful that by the end of this spring training camp, you have an idea that, man, this is a great problem that we have a bunch of bullpen arms that we don't know exactly what to do with yet.
And for Kirby Yates, you go through 2020 through 2022, all kinds of injury issues, including the Tommy John. And then last year, 3.28 ERA, 80 strikeouts in 60 innings, which is great. But here's what Kirby Yates said. My confidence level is a lot better than it was last year. I'm coming in here expecting to be really good again. So he's like, it wasn't like last season was a bad season or anything like that, but he is saying, hey, look, I had this season. I know what I can do. I saw what I can do. I don't know if it's just the physical part or if the mental block is off as well. And we had a chance to talk to Kirby Yates, and he did feel very confident. And so I think that's a potential positive. I keep bringing up Diego Castillo. I don't know if he's going to make the bullpen or not. My guess for now would be yes, but he is somebody who used to be a really excellent pitcher. And then you saw a dip in his velocity, and the Rangers essentially sent him out on assignment, and that velocity has propped back up to close to the levels it was when he was really good. So that's intriguing there as well. Adrian Sampson, that's somebody who we talk with Sandler about, is, hey, maybe this guy makes the team after all. So there are more competitors than I might have guessed.
I have a question, Mike, when it comes to bullpen. How many pitches do you typically does the dude need two? Just two really good ones? Or is it always three?
You almost have to have two unless you have Mariano Rivera's cutter. Like if you have something that is just so dominating and
all-time elite.
Yeah.
But three's not necessary, two is.
Yes.
Okay.
For the most part, unless you have something so unhittable that you can almost tell the guy, I'm just going to throw it, and you know I'm going to throw it, and it doesn't matter.
Like Leclerc thought he could do for a while with the Slombio. He was just like, I'm just going to throw that up there because he didn't have faith in his fastball for a long time, and now he's kind of refigured all that out. He has more faith in it, it felt like. Because I've just always wondered, it feels like you're coming in for an inning. You don't need to have that other one extra thing to go along with it, but it does seem like bullpen, hey, because you're coming in for only an inning or two, velocity is going to be important.
Yeah.
So for like Diego Castillo, that's going to be one of those things that he has to rest on.
Or if you want to throw another person out there, Yuri Rodriguez is, and we've talked about Mark Church, obviously. I know Mark Church has a unique story. We talked about the $50 bet last week and everything.
And how he speaks English.
Yes, that was surely shocking to Eric Chiafalo. But those are two more that maybe don't make the bullpen. But perhaps is this the number one reason to be optimistic about the bullpen? Is I think that Danny Duffy is going to make this bullpen, and that would mean that David Robertson, Kirby Yates, and Danny Duffy. We talked to 3/8 of the potential Rangers bullpen for opening day out in spring training. And so maybe we can get a little of that magic G-bag dust on us and give them the K&C bump while we're at it.
Go ahead. Well, I guess I would look at it this way. Right now, no matter what happens in spring training, unless there's major injuries to your competition, I look at the Houston Astros and the Seattle Mariners as the competition to win the division with the Texas Rangers. All of those teams, when you think about it, Seattle finished one game back of those two. It was not like, oh man, Seattle, like literally if they would have won on that Saturday and then did what they did on Sunday, it would have been the Rangers
who missed out.
I think they'd have been in a one-game playoff situation. But I look at Seattle and I look at Houston and I look at Texas, and going into the season, I would say that Texas has the third best bullpen. That can change throughout the year. Bullpens are so tough to predict. But I look at Houston, and I look at Josh Hader, and I look at Abreu, and I look at, why am I drawing a blank? The kid who's local from here, Presley. They have two closers, legitimate good closers, and then a really good setup guy. That's tough to look at Leclerc and go, is Leclerc better than Hader? Is he better than Presley? Then look at Spores. Is he better than one of those two guys? And then look at the two guys you added that are going to be 37 and 39 and say, are they better than Abreu? And they have some other guys too. I'd say it's tough to say yes going into the season. So I would give Houston the advantage. I look at Seattle and I look at some of their numbers. They were able to trade Seawald to the Arizona Diamondbacks when things weren't going well for them near the end of July, and they still had a really good bullpen. So I look at your competition and go, going into the season, the teams you're competing against, you're probably in third in your bullpen, but you're not super far behind. It's not like the end of the world. Oh no, are we only going to say 50% of our games, like you did last year? I think you'll be better than that.
No, I think that is a totally fair observation. How many, we've joked about this before. You want to get every save conversion, but do you think it's realistic to look back at last year and be like, just statistically, if you're not all-time awful, you should have been able to convert 8 to 10 more wins out of that?
I think it's a 100-win team with a average bullpen, you're probably at 96 to 98 wins. With a good, not even great bullpen, with a good bullpen, you're at 100 wins.
And I think I kind of go back to the Cowboys defensive philosophy we talked about and maybe argued about a few years ago is I just think average is what I'm looking at. And I'm like, this could absolutely be an average bullpen, which I know doesn't sound like something you would shoot for, but does that help this team get closer to either back to 90 wins or hopefully above 90 wins? Because starting pitching wise, it seems logical to think they will take a dip, at least in the first half of the season.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. In fact, watching a lot of MLB Network, they're basing who they think is a playoff contender or a team that's going to make a deep run in the playoffs. And Cliff Floyd said this yesterday, and I can't remember what team he was doing he's like, I always look at the starting pitching rotation to tell me if this is a playoff contender or not.
Okay.
And so to your point, that's how a lot of baseball people look at. First, I want to look at the rotation. Is that rotation good enough to win 90 games? If I think that rotation's good enough to win 90 games, I'm going to predict them to make the playoffs or at least be really close to making the playoffs. So I think your point is validated by Cliff Floyd yesterday or this morning when I was watching it, saying, hey, I look at this team and I like their starting rotation, which means I like them to make the playoffs.
I love the Rangers bullpen right now, Kevin, and their starting rotation. Yeah, and their lineup. And I think they're better than the Astros. The Astros could eat one.
Okay. I like it.
Matter of fact, at 1 o'clock today.
Follow that up. I know that you're looking at us to talk now.
At 1 o'clock today.
I don't know how to follow that up.
At 1 o'clock today, we will be discussing when the Rangers become inevitable. And it does have to do with I'm sorry, I have a lot of Astros hate today right now.
What is brought? A
tweet.
Fair.
Just a tweet. I just saw a tweet now. It just reminded me how much I hate them and how much I want to continue to build on this rivalry that they have with both teams being good. Like that's where I'm focusing in, and I'm hearing Mike talk about I can't say that they're the better bullpen, but they had really, aside from Hader, they had a really good bullpen last year, except they didn't have a left-handed arm, and the Rangers were able to still overcome that. Obviously, now I don't know how much the left-handed arm was factored into that, Mike. I really don't know if the Rangers still would have overcome it had they had a really good left-handed arm. We'll probably get that opportunity to see it. The bullpens don't go up against each other. Can our bats handle what they have? And same, because I feel like the Astros are the thing that's going to be in the way. That's the thing that we're going to have to face and see at some point, whether it's for the division and Seattle too, but whether it's for the division or whether it's for a championship, I feel like the Astros are going to be in that conversation the whole time.
For sure. I agree with that. I just think this is honestly not a two-team race. Like if you look at the Dallas Cowboys this upcoming season, it's Philadelphia and it's Dallas. Like most likely Washington and New York are not going to compete.
Agreed.
And I don't think the Angels or the A's are going to compete at all for a playoff spot in 2024. But I know that 3 teams will in your division, including yourself. So
you saw for the person who brought up Yuri Rodriguez, you saw the good and bad of it yesterday. We preface this all the time, spring training game. But Rangers, by the way, struck out 16 people yesterday, which is impressive. But that tied a Cactus League club record. Yuri Rodriguez had 4 strikeouts. He did also give up a home run, but he was hitting 98 miles per hour. And one of the things that Bochy said was his stuff is electric at times, and you've seen a lot more consistency on the velocity. Yeah. And so does that mean automatically he's good to go, plug and play? Probably not, but it gives you another option because you're going to need a lot more than what you see on opening day.
And I think this is always the tough thing about spring training, and you do have to they're going to have to make 3 or 4 major decisions to start the year on 40-man spots, on who makes the team, who goes down to AAA, who has a contract like Diego Castillo. I don't know his contract if he has an out on March 25th if he doesn't make the team, and same thing with
he might piece on down the road,
I don't know, and then that makes a tough or an easy decision tougher or easier on the contract status on if I can send a guy to AAA or not. I would say this: when you're getting ready for a major league game, there is so much scouting report that goes into that game. And then there's so many major decisions that Bruce Bochy and Mike Maddox are making in that game on who we want to get up now, who's rested, who's not rested, where they're at in the lineup, who's hot in their lineup, all these things. In spring training, There's no scouting report. There's like, you're pitching the 5th inning. We could care less who's hitting. We need you to go out there, throw 25 pitches or less, hopefully. Work on your stuff. Today might be a day we really want to throw 50% sliders. It might not make any sense in the world. I talked about this with Rougned Odor. It would make no sense in the world on 2-0 to throw him a fastball in the zone. But it does in spring training, and then he hits a home run. You're like, hey, Rougie Odor's figuring it out. He's finding it out. It's like, is anybody ever going to throw him a 2-0 fastball for a strike in the regular season? No, the scouting report says don't do that.
Now, we are a show of the people, always trying to communicate information to the people. From the 469.
I don't know, dude.
Hey, guys, just to let y'all know, there's an undercover bust going down on Harry Hines right now.
Why are you doing that? What if the people that are going to get busted are listening right now and they're like, "Oh crap, we're
now
doing something illegal
overcover.
on
Here's
Harry
my theory.
Hines," and they're looking around pointing fingers at who the narc is.
I don't think so. I think we're a tool of the police right here. I think the bust is actually going on adjacent to that, and by announcing it, they'll cause the would-be criminals to flee to said adjacent streets where the actual bust is going on. Bam! Power radio.
So there has to be a Jason over there? Is that what you're saying?
No. You know what? Yes. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This is going to be a fun conversation off the air.
Does it?
I have questions.
Does the title automatically feel better if you win it with your original team? 877-881-1053. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
TruckWreck.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Trying to rally all the way back and then some. Trout hammers it. Left field. That's deep. Merrifield's back. That is gone. Home run, Mike Trout. And the Angels have grabbed the lead in the fifth. It's 7-5.
First it's San Francisco highlights, and now you're playing Trout highlights all the time. What's happening here?
You're going to love this topic, I predict. But also in the meantime, our boss Tim Collins came in and snagged that bowl, so it is gone. And then he joked that sometimes he likes to drink out of it when he's thirsty. I don't believe.
All right, so
I love that idea, though.
For anybody who's new to this, there was a bowl, just a random bowl, sitting in our studio near the window. Very odd, very awkward, and nobody.
It's good to have a bowl around.
Choppy said that it had been there for at least 2 weeks, so it was last week sometime. And now we either know the culprit or somebody took it for somebody else. But thanks, boss man Tim Collins, for helping keep the studio tidy.
But you don't think it was a human drinking out of that bowl, right?
There was stuff in it. There is a picture of me near the bowl, and there was definitely stuff in that bowl.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like it could have been crumbs of some sort, or maybe debris.
No, you said that wrong. All right. Sorry for that. We're going to start with Mike Trout, but this actually has a lot to do with the Cowboys and other teams because, Corey, you were already always frustrated that DeMarcus Ware won his title elsewhere. Now Tyron Smith probably going to be on the move. The Chiefs are heavily rumored there. And if that's the case, you got to think there's a really, really good shot.
Patriots are rumored there, too,
he wins the title. He's probably not there as much to win a title. But with the Chiefs, yes. So Mike Trout, he doesn't talk a whole lot. And so he was talking with Ken Rosenthal, and he said, whenever I hear Trout needs to get traded or he's happy to be there, they can say whatever they want. I got one thing on my mind. That's trying to win here. And then he added this that I thought was really interesting. It fuels me more. The overall satisfaction when we do win here, it'll be greater than if I did go somewhere else. So I wanted to open this conversation up to everybody, but Mike, I was curious, your insight too, to start is, do you think a title would feel better if you would have won it with like Cleveland when you started with, as opposed to you went to Washington and you were a part of the team and y'all won the championship? Do you think you'd have been like, that's awesome. If I would have won it with Cleveland, it would have been better?
I think for role players, it doesn't matter. You're gonna move around as a fifth starter, a middle reliever, a 7-hole hitting center fielder. I'm like not trying to take anything away from those guys, but Bill Winnington started with the Dallas Mavericks.
Right.
Is he like, oh man, I won 3 titles with the Chicago Bulls, but I mean it wasn't like I won it with Roe Blackman and Mark Aguirre. Like he's a role player. We look at it from a standpoint, and I think superstars do look at it from a standpoint differently than role players do. So I think for superstars, it can matter more where you win it. Like for LeBron James, the one in Cleveland does mean a lot more to him than it means.
That's a good point.
The LA one and then the 2 Miami ones. Like there's a difference. But I look at it this way. Seager did win one with the LA Dodgers. I don't know. Does it mean more here? Because now it was a money situation. I'm not going to take out that he got a whole bunch of money from the Texas Rangers. And I know that Marcus Semien never won one. And he got a whole bunch of money from the Texas Rangers. The Rangers got those 2 players because they gave them the most money in the marketplace. But it has to mean a lot that they went to a team that was a 100-loss team. And then their first year here, they almost lost 100 games. So I think when you do that, it can mean as much or more than your original team. When you go join super team, like nothing against Shohei Ohtani, I think Shohei Ohtani would tell you if he wins the championship this year, he's going to be like, great, I don't really care. But I think in the back of your mind when you're a superstar, you're like, how cool would it have been that I chose the Angels? The Angels had won one in 2002. It didn't look like they were on the path to win one, and I would have won one there. You go to the LA Dodgers right now, and it's like, yeah, guess what? We see that team. It's awesome. We think you're going to win it all. You're favored to win it all. They were favored to possibly win it all before you even joined them. So I think those, it doesn't mean it means nothing, but it does have less meaning. I look at Kevin Durant. Those two in Golden State, would they have won without him? Probably not. But they don't mean as much to the fans, and they probably don't mean as much to him that he couldn't get it done in Oklahoma City, and it hurts him that people know that, and you know why it hurts him so much? Because he knows it too.
Yeah, I kind of, with Ohtani, I look at it a little differently because I think he looks at this and he's looking at it as, I'm a Hall of Famer already. It's just what goes on my plaque. You know, like what is going to be there whenever I get to the Hall of Fame. People are going to recognize that. I think he's just trying to add to that brand, and having a World Series title will look good for his brand. I'm not sure that he cares that much about the fact that the Angels won getting him there in the first place. But I do take thought in the guys that like Beltre, who became part of a team, the Rangers, and like how sweet it would have been for him to win a title with the Rangers for him personally. Because by the end of his career, I mean, he retires a Ranger now.
Right.
He goes into the Hall of Fame as a Texas Ranger. He felt more home here, I guess, than anywhere else, like the Derek Hollins. He felt more home here. I mean, he even still is here. He has his home here.
No, he has his home in LA.
And he also has the one in Arizona. So he has lots of homes.
Wow.
But like when you think of some of these guys, like if you go,
you're talking about Derek Hollins?
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Beltre.
No, okay, yeah.
I was like, I'm pretty sure Beltre lives in LA.
Does Derek have one in LA? Maybe?
He might.
Yeah, he probably has. He has
rich,
lots of
man.
homes. But Kevin, if you go and play 2 years with a team, I think getting it sweet, and you finally did it, you know, or maybe you'd go to you're with a team for 4 years, win your title, and then go somewhere else. You're probably like, I was a journeyman. I know what Mike's saying about the superstars, but even superstars do get traded and moved around. I feel like winning the championship is a very big deal. But with Dirk, that was amazing for us. But it was his only one.
And like Dirk is a great example of, I'm sure he would have been so pumped if he went off and won it wherever, but I don't think that would have been the same. And that's what you hear from Mike Trout. He said asking for a trade would be the easy way out. And he said, sure. Could it ever happen? Maybe way down the road? It could.
Asking for a trade to a contender.
Yeah, but
ask for a trade to a team that's
he has a full no trade clause, so he dictates
it would
where
only
he
be
goes.
two. Yeah. So I was just really interested in his idea that he almost seems dead set on, no, I'm going to win here,
right, or
not win at all.
I get it. I mean, that's how
I respect that.
I think baseball is, and football. Look, football, there's no real free agency, so it's tough to dictate. Like, I'm going to go join a contender. Most great quarterbacks that we care about, right? That's the only position we really care about in that sport. Is they don't really get to choose where they go for the most part. But baseball is unique in that way. Basketball is different. Basketball, the landscape has changed over time. Now it is even Damian Lillard, who had the attitude of Mike Trout.
Yes.
If I don't win in Portland, fine, I don't win in Portland. Yeah. I'm going to be a Portland Trail. And then he got to, I don't know, year 10 about of his career.
He put in a lot of time.
And the story I heard on the other day is he's as sad as he's ever been right now. There's a very interesting story behind that.
And then Durant was the same way. If I don't win in Oklahoma City, fine, I don't win a championship, but I'm staying in Oklahoma City my whole career. And then that changed because basketball's a sport where it's almost demanded of you, because in basketball, the one player means so much. If you don't have the one player, the top 5 or top 10 player in the NBA, you can't win. It's impossible to win a championship in that sport. Where baseball's dictated more on your team. Mike Trout can be the face of the team that wins the World Series, but Mike Trout can't. There's no player in the history of baseball who's literally led a team to a championship by himself. The closest you get is pitchers. Randy Johnson, Madison Bumgarner in our lifetime. I think of those two guys, like literally because they could win 3 of the 4 games in a series, can almost do it. But a position player can only get 4 at-bats in a game, and then you have to hope that in those at-bats their key winning situations, then you have to hope that that team decides to pitch to you in those key winning situations.
I'm going to continue to look at post career here as another thing, because when somebody just texted and said, I don't think Mitch and Ian care as much about the ring in Boston as much as it would have meant to win a title here.
Yeah.
Still, though, winning a ring is special, yes.
And they'll tell you that.
But where did Ian Kinsler, where is he now? He's with the Rangers organization. And I do think adding that into that group of things, Troy Aikman is a Cowboy. Emmitt Smith, no matter the fact that he did go to Arizona, is a Cowboy with the championship. Those guys can live on. Mike Modano has a home forever, as long as he wants one in Dallas, because that's what he is. And for the longest time with the Rangers, it was, hey, Nolan, you have a home as long as you want to be here. And because they didn't have any titles to sit on. Now the guys like that came in here and won it, they have a home forever. Bochy has a home here forever. But I do think there is something to, when your career's done, what are you going to do next? And if you have the ring to go with it, man, you just classed up the organization. You're becoming part of an organization that has a future, and you're part of the past too.
To Corey's point, Mitch and Ian talked about how they hugged each other and embraced and was like, we just got the one that we should have had in 11.
Yeah.
And then I saw Michael Young and Ian Kinsler were on the truck in front of me for the parade, and they both got off of it after it was over, and they were just, I'm going to put words in their mouth here, but they were kind of sick after it was over, because they know they should have had that parade in 2011, and they should have been the players, not the Hall of Famers that are Rangers alumni. They know, like that. For Michael Young, he obviously never won one. For Ian, he did, but it's not the same. They both got off of that going, man, it was weird for them.
Mike Adams and Derek told me the same thing. Yeah,
like it's weird for them because they know they should have had that parade as champions of the 2011, baseball World Series, and so it's weird for them. Even though some of those guys went on, Ian and Moreland for Boston, to win a championship, and it's like, we have the ring, it's awesome, we are world champs in our career, but it'll always be missing. I think for a lot of the Dallas Mavericks, Josh Howard. As weird as it is,
Sagana
like Eric Dampier, Sagana Diop, Jerry Stackhouse, it'll always be weird for them because they feel like they should have had a championship there. Dirk got another. Dirk got that one.
And Terry.
Devin Harris will always feel kind of like, dang it, I should have got that one in 06. We had a 2-0 series lead, and we were up in the fourth quarter by double digits and just S the bed for pretty much 4 straight games, and David Stern made sure they did.
Kevin, you were right at the beginning of this segment to play the Mike Trout highlight. I wish it would have been a Dirk highlight instead. But
fair.
You were also right. I loved this segment, but I want to add to it now because somebody keeps bringing this up on the fan text, and I think this is interesting too. What about winning a championship with your childhood team? Because I wonder how sweet, like not many people get that opportunity, but it's got to be so sweet.
No, I absolutely see the appeal of like Mike Trout. Mike Trout's a Philly guy, right?
I guess.
Yeah, that's what he grew up.
So Mike Trout eventually went to the Phillies and won a World Series there. I'm sure he would be like, okay, this is pretty amazing. As opposed
to... It's a dream.
As opposed to he got traded to the Braves because they were on fire and they won. Not to say he wouldn't still be stoked, but I don't think it would be the same. The interesting thing about what he said is, and I don't think a lot of folks view it like this at all. He said, Mike Trout, that is, when I sign that contract, I'm loyal. I want to win a championship here. He didn't sign it, so he says, thinking, and I believe him, I'll be here for 3 years, and then I'll go on my merry way. And so, obviously, I don't want him to win because he's in the same division as the Rangers. But I appreciate his loyalty to his team and thinking like, I can do this.
And you know what? They've been pretty loyal back to him, although they haven't built what around it, but they've been pretty loyal back to him along the way as well because they understand what kind of generational player he is.
It is really cool at the end of your career if you're a one-team guy. Now,
it is.
Like Tony Gwynn. Now, Tony Gwynn did get to go to 2 World Series with San Diego. People probably forget because it was really early in his career and they lost to Detroit, and then they got hammered by the Yankees late in his career. That's the tough thing about Trout is right now you're halfway through or a little bit more than halfway through his career, and he's played in 3 playoff games. They might have won 1 and played in 4. Like, he's been in the playoffs.
I thought they got swept, but yeah, I get your
one
point.
time.
Yeah.
And so this is the tough thing. And the Angels aren't making – in the next 2 years, I'm 100% certain that the Angels are not making the playoffs the next 2 years.
You want to make it 99.9%.
Sure, 99.9 because they're – but – I don't see that team in this year or next year. Maybe, hey, I don't know what 3 years down the road looks like for the Angels, but he's on a team that's probably going to lose 85 to 100 games each of the next 2 seasons.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Around Major League Baseball, who are those major breakout candidates in 2024? I tell you next.
The IRS is the
In Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Right now. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, Baseball Nuggets brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Corey, I want you to start off Baseball Nuggets by just quickly giving us an update on guys that just got sent down to minor league camp.
All right, this is from Texas Rangers PR. It just disappeared out of nowhere.
Oh, did they change their mind?
They got called back up.
No, they didn't get called back up. Outfielder Dustin Harris, option to Round Rock AAA. Catchers Liam Hicks, Matt Watley. Infielder Abimelech Ortiz.
He goes by Abby
Ortiz.
Abby, so you can call him
Outfielder Aaron Zavala, reassigned to minor league camp. Texas now has 64 in major league camp, 39 on the 40-man roster, and 15 on non-roster invitees. So we have one spot on the 40-man roster open.
Minor league games are about to start, and so those guys weren't getting major league time, weren't going to make the major league team. So it's like, all right, now they can play their 4 to 9 innings in AA and AAA minor league games. So that's usually your first cuts are usually let's get them down to the minor leagues where games are about to start, and they're not going to be on the major league team, so they can get more time of live at bats. All right. I wanted to go over this list. We did one the other day from MLB.com, but we're going to start with the first guy. This is the spring training buzz right now. 10 players, scouts,
Wyatt
are
Langford
buzzing about in spring training. Number 1 is Cole Reagans. Now, we had crosstalk on him, and the crosstalk, if you missed it, was, should the Rangers regret making that trade? And I say 100% no.
I agree.
You don't even make the playoffs. I can't explain this easier than without Aroldis Chapman and what he did in your bullpen, you do not make the playoffs. Cole Reagans was not doing good on the Texas Rangers. He wasn't going to do what Aroldis Chapman was doing. Aroldis Chapman closed games when Will Smith couldn't pitch anymore in the major leagues effectively. Jose Leclerc wasn't ready to be a closer. You had Spores in the minor leagues trying to figure out his stuff again. You needed Aroldis Chapman desperately. There's at least 2, if not 5 games without Aroldis Chapman. You just lose.
Yeah.
And you only made the playoffs by 1 game. Literally, you made the playoffs by 1 game, and that would have been, you don't make that trade, you do not make the playoffs.
Reagans can turn into the next Roger Clemens. I don't care.
Left-handed Roger Clemens.
Yes.
Like left-handed DeGrom.
And I don't care because that trade helped facilitate you getting into the playoffs, which led to the World Series. So that's fine. Would I love if Cole Reagans was still here and we would have won the World Series? Great. I don't think we could have gotten that done.
Just real quick, Mike, on this, because I'm still trying to figure out what the Reagan situation, but the Royals, they had 5 pitchers ranked in the top 100 of all minor leaguers at the All-Star break last year. Before that, they had none in there. And they went and...
Prospects, you mean?
Yeah, their development, though, they had... And I'm going to go read this article. There is an article on what they were doing with their development process that completely has changed the way the Royals pitching is. So I'm gonna try and find more out there.
Now, right now, Cole Reagans in spring training is averaging 99.2 miles an hour on his fastball. It's incredible. He's thrown one at 101 miles an hour. He wasn't doing that last year. He jumped up to like touching 98, 99, which was in 2022, he was sitting around 93 to 95 from what I remember.
Yeah.
And so then when he jumped
the big story last year.
When he jumped to like 96 to 98, touching 99, I was like, whoa. And there's like, it's happening. Like, he's worked really hard. He's had 2 Tommy John surgeries very early in his career. He's 26 years old, but they're saying Reagans throws the 4-seamer, changeup, slider, curveball, and perhaps best of all, his cutter is sitting at 95. In the past, injuries kept Reagans from reaching his promise. If he can stay healthy, which is a big if, that's not in the article, I'm just throwing that out there, he has the makings of one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. That is great. I just want, and I hope the best for Cole Reagans. I'm not rooting against Cole Reagans. It just didn't work out here.
Yeah.
And you couldn't wait any longer if Kansas City said, we've talked to Brian Broaddus. He has a couple of buddies that are scouts in Major League Baseball that a couple of teams were trying to get Aroldis Chapman at that time. This was the way to get him. Kansas City, congratulations. They saw something in Cole Reagans that they thought they could fix, and they fixed it, that the Rangers couldn't figure out how to fix, and they didn't fix it. And they fixed it. Great for Cole Reagans. I hope he goes on and has a great career. But without that trade, Ranger fans, you're not winning the World Series. You're not even making the playoffs last year. So your option is, I wish we would have never done that trade. And without that trade, you have no playoffs last year. You do have Cole Reagans this year. And who's to say you have Cole Reagans at 100 miles an hour? You have Cole Reagans with a nasty cutter and slider, which he struggled to have as a Texas Ranger. So that's where you're at in that situation. Number 2, they're buzzing in spring training. I won't stick on this too long. Jackson Merrill, he's a shortstop outfielder for the Padres. He's 20 years old. Right now, the Padres have a shortstop in Ha-Seong Kim. They think that next year they will probably have Jackson Merrill at shortstop, but right now there could be an outfield spot for him. The only outfield spot that's 100% secure is Fernando Tatis Jr. in right field. So they're saying the 20-year-old still might start the year in the minor leagues, but he is looking great in spring training for the Padres. We move on. Another one, Tyler Glasnow. This is honestly, I'm kind of helping you out. If you play fantasy baseball, I'm helping you out on possible people to take that they think could really help out. After being traded to the Dodgers and signing a 5-year, $136.5 million contract extension, the 30-year-old has spent spring training working on a two-seam fastball that is running at 99 miles an hour. That's elite for speed on a two-seam fastball. The thing about him, I'll move on, is he has to stay healthy. He could never stay healthy for Tampa. It was a great trade. They traded, I believe it was Chris Archer from Tampa to Pittsburgh, and they got a king's ransom for him, and Archer never worked out for Pittsburgh. They never made a playoff run. And Tyler Glasnow has all the stuff in the world to be a Cy Young candidate and a Cy Young winner, but he never is able to stay healthy enough to put himself into that category. So Tyler Glasnow is looking great in spring training. The thing is, can he stay healthy for the Dodgers? Next one, James Wood, outfielder for the Washington Nationals. I do have contacts with the Washington Nationals. I did ask about him a few days ago, and they are comparing him in Washington to Aaron Judge. Wow. The left-handed hitting Aaron Judge. So he's 6'6", he's 235 pounds. He is crushing in spring training. He's 21 years old, I believe. It's not in this article, but talking to my Washington National contract, they're saying he looks outstanding. They said he can play center field, but because of Dylan Cruz, who we talked about yesterday, the second overall pick from LSU, they're probably going to stick James Wood in a corner because they know within 2 months to 2025 season, Dylan Cruz is going to be their everyday center fielder. But they're saying he has the ability to hit 50 home runs, super athletic, and will most likely put himself on the opening day roster in Washington.
When you get reports like this, or when you see stories like this, does this make you want to go track down these individuals and, like, I don't know if watch spring training, but like maybe watch more of their regular season games?
What I did is I looked at James Wood minor league stats after this. He does strike out a lot. Okay. So that was the one thing that worried me, because I'll be honest. I mean, we're going to talk later about my Evan Carter addiction. Is I looked at James Wood and said, should I start getting James Wood rookie cards? Yeah. And the thing that's scaring me away from him is how many times he strikes out. Okay. It's very tough to be a great major league hitter if you're striking out 200 times. It's you can, but it's really tough. And James Wood to me looks like a guy who could hit 40 home runs and strike out 200 times. And that puts him to me closer to Joey Gallo than Aaron Judge. And I have no clue. He's young. He can correct a lot of these things. So that's another guy to look out for. Another guy who I loved out of college, and it just never worked out for him, is AJ Puck. He is now with the Marlins. He's a 6'7" lefty and looking really good. Next one to look out for, Chase DeLauder. He's an outfielder for the Cleveland Guardians. He was the number 16 pick for his draft. He hit 355. last year in 57 games in pro ball, so not in the major leagues. But he's a guy Chase DeLauder to look out for. D.L. Hall, starting pitcher for the Milwaukee Brewers. And I move on to this one of the last ones that I'll mention. I'm running out of time here. Cole Irvin, starting pitcher for the Baltimore Orioles. This is a team that you swept last year, but remember, they add Burns from Milwaukee.
They look like a monster.
Grayson Rodriguez had a great second half and is their young phenom who they think, I know this Jacob deGrom name keeps popping up with Cole Reagan's, but Jacob deGrom's name popped up with Grayson Rodriguez, is that he could become the next Jacob deGrom, not injury-wise, but like dominating-wise. And now they're saying Cole Irvin, who's 30 years old, is looking great in spring training.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, besides just the recent losses, is this also hampering Luca's MVP candidacy? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk a little Mavericks here, but maybe a little different. This is not going to be the inevitable defeat segment that I know people were asking if we were going to do. That is.
I love that segment idea, though.
I know.
I forgot how it goes, but I love it.
That could end up, maybe that will be the case tomorrow. We'll run inevitable defeat, but for now, we are not doing that just yet. But I was reading an article in The Athletic, and I realized what's really going to hurt Luca's MVP cause right now is the losses. You lose 4 or 5. If the losses continue, he could put up the most insane numbers that you can imagine, and it could still be a struggle.
They were on national television against Boston and Philadelphia. It's over. Like,
Yes.
I'm wrong. He can't win the MVP now. Unfortunately, he lost all momentum he might have had when he went on national TV and they lost by 25 to Boston and then lost to a team that would be in the lottery.
And that makes sense to me. Like, I understand why that would cost him the MVP. The Athletics take was different, and I guess I just don't really agree with this at all. It was written by Tim Cato, who I have a lot of respect for. I just happen to disagree with this. So the article was entitled Luca's NBA MVP candidacy and the curse of familiarity. And there was a couple of things there is, first of all, he's cursed with, he's had so many amazing moves, passes, step backs that people are kind of desensitized to it. And I get what he's saying. I think that would hold more power to me if he had been bringing in MVPs left and right. You realize he's never finished higher than 4th in the MVP voting. Like, he's great for sure, but it's not like they're getting tired of him because he's like, I'm not going to vote for him again.
Right.
He's never been higher than 4th.
I think that he's been the favorite a lot of years.
Yes.
He wasn't coming into this year, but the best they've ever finished is 4th in the West. That was the year they made it to the Western Conference Finals, but literally there has to be some winning with your team.
I agree.
Victor Wembanyama is getting all the praise in the world. They've won 13 games this year.
Right.
If next year they win 25 games, San Antonio's people are going to go, this is great, we have Victor Wembanyama. Nationally, they're going to go, hey, how come they only won 25 games?
Yeah.
And they're going to, we'll give them another chance. And then if they win 32 the next year, they're going to be like, dude, he's been in the league 3 years and they lose 50 or more games every year. He's not going to get any MVP consideration. You have to start showing that you're leading one of the best teams in the NBA. And unfortunately for Luca, Mark Cuban had no clue how to put an NBA team together. And now that they're starting to get it right, I'm hoping in the future he can be the MVP. But you're going to have to do what Anthony Edwards or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, you could maybe say Karl Anthony Towns, but you're going to have to put together one of the best records in the Western Conference.
You got to drag a team to that, and they got to be right there with you for it. But that's the thing, too, with what Shai's doing, too. His team's showing up with him.
Yeah,
true. The team shows up for him. The only other thing I can think of, and we have this discussion constantly. Luka's your best player on the court. It's easily clear. Kyrie he can be your best player too. Can Luka get the rest of the guys in with him? And it appears that sometimes they are. I mean, during that 7-game win streak, it looked like they were. And I was it Vince Carter we were talking to that said he told McGrady to just pass the ball every time,
just to see you're losing anyways.
Yeah,
you're already losing.
Why not give it a shot?
And I was wondering, could he get 30 assists? Could he tie the Scott Skiles single game record with 30 assists in a game?
He could. With this team now, he could. Passing to, nothing against him, passing to Dwight Powell and Maxi Kleber. And, Maxi Kleber is going to be a 33% three-point shooter. That's just who he is. And so it's tough. But now with this team, if everybody's hot, he could, but you're late in the year. He was telling Tracy McGrady that because they were a lottery team.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just wondering because of the real line, the ball has energy. Is that enough? If he's just saying, you know what, I'm gonna set all you guys up for success. I'm not gonna try and get these points. I just want to win games. I'm going to set all y'all up, but I need y'all all in because it does seem like there's the side of the defensive side they're not in there. It seems like there's part of some of those guys that just I don't know if they can't do it, but maybe they're just not. They're like, I don't know how to do it.
So to your point, Michael Jordan never had the assist numbers that Luca had. Michael Jordan was considered, especially later in his career, a slow starter. It was intentional. He intentionally only scored about 6 points in the first quarter because he's like, I am going to, based off this triangle offense, based off of what Phil Jackson has proven to me, I will not even try to really score much in the first quarter unless I feel like it's super needed. After 4 or 5 minutes into the game, if I'm like, crap, everybody sucks tonight, guess who the best player in the world is, I will show it for the next 4 or 5 minutes and then see if my teammates will come along with me. Against Cleveland the other night, I was at Buffalo Wild Wings in Arizona watching the game. He had to go, my teammates are going to lose this game by 50 points. Literally, they're going to lose by 50 or more points if he would have just said, I'm going to see if my teammates want to play basketball tonight. And Luca was like, I'm great enough. I'm going to completely take over this game. And they were down by 4 at halftime. If he would have done what you're talking about, Corey, in that situation, they would have been down by 25-30 at halftime.
I've seen that.
Nobody wanted to kind of come along and play. But I do like what you're saying. I think it's too late this year to start trying that with 20 games left. But maybe next year he takes the Michael Jordan approach on triangle offense. I'm not saying run the triangle offense. Jason Kidd demanded a trade out of here because of that. Is that maybe
he'll demand a trade again?
Maybe, yeah, that'd be nice. Is maybe you go, I'm only going to try to score when it's absolutely necessary in the first quarter. I'm literally going to try to have 10 assists in the first quarter. I don't know. That might be something he tries. I don't know.
Because he does have some advantages over, like, Jason Tatum, for example. Jason Tatum is the person that I would think would theoretically be leading the MVP voting. But I do think people look at playoff stuff and they're like, yeah, you got to the NBA Finals, and what happened after that? So I'm going to need you to step up a little bit more.
Does Tatum bring the ball up the court?
No.
No.
Okay.
But he's
not a point guard.
Yeah. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, people are like, oh, look at this new exciting thing. You've got a shot. And so it's just balancing out your record with your stats. So right now, Jokic is going to win because probably because he has the best balance of record and stats. That's why Shai is second. Luca's third because his stats are so unbelievable. It feels like the voters are like, yeah, if you could just get that record up, I really want to vote for you. But you have to get your record up, and you just haven't yet. And so I do still think he has a great opportunity in future years. But I agree with you. It does feel like it's going to end up being Jokic or Shai for MVP this year.
And that's fine. I think Shai, that would be the new toy to vote for because he's never been, like you said, in the category.
His numbers are
they are
pretty darn incredible, too.
I'm not taking that away at all. I just, is he the best player in the NBA? Without a doubt, no.
Yeah.
He's up there, though. He's up there. He's a top 10 player. Where you want to put him in there, you can put him in there. But I would personally rather have Luca than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for the next 10 years.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
I would agree with that.
I do think that Oklahoma City has done a great job of building a great team up there. They weren't even sure they were building around Shai. They thought they might have been at one point building around Josh Giddey. Like that, but it's just ended up working out that Shai's ended up being their best player. Chet Holmgren's having a great year. Lou Dort is one of those just Joe Dumars. If you don't know who that is, he was the running mate with Isaiah Thomas when they won back-to-back championships. Just that perfect role player who's going to do everything you ask of a guy and not want to be a superstar. I'm going to say Cason Wallace from Richardson. He's that type of Joe Dumars type of guy too. They've just done a great job of building a team that makes sense. It's a team, and the Mavericks have struggled to figure out how to build a team. I do think Luca has the right pieces in place. I don't know if he has the right coach to help him out.
Sometimes I also wonder if having another elite player on his team hurts your MVP candidacy, because like you're a mediocre team right now in the West, and some people will be like, you have two of the best players in the NBA. How come you can't get the job done? Whereas Shai, he has excellent players on his team. But how many of them would you say are held in the same esteem as Kyrie Irving? Same thing with Jokic. Right. Same thing.
It's fascinating 0 right now, but Chet's possibly on his way.
He's moving up the road.
It's kind of interesting, too, because even Shai's assist numbers are well below Luca when it comes to he's So he's not even setting up his team, yet they're getting wins. His defensive numbers are higher than Luca's.
For sure. He's
a better defender, and that's got to be a factor, too. I don't know, whenever your best player is not a great defender, does the rest of the team say, well, defense isn't that important? I always had a question about that when it came to Dirk, who was a moderate defender. Not a great defender. He was a moderate defender, and he could do his job, but everybody else had to be elevated defenders around him. That was the expectation, and that's where I kind of look at this and looking at Shea, and I'm saying, oh man, his defensive numbers, does he set the tone for them defensively?
Yeah.
Is he the one out there pushing that part of it and saying, yeah, and I'm offense guy too?
And he's had a quality shooting year, like especially from distance. He is up quite a bit from the past couple of years. So right now, I still do think Luca has an excellent chance of finishing third, but I don't know if he actually cares.
And
he's like, oh, neat.
And he's going to finish, once again, first team All-NBA.
Yes.
5 out of his 6 years in his career. Now, he could get hurt. I don't think he will. But if he got hurt tonight and missed the rest of the year, then no, he won't make it. But as long as he stays healthy the rest of the way, it'll be Shea and Luca who are the guards on the first team All-NBA. And then you'll probably have Tatum, Jokic, and somebody else.
Yeah.
Maybe Giannis as your first team All-NBAers. And that's almost impossible to do what he's doing there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm excited for this segment. What do you buy, even if you don't need it, because it's too good of a deal to pass up? Because I think Mike has a problem. We're going to do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
The 0-1. And there's a ball hit high and deep into right field. Hernandez turns and looks and admires it as it goes about a dozen rows into the seats. Evan Carter with his 4th career home run, his 3rd in the last 4 games. He provides a little more separation. It's now 9-5 Rangers.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Couple of franchise tag updates for you. The deadline to place those on is 3 p.m. today. Brian Burns is getting the franchise tag for the Carolina Panthers. However, Saquon Barkley is not, which means the free agent class of running backs looks like DeAndre Swift, Tony Pollard, Austin Eckler, Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley. It's pretty loaded if you're looking to go the veteran back route.
And they're all free, so get all of them if you can, Jerry.
You know what? Actually, that kind of sounds like this segment because maybe it's a segment, maybe it's an intervention. I don't know. What do you buy, even if you don't need it, because it's too good of a deal to pass up?
And Mike, before we get started, we have Sue on the phone with us.
No, you don't. She's working.
Oh my gosh. I was like, do we really? Awesome.
Way too many kids with like flu and COVID and everything. She's having a lot of
Lucy's going to the doctor today. She missed school.
So he's showing off on the Twitch, on the YouTube, all of his Evan Carter. Well,
that's not all of them.
Let me stop there. Some of his Evan Carter
an assortment of his Evan Carter
tops.
Yeah.
All right, Mike, walk us through. Actually, you know what? I'm going to start this segment with the text exchange that I made sure to make note of.
Okay.
I jotted this down. From Mike, I want another Carter Black numbered to 73. Why, Kevin? Why? They just keep giving them to me. To which I responded, stop submitting offers. To which he responded, there's only 73 of those. I'm 69 away from having all of them. To which I responded, please don't. Now, those cards are, I'm just going to give you, they go for ish 250. Now, I realize
they've gone down a little bit lately.
Okay, so 225. But the latest one, it was because you submitted an offer, correct me if I'm wrong, of 180, to which you put the blame on the other person for
they accepted it. What am I supposed to do?
What is he supposed to do, Kevin?
Don't submit the offer.
I put an offer that I was like, there's no way they're going to accept this, but this is the only way I'm going to buy it.
You know what, Mike?
What am I supposed to do?
You have to put the offer in. You have to put the offer in.
Why? I just put an offer in on a card. They didn't accept it.
Yeah, they didn't have to accept it. He's supposed to bid.
I'm like, I will buy it for this amount of money.
And he said he would do it. Was he supposed to go against all of his rules to himself?
So this is Evan Carter's first official rookie card release in 2024 Topps. How many do you have 4 of the blacks numbered to 73?
4 blacks. 2 of them have come in the mail so far.
How many of the golds do you have?
6. I want 10. So I need 4 more.
They're numbered to 2024.
I bet he could get all 2024.
That'd be awesome.
I'd love for him to do that and then 2023 of them on fire and be like, I got the only one.
They have a blue one. They have multiple blue ones, but the ones that are numbered to 999, I think, are the coolest ones. I only have one of those so far. Got it for $15 under what they're usually going for in auction.
So there are 998 out there somewhere.
This one's usually going, this is called Team Color. This one's usually going for over $150. The guy took and accepted it for $120. What am I supposed to do?
Supposed to do,
$30 off. Evan Carter, man.
How could he not?
Act like someone put a gun to your head and say, you better offer this amount of money.
It's so fun. I'm going to have the best Evan Carter collection. When we go to the Dallas Card Show and I have a whole case of just Evan Carter rookie cards, they're going to be like, you're insane. And I'm going to be like, insane in the membrane.
Nobody's putting a gun to him and telling him he has to. But he has the power and understanding of what the actual value of these cards are right now and what the future value is going to be. What's he supposed to do, Kevin? Just turn away from that power?
So you think this is free money that he would just be turning down?
He basically knows what the crypto's about to turn into.
Like,
and he's just getting it for a better value.
The other day, I was like, I feel like I have enough golds. And then somebody put a buy it now for $15. What am I supposed to do? Not buy it when those go for $50 and not buy it for $15?
But you're not reselling them.
I know.
Yet.
Yeah, yet.
Whenever he lights most of them on fire and then he wants to sell them.
That's the deal. You get all the blacks. 73 of them. You destroy
you might
72
You might want to stop this sentence right now.
Burn all the black cards.
Okay, thank you. Can we add that to what you're saying?
All the black Evan Carter cards, burn those.
Yes, they're numbered to 73.
Bam.
I brought 2 of them because I'm probably going to one of my local card shops and sending them in to get graded by PSA. And to me, the grade it matters. No, I don't want to say it doesn't matter. But when they're limited to this amount, and this is one of the premium ones to get, like I just want to get it graded in its case so it is signed, sealed, delivered.
I think I would understand your line of logic and Corey's line of logic if you were flipping these cards. If you're like, it's $15, I get $50 for it in the next couple of days. I would get that.
Probably should do that.
This is all for your personal collection, right?
Yes, because I think Evan Carter, one, very good baseball player.
Agreed.
I mean, there's more to prove, but so far he's proving a lot. 2, he's a great person.
Agreed.
And so I've found out through this situation, whether it's Wander Franco, whether it's in a way Fernando Tatis Jr. If I start, I'm trying to do this better, and if I find out the guy might not be the best character guy, man, they can really destroy a collection in a hurry with a mistake that they make.
Like Wander Franco. Yeah.
Yes. Obviously, that's the ultimate one. His cards literally went from very expensive to almost nothing. But I just feel like Evan Carter, he plays for the team I cover. He plays for the team that I loved growing up. He's a great person. He just helped his team win a World Series. Like I
agree with all of that.
If he doesn't spend the budget, addicted to something, why not be addicted to Evan Carter?
If he doesn't spend the budget, then the budget will be taken away from him.
No.
And so what's he supposed to do, Kevin? Not use the budget?
I do not believe, I could be wrong, I do not believe that Sue walks up to you at the end of the year and is like, all right, your budget for cards was $20,000. You only spent $19,000. I'm going to take that away from you.
She has asked him that question before, though.
Yeah, I think
how much did you spend?
How much have you spent on these cards? How much have you spent on just variations of this Evan Carter card? Because it's got to be like $2,000.
Probably a little bit less than 2,000.
All right.
But it's,
because he's
it's
getting them
not
at discount prices.
Yeah, they just keep giving them to me. True photos. I got 2 true photos now.
Yeah. Okay, so we established, thanks mostly to Corey.
Well, you know what?
What's he
it's probably not
supposed to
2,000,
do?
but you're not far off.
Okay.
I was just thinking, gosh, I got those 2 true photos.
Exactly.
Also.
Yeah, see, I am aware of what you
There's
bought.
a couple of them right now that I might spend another $500 in the next few days to get a couple other ones.
So then we asked the question.
Why won't you tell them what he's supposed to do?
Yeah. So let's ask the question. What do you buy even if you don't need it because it's too good of a deal to pass up? From the 972, firearms. From 2 different 817s, ammunition. Another person, Jordans. I like this one.
My buddy was at the gun shop, Kevin. I'm sorry.
He bought Jordans.
He was
at
at a gun shop, and he was like, he saw some shotgun shells, and they were like a fantastic price.
Yeah.
And he bought all the shotgun shells that they had. And I was like, well, that's awesome, dude. When are we going to go shoot them? And he was like, I don't have a shotgun. But the deal was too good.
What?
He couldn't pass up the
He
deal.
didn't even have the other part necessary
He was like,
to facilitate.
I got
Sounds
great
like a smart
ammo.
guy.
Because at some point, Kevin, he'll probably get a shotgun. And now he's got all the ammo for it.
Gosh,
Great deal.
What I think is going to happen, he's going to be like, now I have no money to buy a shotgun. I'm going to throw
This is
them.
when you buy
make more
shoes that
money.
match nothing, and you're like, now I need to go buy the outfit. That's what he did, right? He bought the shoes, the bullets, but now he has to go get the gun.
But at least with the shoes, you can still theoretically wear the shoes. He can't shoot the shotgun shells by going, boop-boo!
He can throw them.
What if you buy yellow shoes, but you have nothing that matches those yellow shoes?
I
now
still
you gotta
say
walk
that's
around
more
naked.
functional than not having a shotgun, but having all the shotgun shells.
Well, maybe if you throw as hard as Cole Reagan's, you don't need a gun.
I guess, you know what? Checkmate.
I wonder how
682.
hard you have to throw a bullet for it to work.
Don't look that up. Don't look that up. From the 940, the mega pack of mint chill dude wipes. Sam's only has them every now and again, so I always buy at least 3 boxes. From the 903, cards. I'm an avid eBay buyer. Is Mike still having his garage sale this weekend? I think are you going to have cards for sale?
I haven't thought about doing that because that just takes so much time and effort to price them. True. That I just don't want to do that for. But maybe I should. Maybe, you know what? Maybe there's a couple of like Dallas Cowboy cards that are just like $1 a piece, you know, like cool Emmitt Smith and Troy Aikmans. And I'm like, hey, pick out 2 for $1.
We'll double check with him in crosstalk, but I believe what Wolchuk said to us was anything that's buy one, get one free, you're just caught up in the allure of,
it says, I went to the grocery store. I bought 5 boxes of not Chex, but Life cereal. My son loves Life Cinnamon. That's his favorite cereal.
Really good.
And they had, well, if you buy 1 box, it's $4. If you buy 5 boxes, they're $1.99 a piece. So I had to buy 5 boxes because I'm thinking I'm going to eventually need more boxes of cereal.
I get that.
So why not just buy 5 of them now?
My wife the other day, we buy Dr. Pepper Zeros, and she said that they are currently at Target 3 for $5 for the 18 packs.
What?
You mean 3 for 15?
3 for $5.
Like $5 a piece.
$5 a piece.
Okay.
I'm leaving the show right now.
What?
What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?
Not leave?
If they're at Target right now and I can get 36 Dr. Peppers for $5, I'm leaving and going and doing that.
And Adrian, knowing that I don't necessarily need that this week, she's like, I just keep buying 3 at a time, and our fridge is almost full because she just keeps putting them in.
I would buy them out.
Okay. I would love to see you just have multiple carts just struggling to push one arm at a time. There are a lot of people like that. Potato chips, because if you buy them 3 or 4 bags at a time, you get them cheaper. From the 817, that big old block of Velveeta. If it's on sale, I buy it every time. I don't care if I have 2 giant blocks in the pantry. That is some fake, expensive, and delicious cheese.
How many times have you guys tried to check out at like on an app or whatever, and you have spent $92 and they're like free shipping if you spend $100, and you look at the shipping and it's going to cost you $9 or $11 to ship, and you're like, I got to find something for $10 on this
because that stuff's all free.
Yeah, because then you're like, I'm just getting this for free because if I don't buy this $10 thing, if I can't find $10 worth of product, I'm just giving them $10 for free.
I do get that.
I guess then to add to that, if I see a bottle of bourbon that I know is really underpriced, I will immediately scoop that up, even if it's not something I'm into at the time. But I do. There are a lot of times there are a couple different stores that underprice Buffalo Trace, and a lot of people love Buffalo Trace, and the price on it is very, very reasonable. I'll be like, man, I will take that. Like, I've seen it for like $16 before, and be like, y'all are idiots for selling it for this. Snatch. I got 4 of them. See you later.
Well, I have my friends texting me, and they're like, you need to pace yourself because this is the first product of a million.
Yes.
But I want to stay somewhat disciplined. I'm probably not going to buy 90% of the product that comes out on Evan Carter. I'm really sticking with Topps and Topps Chrome. That's my goal, is like, hey, you're spending too much. They're about to come out with whatever. I'm not going to name all the products, but they're going to come out with all these other products that you're going to want. And I'm going to be like, I know probably there's going to be a really cool picture of Evan Carter. And be like, oh, I really want that one because it looks really cool. But I'm trying to pace myself I'm going to really stick with Topps and Topps Chrome as the stuff that I collect of Evan Carter.
And somebody sent this in. There's an Evan Carter gold on eBay right now for $20. Buy it now. I think that's the regular gold and not the numbered one. Because if it weren't,
where is
Mike
this at?
would be buying.
I'm a good searcher of these things, and I think that you're looking at the gold, like just the gold foil, not the gold number to 2024.
From the 469, I want to see Sue's face when she hears that Mike bought another card. I would love for you to roll on that whenever the credit card bill comes in, if that discussion takes place, or do you just check the mail instantaneously, or do you just get electronically?
I was so happy I was home before Sue yesterday when the mail came in, because I had like 7 eBay things that were in the mail. And I was like, I'm so glad she didn't see the mail today.
So would she just look at it and be like, did you just buy a whole bunch of cards?
She's like, well, she doesn't get mad because in a way there could be a lot of other things that I could be maybe really into that might not be that healthy. Obviously, if you overspend, if you spend your family's, like if we didn't have money for food and shelter and, all that stuff, then she'd be like, hey, we don't have enough money to send our kids to Bishop Lynch next year because you bought all the Evan Carter cards. Like I do have some discipline, not a lot, but I do have enough that we still have food and still able to do certain things, but I do enjoy this. She knows that I enjoy it. So
now some of these answers are amazing. So we said, what do you buy even if you don't need it because the price is too good? From the 561, patriotic apparel. From the 214, crazy design jeans. I have 25 plus pairs and I maybe wear 6 of them.
There you go.
This I was waiting for from the 682. Weed in copious amounts for the price if it's not a copious price.
Go ahead and mark that, Alec. Thank you.
Oh, man. From the 817, toilet paper. Now, toilet paper, I feel like they shame you every time because they're like, all right, you can get 4 rolls for $16 or you can buy 72 rolls for $18. Yeah. And they're like, if you just buy 8 times as much, I know that was more than 8 times, but if you just buy this gigantic package of toilet paper, we're really going to make it worth your while.
I remember whenever I moved out for the first time and it was Christmas and everybody was asking, what do you want for Christmas? And I was like, just toilet paper. Just that's all I want.
This was during the COVID times?
I was 19, so no.
No, that would definitely not be particularly close to the COVID
yeah,
times.
I would say that would be very far from the COVID times.
From the 214, anything that's cheap on Facebook Marketplace. And from another 214, this is like Mike when he ruined Jared's beautiful moment after the World Series.
Crunch.
Discount candy on the day after a holiday.
Dude, November 1st, the Rangers win the World Series. And I stopped by the Kroger and everything is 50 to 60% off. I had to bring in all the candy for the championship.
This is okay. You know what? That is something I do also at summertime. If I see floats for a good price, like pool floats.
Oh, I was thinking like parade floats.
I'll buy all
like
of
October
them.
1st.
Yeah, I'll buy all the floats for the next year.
Like, we're not going to use them for 6 months.
Yep.
But when we need those floats, I got them for 50% off, and they're going to be full price in April when it starts to be pool season.
Like cheeseburger guy in Longest Yard. I'm just tossing them out. Everybody blow one up.
He's a great robot dancer.
Yeah, he is.
The cheeseburger guy in prison, who's Michael Irvin's friend.
Uh-huh.
I don't know his real name.
What an awful movie that is. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
What's his name?
Coming up next.
Burt Reynolds, I think.
It's time for Gridiron Gravy. Will they figure this out? But also, does that make this the worst deal in NFL history?
And the next tease. Stop buying the Evan Carter cards just because I posted that I'm buying Evan Carter cards. I feel like I ruined my own market.
Terry Crews.
We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Mike Bassick here, and I've had a...
More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
To make it a 60-yard attempt, Wilson lost the football! Rolling towards the sideline, picked up by the Jets! It's Hall! And he goes!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
You're often imitated, but never duplicated. 5-time Super Bowl champion Dallas Cowboys.
Here we go.
Usually they say cheerleaders, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows we've won 5 championships. And how many organizations have done that?
Robert Griffin
He didn't do it.
says that the Dak's not the issue.
Yeah, what a hot take he had.
It's the culture
Jerry.
that Jerry Jones has created.
Good one, Robert. What has he got as a solution?
Fixing the issue is acknowledging that there is a problem.
Never gonna happen.
There you go.
All right.
So how do you fix it then? You don't. Okay.
I don't have a good answer. Well, actually, I have plenty of thoughts, but they have all been declined by the Cowboys.
So the result is just basically scream into a pillow every night?
Yes.
Okay.
Or move on until this team is irrelevant. And
Go
it
Chiefs.
Does not feel like people want to do that. Now,
Buy into us.
the Broncos are cutting Russell Wilson 2 years into the deal where they gave him $242 million.
And that was always the plan when Sean Payton arrived. We saw this about mid-season when that all came out.
Yeah.
We're like, whoa, hold on.
So here becomes the question. Is this the worst deal in the history of the NFL? The Broncos will have $85 million in dead money, which is more than the next 2 contracts combined. And to make the deal, Denver traded Drew Lock, Shelby Harris, Noah Fant, 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, and a 5th-round pick.
When you think you got your quarterback,
They did it. They beat the Herschel Walker deal.
Oh, yeah.
when you think you have your quarterback, it's never a bad decision at the time. And then whenever the results come in, you go, oh, crud.
You just better make sure you're right about your quarterback.
Yeah. There've been some pretty bad ones. The Khalil Mack how'd that turn out for everybody when he got traded for all the first round picks?
Ooh, I don't remember how many that was.
It didn't turn into a championship for the teams.
I think the tough thing is they're negative $90 million the next 2 years.
And that's you. But Sean Payton doesn't care about your cap. He never has. That is a dude that is just, look at what happened with the Saints. He's like, cap's not a big deal at all.
It's just going to be interesting. It seems like a lot of rumors have them locked into J.J. McCarthy of Michigan with the 12th pick. And so
That is so
I don't know if
high.
that's going to happen or not, but it seems like the belief is that he is the next. Sean Payton thinks he might be the next. This is too high. Tom Brady, because he's from Michigan. I'm throwing that out there. I don't think he's right about that. I struggle to see him being a great quarterback. I think he's way more Mac Jones than Tom Brady. But hey, Sean Payton it looks like he believes in him.
Kevin, I know somebody said the Deshaun Watson contract is worse than that, but
ooh, that's a good point.
Is the Ricky Williams trade still not considered?
Oh yeah, where they traded the entire draft,
first, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh in '99, along with the first and third round picks in 2000 to Washington for the second overall pick to get Ricky Williams.
And he put on the wedding dress.
The only thing is that Washington didn't super take advantage of that, if that makes sense.
Valid.
They got Champ Bailey. They did some great things. I'm not saying they didn't, but it never ended up Washington made it to an NFC championship game or Washington made it to a Super Bowl.
That's a good point. That's in the mix for sure. And I'm amazed. So he made it 2 years for 2 firsts, 2 seconds, a 5th, 3 players, and now they have $85 million in dead cap over the next 2 years.
Oh well.
Ouch. Let's go from oh well, that's a good way to put it. All right, let's go from that to
what was he supposed to do, not make the trade?
I guess play better. Yes, don't make the trade.
So when you get a good quarterback, but then you don't have an awesome running game and
I
an
see
awesome
where this
defense,
is going. Yes, Mike.
And they're not making a lower salary, they could really struggle in those situations.
Yes, I agree with you. I don't disagree with you about that at all.
Okay.
Are you comparing? Hold on. Mike,
you say it.
Are you comparing the situation in Denver to the situation that other teams might have.
He means this team. This team right here is who he's talking about.
Are you telling me, I'm going to ask you a question. Are you telling me if you put Dak Prescott on the Denver Broncos, they would have had the same record last year as the Denver Broncos had?
Are you telling me that they had a running game that didn't do very well?
Are you telling me if you put Russell Wilson on this Dallas Cowboys team, they go 12-5 and lose in the first round of the playoffs?
Yes.
Are you telling me that
he is. Mike, yes, he is. They're saying yes to both of your questions.
That makes a lot of sense.
But if they had Marshawn Lynch on a league minimum contract for your quarterback.
How's it not? How's it not 2 o'clock? All right, let's go from that
Legion of Boom.
Dude, I'm having a blast.
Now I'm glad about this. The Jacksonville Jaguars are getting worse. They released Darius Williams, the cornerback who had 9 passes defended last year and 4 interceptions. Williams is second most passes defended in the NFL last season. So he's a heck of a player, but he also has a heck of a salary cap hit. And they're like, nah, we're moving on. He's going to be 31 in a couple of weeks.
I'm fascinated by salary cap.
Me too.
Because I feel like if you just ignore it and act like it doesn't matter, then you're fine.
Sure.
I couldn't figure out for years, like I'll bring up Washington again. I couldn't figure out for years how they kept signing all these free agents.
Yes.
Philly's done that for a while now. You're like, how do they keep doing this? Kansas City's like, hold on, didn't you sign a $400 million quarterback? And they're like, don't worry, we figured it all out, guys. We got the formula.
Let me put it to you like this. Now, this would be a ridiculous way of doing it, but I could sign for the Cowboys Kirk Cousins, Russell Wilson, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, all on this year's team and make it work with the salary cap.
You kidding me?
No, I'm not. Now, of course, that would be a ridiculous use of your resources.
Absolutely, but why aren't we doing it?
Because we're not really going all in. Because of the audio we played where you were like, hey, what if Jerry has a different definition? And Jerry literally goes, I have a different definition. You could destroy your salary cap for the next couple of years and get every effing free agent you want. You can do it. But they won't.
What are they supposed to do? From the 817, how do you keep falling for their BS is amazing and hilarious.
Disagree.
We walk them right
Amazing?
into it.
Maybe.
Hilarious? Absolutely.
Man, for the 817, I thought it said Kevin might need to have a freaking smoke before crosstalk.
No.
It said stroke, and that's fair. But you might be onto something with that other suggestion. I'm just gonna sit.
Are you
in
telling
the
me
stairwell.
that Kevin is upset because you're telling me Dak can win as many games as Russell Wilson?
Shut up. Stop asking, are you telling me?
If you just sit in that stairwell, you'll get high.
That is
You don't even have to do anything. You just have to sit there.
Dak Prescott has a cool goatee right now, though.
Fair enough. All right, let's talk about the Jaguars being terrible again. This is just because of you.
I'm fine with it.
I had other stories.
You can't hurt me.
You know what?
You can hurt my cards.
Yeah. I
saw you look.
I looked right at his card.
You can't hurt me with football talk.
I can hurt your
I've
cards.
quit the Cowboys, and you can't hurt me with Jacksonville or Kansas City. I just enjoy watching their quarterbacks and enjoy watching Patrick Mahomes more than I enjoyed watching Trevor Lawrence last year.
I still to this day don't understand how the social media team doesn't get on the same page with the actual team. The Jacksonville Jaguars.
I know.
They wished Foley Fatukasi, the defensive tackle, happy birthday at 10:19 a.m. And then we found out approximately 2 hours and 24 minutes later that he was being released from the team. Do you think the social media team goes to the football teams like, hey, next time, could you just give us a heads up?
That
was yesterday.
I do think so, but I also do know that a lot of times, I bet you could ask Jared how many of his tweets are live versus how many of them are like planned out. You could ask our social media guy how many tweets of his are
that's a good
live
question.
versus how many of them he'll schedule for tomorrow at a certain time. And Jared probably has a few things that like, hey, I'm going to do a mailbag tomorrow. I'm going to schedule it now because I can.
Okay.
And I presume with birthdays, there's a lot of pre-scheduling on that. But yes, somebody just needs to go knock on the door and say, hey,
It's this person's birthday.
This
Are you
guy's
going to
getting
release
cut
him
here
tomorrow?
just a little bit. We need to let you know this. Just let you know.
All right. Usually I love the fan text. Hard disagree right here from the 214. Please tell me this is a new segment called Are You Telling Me? From the 808. This Are You Telling Me bit needs to continue.
Uh-huh. So you're telling me.
You tell me what time that segment
Isn't that how
so I
30
can
for
just take
30s
a walk.
always work?
What if I told you?
Yeah, what if I told you?
Are you telling
you're
me
like,
this?
are you
but
telling me?
But they don't repeat the whole time. They're like, what if I told you? What if I told you? What if I told you?
But they keep answering questions. Because I bet every time you watch a 30 for 30, you're like, so you're telling me that this happened here. What happened next? And then
Gotta
they tell you,
watch.
and you're like, all right, so you're telling me that just happened. What was the result of that? Don't you?
know, I
It kind
haven't
of makes
si-
a guy wonder,
I
doesn't
haven't
it?
signed the paperwork yet. I can still walk. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
So you're telling me everything we put together here, you just walk.
Cat's out of the bag.
Yeah,
I'm
wow,
not going to
dude.
walk. Coming up next.
Oh, see, now you're telling me that you're not going to go.
Oh, my God.
Oh. Coming up next.
You know what? Coming up next, I had a great tease. Now you don't get to know what it is. Coming up next, mystery segment. And if it turns into Are You Telling Me? I might lose my mind.
DFW's number one. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I had an amazing segment planned. We might get to it. I don't know. We might not. The overwhelming response on the fan text from the 817, what is he supposed to do? From the 972, so you're telling me Kevin might lose his mind. From the 214, Kevin, I love the show. Are you telling me you don't accept fan suggestions for new segments? From the 575, so you're telling me you had an amazing teaser and I didn't get to hear it. All right, you clever SOBs. Yes, well done. Well done.
Yeah, Swaggy Booties here on Twitch is saying, are you telling me there's 2 more hours of the KMC Masterpiece?
Might just be KC, Mike, and the boys.
From the 254, I'm just over here working out mid-rep, and then the rattle drops, and that was icing on the cake, and I just dropped my weights. Ha, ha, ha. I love you guys.
Skill issue.
What I'm really happy about, Alec, what I'm really proud of with Alec is he took an entire clip and turned it into a half-second drop that makes me laugh every time I hear it. And I love it. Thank you, Alec. I appreciate you.
You're welcome, Corey.
They also asked if K-Dog's having trouble finding Coke these days. That's what's really irritating him.
Making y'all twitchy.
Yeah, that was last summer.
Yeah.
When you went to Alaska.
Mm-hmm.
Saw pictures.
Where all the snow is.
Yeah, it's like, I'm going where the snow is in the summertime.
Just a quick note for you. Justin Verlander will begin the season on the injured list for the Astros. I know we speculated.
And it's not injury. It's just that they feel like they can't get him built up in time to start the season. So they're like, well, we'll just wait. Which, again, like I'm sitting here over here going, hey, isn't that good? Like with DeGrom and Scherzer, that maybe older players can come in a little later in the season if they're actually healthy, obviously.
Yeah.
That's a huge factor.
And if Max Scherzer is completely healthy on, let's say, it sounds like sometime in June that they're going to put him in the rotation. But to your point, that would be a maximum of 20 starts for the season. And maybe that's not bad for a guy his age that's dealing with issues the last few years, that maybe if he's completely healthy and only has 100 innings of regular season baseball and you make the playoffs, he'd be more fresh and ready for the playoffs.
If that's the case, then since we talk about Jacob deGrom, if you project it right now, maybe you say 20 there. Do you say 0 for deGrom? And how many for Malley?
I think you need, my opinion, you would need about, including your rehab innings, to really feel effective, you would need probably 70 innings. To really feel like you have your breaking ball, like, when you throw your breaking ball, for the most part, no pitch is ever going to always be perfect, but when you throw your breaking ball, you're getting it down and in on that back foot. You can backdoor it here. You can throw it for a strike when you need it. I think, remember Yu Darvish in 2016. He came back from Tommy John surgery, and it was playoff time, and it was like he just wasn't ready. He just wasn't at a peak to really get out the Toronto Blue Jays. And so that's the only thing you have to worry about with like a Jacob deGrom, is if he does come back this year, or a Malley who might come back after the All-Star break. Yeah. Is there enough time for them to work into that unbelievable situation? I didn't think there was enough time for Evaldi. Remember when he came back, he did not look good. And they're like, screw it, we're not even doing rehab. Just rehab in the major leagues. We're struggling to pitch. We're struggling to get people out. We'd rather you just throw 3 innings today, having no clue what you're going to do, rather than send you down to Double-A.
They sacrificed a few regular season games.
Yeah, because they felt like they're probably already in bad shape anyways.
Yeah.
And so what would it hurt?
And I do wonder also, like, how much of you just get back into your routine here rather than get back into your routine there and then have to come here and get back into your routine. Just get back into it with us while we're at it. I wonder how much that had to do with it. But yeah, man, they sacrificed a few games, and it turned out by the time he was ready was the time that we needed him ready the most.
Okay, so I know we've talked a lot about, the return from injury pitchers in the second half. Do you feel like the Rangers over the last, let's say, 3 years have had a lot of injuries? Because I just look at last year and feel like, man, this team got clipped by a lot of injuries. But
Are you talking about pitching or all?
All.
Yes, I would say all, yes. But maybe you're going with this and I interrupted you. Josh Young has been injured his whole professional career.
That is true.
Corey Seager has struggled to stay healthy in LA. Different injuries, some of them, hey, man, maybe it's lack of flexibility. Maybe it's just unlucky. Sometimes a ball, like for Josh Young in a weird way, last year was just pure unluck. A line drive broke his thumb.
Yeah.
That's a little bit unlucky when you're running and your hamstring gives on you. I don't want to say you're just unlucky. How much are you working on your flexibility during the day? Are you getting prepared for the game properly where you won't have injury pulls and stuff like that? So I'm not saying it's their fault, but sometimes Steve Nash with the bad back, when he went to Phoenix, he's like, I got to do everything possible because the reason the Mavericks kind of passed on me a little bit here was because my back would always give on me during the playoffs. So I think they can be more healthy this year. Pitching wise, I don't know. Obviously, they're already starting off pretty injured, so it's not going to be like the most healthy year for pitching.
So the interesting thing about this is, Corey, over the last 3 years, ESPN did essentially like an injured list research project to project how 2024 will look.
Okay.
The Rangers are so low on this list, which is good. So essentially, like the lower you are on the list, the less likely you are to have a great deal of injury problems this season. Number one is the New York Yankees. Now, whether that's because of Judge, Stanton, any number of other things, that one kind of makes sense to me. The Texas Rangers are 27th on the list. And one of the things that they said is the eye-popping aspect of this group is that the Rangers and Diamondbacks are both in the list, even though they were both just in the World Series. Because of how young those teams are, they're factoring in it is theoretically less likely that you would get hurt. Although we've brought up players like Carter and Young, they have been dinged up, but theoretically you get less injuries to your younger players.
Well, that's good.
Agreed.
Yeah, that would be, and hopefully it stays that way for this team.
And that's the tough thing right now that Houston's dealing with. Verlander, we're dealing with DeGrom, Scherzer. Mally's in his prime right now. You just trade, and hopefully he stays in his prime. It's really tough to look at pitchers. This is the one thing going back to the start of our show and the relief pitchers. You do have this year David Robertson at 39 and Kirby Yates at 37, who you are relying on picking up a good 40-plus appearances at 60-plus innings. And that's always kind of, Will Smith was great. And then it just like he hit a wall right around the All-Star break. And so that's the thing with older guys is you wonder, is there going to be a time during the season where you just need to put them on the injured list for a month to try to get them back to the guy that they were, or are they somehow even in their late 30s in good enough shape to go through a 162-game season?
Then the other thing, too, like where there are unpredictable injuries. I just saw Edwin Diaz practicing, and that was very unpredictable, especially after they signed a pretty massive contract with him during the World Baseball Classic when he had his injury. But if you're one of the good teams, you don't just go, well, they all can't be first-round picks. What are we going to do about it?
Yeah.
Like that's, I mean, what can you do? Not everybody's a first round pick. Well, make sure your backups are good, quality, not just, hey, we have to fill a roster spot. Go out there and find the best that you possibly can because they might have to play. Now, it might cost you a little extra. It might be a little more expensive, or maybe you find a really good deal. The Rangers were really good at finding the Mike Minor, Lance Lynn deals back in the day.
True.
That was something that they excelled at. So making sure that you have a quality third baseman or somebody that can fill that role while the rest of the team is still good. You're not hanging everything on, I need Josh Young to be the best player and healthy all season. Well, I have a whole team full of really good players, and if one of them goes down for a little bit, we can still tread water and carry.
And I do think that they've done a good job of setting that up. We've talked about depth in the outfield. We've talked about depth in the infield, so much so that we were looking at multiple players and say, do you trade them for maybe picking up your starting pitching? But to your point, Corey, I do think the Rangers have done a really good job of, I'm not saying Kisner is like the guy that you'd be fine with, but man, he's looked good in spring training too, so much so that if you're like, hey, if we're going to have to use him a third of the games of the season or whatever with the catching situation, maybe you feel okay about that.
Yeah, I think he's a solid backup guy, but I do think, you talk about the depth right now. Wyatt Langford's your 5th outfielder, hoping to be your number 1 outfielder here pretty soon. But you have Jankowski coming back who contributed. Ezekiel Duran, Josh Smith. They're very different in their roles as backups.
But they can cross the outfield. Foscue.
Yeah. And I know you guys talked to Davis Wenzel. I missed that. And he needs to pick it up. He's going to start off in the minor leagues, but he is a dude who you gave a few $1 million to, who you thought could be possibly an everyday player in Major League Baseball. So position player-wise, they are in great shape depth-wise.
I did just see Kevin, and I'm sorry if we talked about this already. Paul Skeens will start the season in the minor leagues for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Did you get hope after that fastball pop that they said that was the did you see that, Mike?
Yeah.
102.
Well, they said the decibel level on the pop from the catcher's glove was like the loudest ever.
That's awesome. That's when your catcher has a poppy glove, it feels so good.
Yeah.
When they have one of those soft ones and it's just like it just sounds like you're throwing into a couch. You're just like, this stinks.
What are we even
like it's their
here?
job to make it pop. So Skeens, yes, has to throw 102, but the catcher has to get a poppy glove.
So do you feel like you're throwing faster?
Yes.
Man, you
Yes.
didn't
No, he's
stay
dead
on
on.
that
He's
at
dead
all.
on. Yeah.
When that glove pops, it just that sound makes you feel like, oh, I'm popping today.
Yeah, I got it. I'm feeling it today.
Now, I will say this. I do think they have to monitor his innings.
Yeah.
Because he's coming off of a pretty strenuous college season.
Yes.
And then he didn't pitch a lot after he was drafted. And I'm sure they're looking at it going, we don't want him to throw over 150 innings this year, probably. And so that's why they're probably looking at it. And you can monitor innings better in the minor leagues.
Which is an interesting advantage of taking a position player. Like, we use Wyatt Langford, for example. Not to say that he wouldn't get worn down, or even Evan Carter wouldn't get worn down. But I don't think you'd be like, he's so worn down, he might miss all of next year.
Yeah.
You know, so that is an advantage right there. The disadvantage, I don't think this is going to go away anytime soon. From the 817, so you're telling me we might not even see DeGrom. From the 940, Mike, so you're telling me these injuries are avoidable. And from the 432, I'm telling you the show is still awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate most of those texts.
What if I asked you a question here, Corey? What if Jacob DeGrom pitches this year? What if I told you he pitches this year?
You're telling me he's going to pitch this year. I'm telling you, what's Bochy supposed to do? Not pitch him?
Please stop this.
You know, what's he supposed to do?
Please stop
You
this.
tell then World Series. If he's pitching World Series, that means that they think there's a reason at the end of the season. There's a reason he needs to pitch, because if the way we're looking at it, we keep hearing, well, he might not. We heard
Stop it! For the KNC
We have to stop it.
masterpiece.
I
don't know. Yeah,
I think
here.
we have to at this point. We're getting to the Henry Ruggs situation. Or what was his name?
Yes, that is his
Quality
name.
stuff.
Coming up next, how will this segment possibly go wrong? Who is your childhood sports hero?
Oh.
And do they still hold a special place in your heart? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
And the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Little retribution, little payback. A plus size Stinger splash. Stinger splashes all around, a coffin splash, and no one quite like the icon can deliver one.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't worry, this won't necessarily be a wrestling segment. However, we started kicking this around in our post-show meeting yesterday. Sting retired, had his last match on Sunday. Sting, the wrestler. I'm sure the musician's still going strong. And so we had a conversation about childhood heroes, because a lot of the people who reflected were like, oh my God, I love Sting when I was a kid, blah, 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 blah. And so there was a lot of nostalgia at play there as well. So what I was really curious about is perhaps who was y'all's, who was the Twolos, YouTubers, the Tolos on the truckwreck.com, text line 877-881-1053. Who was your childhood sports hero, and do they still have a special place in your heart?
I had quite a few, but if I limit it to my first ever favorite football player was Herschel Walker.
Okay.
For the Dallas Cowboys. My first ever favorite baseball player was Oda B. McDowell for the Texas Rangers.
Might be on.
My first ever favorite Dallas Maverick was Dell Ellis, but it quickly turned into Rolando Blackman because Dell Ellis got traded for a future referee. And so I quickly moved to Rolando Blackman. So those were my three first ever favorite players. So yes, they do hold a special place in my heart. In fact, the other day when we were in Arizona, I was bidding on a Seattle Supersonic Dell Ellis card.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? And I was like, he was my first ever favorite Dallas Maverick. He quickly got traded because I think the game I went to, the first game I can really remember, they gave away a Minyards Dell Ellis poster at the game. So I think that's why my first ever poster from a Maverick game was a Dell Ellis Maverick poster. And so I think that's why I fell in love with him, because I'm like, I have a poster of Dell Ellis. But then he got traded pretty quickly to Seattle and then ripped my heart out in 1987. And then I had Rolando Blackman as my guy.
And safe to say he's still...
I love Rolando Blackman. Obviously, I've told a stripper about Rolando Blackman.
I kind of
because she's from Panama
that.
too,
Yeah.
And I collect Rolando Blackmans to this day. Favorite, him. Obviously, Dirk became, that guy too.
Sure.
But it's a little bit different when you're, anywhere from about 5 to 10 years old, and you, at least in my life, that's when I started really recognizing sports, and I went with local guys for my first ever favorite players.
And I'm going to fire off cut number 6. This is one of the reasons that, like you said, Mike, I fell in love with this player when I was younger, and he has just continued to carry a special place in my heart.
Rice has just set a Super Bowl record with 12 catches. He's in motion. Montana. Touchdown, John Taylor.
You love John Taylor?
No, from Joe Montana.
I'll get you if you need a 49ers hat. There's some really cool ones that are about to be 50% off with the Super Bowl logo on them.
No.
Mike, I've been told Mike knows how to collect cards for certain players. So
true.
Would you be interested
in 49ers
helping
cards?
you collect some 49ers cards?
Bill Romanowski's?
No, Joe Montana cards maybe, but other than that, probably not. And so that's why whenever we talk about Tom Brady and everything like that, I'm like, that's great. I still like Joe Montana the best, just because of when I first really started understanding sports. He was the dude running the show. He was the dude who, you seen Uncle Buck with John Candy. He was the guy who at the Super Bowl was like, oh my gosh, look, there's John Candy in the crowd. And Jerry Rice or John Taylor is like, that's how I knew we were going to win.
So who are your guys, Corey?
Cut 7.
Just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Stays in bounds. Can you believe that? Show up because 99 yards.
God, you hear those guys stepping all over it as he's trying to get the call out here, guys.
Tony D.
Let Dandy Don do his thing.
Yeah. Tony Dorsett was it, man. I had the 33 jersey with the plastic helmet and the pants. I wore those pants probably longer than anything else. But yeah, man, it was always Tony Dorsett. Saw him at Campese's, went over and told him man, you ran the 99-yard touchdown. I just saw that you broke this record and this and that. Sat down with him. I don't remember this. My parents tell me.
How old were you?
I was like 4 or 5 years old.
Okay.
It wasn't the year that he did the 99, but he had just broken a certain record. I can't remember what it was. And I sat down, and my mom and dad tell me that he just invited me to sit at the table with him and hang out.
Cool.
And so I had the autograph on the wall, and I just like always remembered Tony Dorsett from that. And then as I got older and had opportunities to talk to him, I was just like, he's still a good class guy, man. Yeah. And then when we got a chance to talk to him at the Super Bowl last year, it was really tough because you could see there was a moment where he wanted to say something and he couldn't quite get it out. Yeah. He couldn't remember it. I was like, dang, it kind of pained me. That's the first time I think I've felt it pain me to see one of my heroes struggle with just being human.
Yeah. You picked a Cowboy. I picked the 3 sports at the time. There was no Dallas Stars when I was a kid. There were Minnesota Stars, North Stars. But you picked Joe Montana. Now, I did have other players that were my favorite, too, from other teams that I couldn't really follow.
I have other local ones.
Who's your first ever favorite Cowboy?
Ooh.
So you're telling me you have a favorite Niner.
So you're telling me you had 49ers and other teams,
but you don't have a favorite Cowboy.
You can't tell us a Cowboy, and you're like, I'm such a big Cowboy fan, Joe Montana.
You guys did an amazing job with that because I did not get straight away what you were doing. Is because I instantly thought of the Rangers because nobody could tell me that there were better players than Pete O'Brien and Ruben Sierra.
And Steve Bouchel.
I realize that you can objectively look back at the time and say, no, but there were, but it's just when you're a kid, nobody can convince you that.
I wonder if this has changed. As a kid, I tried to hit like Julio Franco. I tried to hit like Ruben Sierra. I tried to hit like Larry Parrish. I tried to hit like Pete Incaviglia. I tried to hit like Steve Bouchel. Like, you keep your hands low. Your hands are near your belt for Steve Bouchel. You wiggle your butt for Pete Incaviglia. You give the big leg lift for Ruben Sierra. You do the bat funky like, Julio Franco. Larry Parrish, you stand like your knees don't bend, and then you attack the ball like a madman. Like, I wonder if kids today are like, I'm going to bat like Marcus Semien today. I'm going to bat like Corey Seager today. I'm going to bat like Evan Carter today. I don't think kids do that.
Because doesn't it feel like a lot of the hitting coaches try and break them of that? They're like, you have one swing and this swing, and you can't swing like that guy.
Can I tell you the example that was like that, but it was a different sport?
Okay.
I played a lot of soccer growing up, and at some point in the practice, every single kid tried to do the bicycle kick.
I thought everybody who scored took their shirt off.
I mean, it is because of the same person, but everyone would try to do the bicycle kick, and you could see the coach was like, dude, you're not. I didn't say
There's
like
not
this.
even a reason for you to do that.
That will never happen in this 7-year-old soccer game. Like,
you might break your neck here trying to practice this. Stop it.
Probably. And this is a great example from the 5-6-1 of some of the players that we were talking about. Andy Moog. I had a poster of him on my wall, those old school brown goalie pads. He spoke at our high school hockey banquet. He isn't the best goalie we've ever had, but he was the first and the one that I cheered for. And probably at the time, nobody could change your mind that he wasn't the best.
And then you said Joe Montana. Michael Jordan for me, right in that mid 80s as Magic and Larry are dominating the sport. It's Lakers Celtics every year. And I did like watching that. But when Michael Jordan came along, that was it for me. I was just like, that's the dude. And then when it came to football, I loved Walter Payton. I've told the story before. I got in trouble because when they came to Texas Stadium and won like 44-3, and I cheered for the Bears, my Uncle Joe told me if I ever go to another Cowboy game and cheer for the other team, I'm not invited to ever go to those games.
I like it. He set the standard then.
He did.
That sounds like something you would say to your kids, Corey.
And then what were you supposed to do? Cheer for the
So then I cheered for Steve Palleur and Gary Hogaboom. That was awesome.
Yeah, I think, God, this is going to be sacrilege, especially since I said Joe Montana. Really, really liked Barry Sanders.
That's fine. Barry Sanders was amazing.
Yeah, I think that the respect. I hate the Lakers. Can't stand them. Magic Johnson was better than Michael Jordan in person at the time. Now remember, Michael Jordan, when he takes off, the Dallas Mavericks are literally losing 60-plus games a year. So he would come to town and play 24 minutes, and they'd be up by 40 points, and the game would be over. Then they're like, all right, Mike Izzolino and Donald Hodge, go to work. And so when Magic Johnson was in his prime, the Mavericks were a contender. And so Magic would just take over all of these games against the Dallas Mavericks. And Larry Bird would only come in one time a year. So you got to see more Magic Johnson in the playoffs versus the Mavericks, and then they would play each other 4 times in the regular season. But I loved him. And then in a weird way, I liked Oddibe McDowell. Then I did go to Ruben Sierra. But I also loved Ricky Henderson on the New York Yankees. I can't run to save my life.
Right.
And yet all my favorite baseball players were guys that were just center fielders flying around the field. And it's like, that's who I want to be like, somebody that I definitely have no ability or skill to be like.
From the 469, I know we said this not about wrestling. A lot of people did name wrestlers. Stone Cold Steve Austin from the 575, Bret the Hitman Hart, and from the 214, Harry Von Erich, always has been and always will be. It's really cool getting to meet him or I guess getting to meet his brother, getting to meet their kiddos. Now, Alec, I'm going to assume you're cut number 8 right here with your sports hero as a kid.
I am. This is going to be an Olympic highlight. I grew up loving track and field, and I believe I was 8 years old sitting on the couch watching the Berlin World Championship when this happened.
Bolt, Gay, Powell, 4, 5, and 6. They're away. Terrific start by Daniel Bailey. Usain Bolt, though, getting into his running. Here he comes. Usain Bolt, challenged by Tyson Gay. Usain Bolt, 2 clear meters. Tyson Gay in second place. And in third place, the Safa Power.
9.58!
Rattle. Stop it! That was not in the highlight! That was not in that highlight!
You're hearing things.
You are awesome!
You're hearing
That's where they pulled it from. That's where they got this commercial from. It was from the Olympics.
That was amazing.
Dang it, NBC.
Well, you know what? When Alec's not on the show tomorrow, now you'll know why.
No, I think Chris Strong was just on the schedule. It's a scheduling thing, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, but that's not fun.
You can only work so many hours.
Yes. That is a great answer. You know what I love about that too is you can play his whole sporting event over the air and not have to worry about, hey, why are we playing this whole damn basketball game? You can run his entire 100-meter dash, and the excitement of it that's a good vote because for a while it felt like he took over everything.
He did, and it was just it was a great time for me because I was so young. I was probably 8 years old when that happened, and he had just set the record himself the year before. So it was like, there's no man that's ever going to be able to break that record. And then what does he do a few years later at the Olympics? He breaks the 200-meter record. Like Usain Bolt, I don't think we're ever going to see those records get broken.
Yeah, that is hard to argue against.
Did you know then that you were going to be playing that drop later on in life? Like when you were a kid, when you were watching that happen, did you know you were going to...
So you're telling me that I knew this was going to happen?
I'm telling you that you loved the song then, and then you knew you were gonna love it later. That's
Okay.
what I'm
Kevin,
telling
how
you.
come nobody told me to get a highlight for Oddibe McDowell?
Well, Alec did text us this morning.
Really?
And asked for us to get one.
He did?
Well, he didn't text me.
He texted me. He didn't text you.
Oh, well.
How tough would
in
it
your
be to
face,
find
Mike.
an Oddibe McDowell highlight?
Put him to the test. I would love
2
that.
minutes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he hit for the cycle, so that's probably
We're
going to
have on Oddibe McDowell this year.
That's the goal.
Tomorrow we're going to have on Mark Teixeira.
Yeah, Mark Teixeira.
So we've all, in baseball, locally, our list is very similar. We grew up in that same era, so the Steve Buechels of the world were amazing. It was Will Clark, though, that I don't know how I gravitated to him, and I think it was because they were in the World Series against the A's, and I was really interested in that. He was a good hitter, and then before he becomes a Ranger, I was already a fan of his. And I had a poster. I had the Will the Thrill poster where he's like exploding the ball. And I had that on the wall. And I think the poster really was the reason I was like, who is that guy? And then I started collecting him, not like Mike does.
Well, yeah,
but I did collect him to a point where I have a couple different sheets of his.
And I have a Christmas present that I gave you, Will.
Yes.
And let's not pretend like posters didn't influence any of these decisions.
Oh my gosh.
You had Nolan Ryan with the duster on and the hat.
I have it in my attic right now, laminated and everything.
At Oshman's, you could get all the Sports Illustrated posters.
Yes.
The Bo Jackson.
For some of the younger ones, maybe this doesn't. Maybe the younger people listening right now, that doesn't appeal to them as much. But
are posters not a thing anymore?
Was posters.
Are posters not a thing?
No,
I don't.
Not really.
My kids don't have posters either.
Yeah,
this is weird to me. They have figures. They have Funko Pops.
Right.
Like, they have lots of that, but they don't. My wall. Yeah, my wall had Shania Twain, Christy Yamaguchi, Will Clark, Tony Tolbert, Nate Newton, all those guys.
Was Yamaguchi on there for athleticism?
Mm-hmm. She was gold medal winner, Kevin.
Well, you mentioned
And
a couple
I
of
loved
people. What's it been like when you got to meet or talk to those heroes? Because you mentioned Bouchel, you mentioned Will Clark. I know you got to meet both of those people or talk with them.
Bouchel's a badass dude. Like everything about him is awesome. Just talking baseball, listening to him talk baseball is fun for one. But he's just, and maybe it is because when he walks over, he knows Mike well, and he's like, all right, I can interact with these guys because I know
He's
Mike.
a good guy no
but
matter
he just
what. It
seems,
doesn't
every
matter, bro.
interaction we've had, he just seems like a badass. Will Clark, like those have been my favorite interviews. He's hilarious. He's still funny. He's a character, and he'll talk about anything. So that's been fun. I did run into Roy Williams, the safety, once. And had a bad interaction with him. I want to love.
Did he blame you for somebody getting behind him?
No, he was just like, he cut me. He shut me down pretty quickly. But as another thing too is sometimes with being media, you're not going to get that same interaction that you might get as a fan.
Did you notice the last day on Friday when we were the first ones in for media? I felt horrible because I'm a former player. And did you notice the guys were they're like four guys having a conversation, having a blast. They saw us walk in and immediately stopped the conversation and then quieted down and kind of went to their lockers.
I get it.
It's not our space anymore. You know, it's like now they've invaded our space.
And I feel bad about that. I was like, hey, if y'all just want to send people out for a designated time, I will promise I will show up for that as well.
And I also feel like there's another part of, I don't remember that group, Mike, but there is part of
Josh Smith it wasn't like Simeon and Seager or whatever.
I do feel like if they got to know us a little better, they'd be like, oh, I kind of like talking to these guys, because most of the guys we talk to, when they're done, they're like, that was blast. So our interviews are a little different than most media interviews.
A lot of people are saying Tattoo, and Tattoo is another person we got to have up here, and then he was like, I would like to donate these things to Peace-a-thon, which was awesome. But the phone call I got when the Final Four was here, and hey, do you want to come hang out in the suite with Nancy Lieberman and Rolando Blackman? I was like, what? Yes, I would. And it was amazing.
Yeah, that was a pretty awesome moment because it was Choppy, right? Choppy's got us up there, and then he disappeared. And so then we were like hanging out with them by ourselves. It was amazing.
Did he try to go find Rick Barnes or something?
No, he ended up hanging out with Mark Colombo and Travis Frederick and Tony Romo. It was a fun night
That's
for him.
before he was a cowboy. Now he's a true cowboy with his cowboy hat and boots everywhere. You notice all his pictures are flannel shirts with cowboy hats and jeans now?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I had not noticed that.
Yeah, obviously in the morning he's just wearing a
life.
T-shirt and shorts.
Yeah.
But every time he gets dressed up now, it's the cowboy way.
Yeah, it's he bought into the way Yellowstone is. He wants to be Rip.
He's not.
There's lots of.
I've always,
because of
since
traditional
this is getting
values,
close
Kevin.
to Mike likes it, when you go to that style, and I'm just naming two common jean brands, do you have to change from Levi's to Wranglers? Like, to me, in my world, Wranglers are cowboy jeans.
Yeah.
Like a true cowboy, a person that works the farm, rides a horse, is doing, baling the hay. But if you're wearing Levi's, that's like city. You're a city guy
those are
with
city folk
Levi's
jeans?
Yeah, those are city folk jeans.
And
Wranglers are Wranglers. When I go to Glenrose, I'm expecting to see Wranglers. When I'm in Dallas, I'm expecting to see Levi's.
Somebody did text in multiple times. I can't believe none of you have said Ken Griffey Jr. And that being said, as great as he was, and he was the kid, and he was amazing. He was on my team's opposing team, a team in the division, a dude I had to deal with a lot.
I was Frank Thomas guy. Ken Griffey Jr. is amazing, but it almost felt like you had to pick between them. And for whatever reason, I was a Frank Thomas guy. Ken Griffey Jr. is incredible, but I loved Frank Thomas.
I was a Griffey Jr. guy, but by the time he had entered 89, 90, I was Will Clark, San Francisco Giants, first base. At that point, I started seeing myself. I wasn't going to be Ricky Henderson. I wasn't going to be Oda B. McDowell. So my players became Will Clark and Steve Avery for the Atlanta Braves. So I could see myself being those guys. And so I started picking guys that I could possibly be like. And I'm like, I can't. It's unbelievable to watch. I loved it. I had tons of Ken Griffey Jr. cards that are now worth about $3 a piece. 100 years later.
Yeah.
When people are like, I got a Ken Griffey Jr. Donruss rated rookie card. I'm like, good. So does every human being.
From the 214, I just want to read this because it reminds me of one of the most awkward interactions we ever had. Bouchel's son is another SMU grad Super Bowl winner. I would love to hear how his sons ended up playing football versus baseball. What you really need to hear is Mike not so subtly insinuating that he would love to see an injury in the playoffs that would facilitate Shane Bouchel.
I get in trouble with all of this when like, oh, he intentionally wants Dak. No, I was goofing off. And then
I got it. Clark Hunt was not.
No,
amused.
he was, and I was like, I can't remember who was their backup, not this year, but the year before, because Shane Bouchel was on the Buffalo Bills this year, so he won the championship.
Retired,
but they had a veteran guy who had to play because of the high ankle sprain of Patrick Mahomes, and I just brought up it would have been really cool.
Heaney? Was it Chad Henne?
Maybe.
Ooh, I think that might be
but
right.
I was just saying to Clark Hunt, it would have been really cool if Shane Bouchel could have got into that game. So in a way, I was hoping that there was one more moment where then Shane could get in. I was just wanting to see Shane Bouchel play in like a big-time situation, not wishing injury, but he took it as, you wanted Chad Henne to lose his life? No. I just wanted Shane Bouchel to play a little bit.
Can I be completely honest?
Yeah.
I don't really remember that moment.
He gave me a look. It ended up being like, I can't believe you said that.
We need to find that because I don't really remember that.
Is at the Super Bowl. They're going to be there every year.
I was there. No, they're not. Not
Probably
every year.
not. Probably not. Most of the year.
It feels like every year.
But remember,
Jerry will be there partying somewhere.
Clark Hunt then got an F- from some people in the Players Association vote. So vindicated. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now it's time for some Mike Likes It.
All right, guys. If you've been missing football talk, deal with it most of the time.
Okay.
But I'm actually going to do a Mike Likes It on football talk. Obviously, in the mornings, I will turn on YouTube and watch Sean and RJ some. I will also turn on the national, I think, Get Up, or, I'm flipping channels. Also, right now they have Quick Pitch back on MLB Network. But I've watched enough of this on the Chicago Bears situation to agree with what they're doing. And here's why. And then I want y'all's opinion on this. They're saying Adam Schefter, other people are reporting too, but he seems to be the main guy on ESPN. The Bears and Justin Fields are surprised that there's not much interest, and the trade value of him is very low.
I have to admit, I'm a little surprised by that.
And I think we had this conversation a little over a month ago when we weren't sure. As the playoffs were happening, we were thinking, hey, what are they going to do with the number one pick? And we were debating on what they should do. And it seems like they've made up their mind. They're going to take Caleb Williams, number one, and move Justin Fields for what they thought were going to be multiple assets, whether it was going to be players and picks or just multiple picks. And they're finding themselves in a tough situation in that teams do not look at Justin Fields as the solution to their quarterback problem. And so it makes me feel like, I'm going to throw out this opinion, the Bears are doing the right thing. If the rest of the NFL is telling you, we think he's okay, then they're doing the right thing by moving on and taking Caleb Williams.
But maybe not even like second round pick plus okay. Then I get what you're saying.
I do often wonder how much of that becomes we're not going to bail them out. I mean, but if the dude was that exceptional and you didn't have to break any of his bad habits, then maybe that obviously is hey, we'll give you something special for this guy. But the other thing is, look, they might have to just do this anyway. We're not going to bail this team out from this situation.
I agree with you, and it seems like teams might be doing that, but we've just seen too many times in the history of football that teams do give. Like Carson Palmer was retired for a year, and then they got Andy Dalton. He's like, I'm never playing for the Bengals again. And eventually there was a bidding war, and they got 2 first-round picks for Carson Palmer, who had been retired for a year, if I'm remembering my timeline right. And you'll see this in other cases where they're just like, screw it. Let's go ahead and give them this. Recently, the New York Jets, knowing that Aaron Rodgers was never going to take another snap for the Packers, both parties were moving on, but the Jets eventually had to give in because they thought Aaron Rodgers could lead them to the playoffs and maybe even to a Super Bowl. It ended up obviously not working out in year one at all. But It's just making me think, I don't know. We don't know the offers that are coming in from other teams.
True, yes.
So we don't know this. We just know that Justin Fields and the Bears are disappointed with the value of whatever the Bears want to get, and Justin Fields is disappointed with the value that his agent is saying right now in the marketplace, Atlanta or Pittsburgh or a couple places that have been mentioned as these would be great landing spots for Justin Fields. Pittsburgh and Atlanta don't feel like that would be the guy they want to build the franchise around.
Yeah, because they're looking Cousins or Wilson or any number of other people.
Let that market part of it settle just a little bit so you can kind of see some other things, start filling your roster out when free, as you can get along here. I do wonder, though, Kevin, as you get closer to the draft, picks become more valuable.
Yes.
And players are less valuable. And I do wonder, when you were sitting there at the top of the draft with a quarterback and people start going, okay, do we really want Caleb Williams for our future? How much that might change? Like, I do wonder if that would change, or if teams would go in and say, hey, we're at a point now where we see that as you get closer to it. Right now, you're still in Lion season. Oh, you're not even in Lion season yet. You're still not there yet.
You're getting close,
but close to it.
I would also be curious then, let's say there was the first round surge that some people are anticipating, and you get 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round, and all of a sudden you're like, man, my QB 6 I thought maybe I could get in the second round or something like that, and now he's off the board. I wonder then if they'd be like, well, this is a cheap holdover option, or maybe we can make something of them. I don't know.
I'm just guessing this is my guess is, and it wasn't Clark Hunt, it was his brother, Dan, who was up here and said, yes, Patrick Mahomes, we've always believed if you have a top 8 quarterback in the NFL, where it's a consensus, not the MVP vote that year, but like everybody around the league is like, that is a guy who can win the Super Bowl. You have to have that guy. And if he doesn't fit that category, you're really not a contender. And I guess maybe a lot of these NFL teams that are looking at the draft, looking at something else, is going, we don't believe Justin Fields will ever be a top 8 quarterback. It doesn't mean he can't reach the levels of Dak Prescott. I hate doing that, but that's the quarterback everybody knows here, of like, he can win 12 games.
Yeah.
If we put the right team around him, right situation, right coaching staff, can he beat in a row? I'm just throwing out names. Can he beat Joe Burrow? Then can he beat Patrick Mahomes? Then can he beat Josh Allen? And then can he beat, I'll throw out Brock Purdy right now. Can he do that? And all the owners are going, no, he can't. Or the general managers are going, no, he can't. And it seems like that's where the Bears are running into an issue. Maybe there's just, people are getting smarter and going, if he doesn't fit into the category of the quarterbacks I just named, why would we give them anything special? Maybe we give them a 3rd and a 5th, and we go, Justin Fields is going to be our quarterback for 2 years, we think. But we know that we don't want him to be our quarterback long term, because we don't think he'll ever reach the status of he's a Super Bowl contending quarterback.
Yeah, the other thing, too, is there are some coaches that just got moved into their new positions, and what we talk about all the time, a lot of times those coaches want to pair up with a quarterback and know that their future's tied to that quarterback for however many years. Like Atlanta, I'd love to see Atlanta have a Justin Fields type quarterback. Can you imagine him and Bijan and
I would like to see that
future Jerry Rice Pitts out there doing their thing together?
When he hits that Jerry Rice Tony Gonzalez situation, let me know.
But if you're Canales right now, are you sitting there going, I can't wait to tie my life to him after he called out coaching before, after this happened, he hasn't quite turned out. And maybe I take a gamble on a different quarterback, a Kirk Cousins, or maybe even go and draft one in this draft. So there's a lot of stuff going on that's still in the works before that happens.
One more football topic I want to talk about, and I am going to take some shots at the Dallas Cowboys here, is the Kansas City Chiefs, who've won 3 of the last 4 championships, right? 3 of the last 5, 3 of the last, whatever. They've won 3 here.
It's 3 of the last 4, I believe.
Yeah. They have a situation with their cap. Ladarius Sneed is going to be, or was going to be, a free agent.
Legarius?
Legarius. They franchise tagged him. But they're franchise tagging him, according to all the things that I'm seeing, to trade him. They know he's in his prime, but they know, hey, we can't keep him longer than maybe 1 year. We can't sign him to a long-term contract. It doesn't make sense. They do want to sign Chris Jones to I won't say a long-term contract, but
a big money deal.
But a contract where they're going to pay him a lot of money, well over $20 million, probably 25 to 28 million, I'm thinking.
Supposedly he's looking for 27 to 28.
Yeah, so they're doing the thing that Jerry Jones and let's say Stephen Jones are just not smart enough to ever accomplish or even think about, because they never have in their life. Like, this is literally, they never have in their life thought about this, because it just takes too much like education on football to do this.
Or time even.
Yeah. They're going, look, Tyreek Hill, can we pay him the money that he is wanting and going to get? The answer is no. Well, what if we take that Tyreek Hill and turn it into an asset? We're not going to get Tyreek Hill back, but we have to get cheap talent back instead of just letting him walk because we can't afford it. Same thing now with Snead at the cornerback position. And according to the report I saw this morning, the Lions are very interested. And the Lions might not want so many young players, so they might trade them multiple draft picks, including a possible first-round pick. This is where Kansas City, to try to stay where they're at, paying a quarterback $50+ million a year approximately. Honestly, Mahomes did a great deal for himself and the organization to try to keep talent around him at best as he can. They're going to try to turn Snead into multiple picks, probably not multiple first-round picks, maybe a first and a fourth or a second and a third, whatever it ends up being. But do you see what organizations that actually are trying to win do?
Yeah.
And that they have a competent general manager do? Is they look at it, Tyron Smith is now going to probably walk to another team. 4 years ago, we talked about you can probably get a late first or an early to mid second plus another pick later in a draft. And the Cowboys are like, why would we do that? That's the stupidest thing you can ever do. We'll never trade an asset that's on our team because they're good. But Kansas City looks at it and goes, let's look at our cap. Let's look at our future. And they go, how can we possibly get two cheap, talented players that will never equal Snead, that will never equal Tyreek Hill? But how can we possibly try to do it, right? They struck out on Sky Moore, thinking that he could be the next Tyreek Hill. But they're at least smart enough and educated enough to run an organization where you take these assets when you're kind of up against a cap and go,
tough to argue with.
Let's use these guys to get future picks.
You know who they've used their last 2 franchise tags on?
Who's that?
Pollard and Schultz. So they said, let's pay one of these guys that we don't know if he's a top 5. Let's pay him as a top 5 just to see before we move on. And they're moving on from both of them. Before that, it was Dak. And it was a situation where they still didn't know. And Kevin, that's when we were discussing, I think, at the highest of, can you get 2 first-rounders for Dak Prescott? Could you get a first and a second? Could you get 2 seconds? We're trying to figure that out in that conversation.
Hell, they still don't know.
And how much would that help you advance not just the rest of your team, but your quarterback situation too, if you really wanted to?
I think it's sad when you compare the Cowboys front office to other NFL owners and general managers that are winners, that are consistently in the playoffs / in a Super Bowl or in a championship game, and go, wow, like Jerry and Steven do absolutely none of these things. Yeah. But they do draft well. Will McClay does a great job there and all. But at the same time, when you start comparing them to the really top franchises, they don't compare.
I wonder how they do in the stock market.
Great. It's all about money.
The Jones, but I wonder if when it comes to the stock market, if they know when to sell.
Yeah.
Or if they're just like, no, let's hold on just a little bit longer. This one's really gonna pop soon.
Interesting timing of that. Dalton Schultz has agreed to a 3-year, $36 million deal.
He looked great.
Back to the Texans.
He looked great with C.J. Stroud.
What did we get for him again?
Nothing.
Oh.
But this is the great thing. They will get a comp pick for Tyron Smith. They just have to make sure they spend no money in free agency to do it.
Hell yeah.
So that's what they're going to sell you. Just wait for Steven to come on during draft time here and say, well, the reason with that is we get comp picks because those guys moved on to other teams. But to get those comp picks, you have to do nothing in free agency.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
When will the Rangers become inevitable?
Ooh.
Next in The Fan.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin.
You're
Hopefully we haven't worn you out too much today.
Hanging in there.
My question is, when will the Texas Rangers become inevitable? And yes, this does have a reference to Marvel's Endgame. Thanos.
Inevitable.
Yes!
Exactly.
And then the movies should have ended.
Not really, but I did watch Morbius, and that was a poor decision. But I guess, I don't know.
That's a Marvel movie?
I think so.
Ooh.
It wasn't great.
Morbius?
Morbius.
Morbius.
It's Morbin time. All right.
That's different.
Is that where the kid turns into like a tarantula or something?
A vampire. This morning I woke up and I popped open Twitter and it was working. Facebook wasn't.
Is Facebook and Instagram working yet?
Is it working now?
It's not where I'm having a problem logging in. They're saying it's back. I'm having a problem logging in. So I don't know what happened. Maybe my account's been taken over by another country or another planet.
Oh no.
Who's to know, you know? But I saw RJ Ochoa tweet out the Houston Astros lineup. Now, if you don't know, he's a huge Houston Astros fan.
Gross.
Makes sense.
Which is gross. And he said, it's beautiful. And I looked over and the first name I saw was Altuve. And I went, son of a... The frustration is, I know they're going to be in the way. They're a good team. And it's just like, oh man. And every ranking has the Astros up there somewhere. You inevitably have to face them. It's going to happen. And I don't know if anybody feels that way about the Texas Rangers this year. Yes, they won it. A lot of people were like, kind of fluky in the way that it happened. I mean, they even ended up in the wild card to get there. It doesn't happen like that all the time, although the team they played was also a wild card team as well. So kind of fluky that they beat that team. The Astros weren't quite what there are lots of excuses for how the Rangers won the World Series, but they were a damn good team. But nobody's looking at them and going, man, they're just always there. And I'm wondering when it will be that time. How long, what do the Rangers have to do to be inevitable? Where whenever you see that you have to play the Rangers or that they're coming up this season, God, we got to deal with that team.
You probably have to make the playoffs the next 2 years. So if you make the playoffs 3 years in a row, because I think at this point you look at the Dodgers, you look at the Braves, and you look at the Astros. If I'm understanding you correctly, those are the teams when they come to your town or you're going to their town, you go, we're taking on one of the best teams, and they always figure out a way how to win 90-plus games. But I think right now teams are going, hey, this is the world champs. Let's take them on. I can remember going to Anaheim and taking on the Angels in 2003. They were the defending world champs. But they weren't inevitable the way you're kind of defining it, because they immediately went away. They'd still make the playoffs kind of every other year type of deal, but it wasn't like, dude, every year this team is just tough and they win more than they lose and they're always in the playoffs and they're in that mix. So I would say the Rangers need to win 90 games this year, and if they win 90 games the next year, then everybody's going to go, dude, how can I pick against the Rangers? They always win 90-plus games.
Chiefs. Like you feel like the Chiefs are inevitable.
I hate
and
to
the
say
Niners.
And the Astros. I hate saying that.
Yeah.
Are
Guess
inevitable.
what? I forgot to tell you guys this weekend, I met Mattress Mac.
No way.
Yeah.
You're telling me you went to go buy a bed and you saw this guy and he's like, $1 million. Let's bet on it right now.
Without asking you a question again, I'm telling you,
nice.
He went to Bishop Lynch High School and was at the Bishop Lynch gala 60-year celebration thing, and he was a guest speaker there. And guess what? I'm telling you.
Damn it.
Or what if I told you?
What if you told me?
What if I told you?
What if you told me?
He seemed like a really nice guy.
Ah!
And he does not like the Rangers.
Well, RJ Ochoa is a nice guy too, even though he's an Astros fan.
He loves Dak Prescott.
He does. That is true. So Mattress Mac wasn't bad. It was probably just an act.
You bet he's telling the truth.
He's a good dude.
You should have made a wager with him about the Astros winning the World Series.
He made a joke about, obviously, hey, I don't gamble.
You should have made this bet. You should have said you would grow a skullet if the Rangers.
What would you bet? And being serious, what would you bet if you got to meet Mattress Mac? What would be a fair wager on the Rangers win more games this year than the Astros? Because I believe the Astros in Vegas are predicted to win more games than the Rangers.
That's a good question. Ooh, $100.
Yeah, but that's maybe not a fair bet because
at even money, yeah,
they're predicted to win more. So you're like, I want this. I want a mattress. From the Mac.
But that's like $800. So yeah,
that's too small time for him. Isn't he going to be like, hey, if you're not betting $1 million, don't even talk?
You're kind of right on that. Like, I don't know what the thrill. Right? Didn't Michael Jordan and kind of like playing $100 blackjack hand is meaningless to him.
Right?
It has to kind of almost have 5 figures on it to mean something. And so I'm thinking with Mattress Mac, it probably has to have 6 figures on it to mean something. And then now we're talking about our whole salary.
Yeah, that's not going to work. I can't do that.
I know.
Unless they win.
And for him, it's just a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just another mattress.
And he wouldn't care. He'd be like, either way.
And he's probably got both bets insured, so he's like, I'm winning either way.
That's a good point,
I'm going to be all right. Plus, I'm going to get marketing off this, guys. Don't worry about it. I'm doing just fine.
I do think, going back to inevitability, I do think this lineup will be for a long time. So I think the team in general, let's see. Because obviously right now, the pitching depth in your rotation is a little bit worrisome. The bullpen we talked about, it's optimistic right now, but let's see how it plays out after 6 to 8 weeks.
You think pitchers though look at their lineup and they're like, I don't want to?
100%. I think scouts. We talked to my buddy Mike Koploff with the Phillies. I can talk to Jim Stevenson, who signed me, who's with the Astros. This lineup is you're happy when you miss Colorado at times. Now, probably not anymore. This was back when Colorado was good at baseball, but oh, thank God I don't have to pitch in Colorado this series. Like, you're happy you missed that series. I think when you are part of a 5-man rotation and you don't have to face the Rangers, you're like, whew, kind of possibly dodged a bullet there. There'll be bad games from the Rangers. There'll be games where they don't score. There'll be games where they score 2 or less runs. But I think when you look at that lineup over the next 3 years, it's inevitable that they are going to put up some big innings and be one of the best offenses in baseball. There's nothing you can do about it. They have too much depth. They have too much talent, where this is going to be one of the 5 best lineups in baseball the next 3 years at least.
I did love Dane Dunning's answer to that question of, look, I'll face anybody. I don't care who it is. Like, he kind of had that approach to it, but he was like, but yes, whenever I do not envy opposing pitchers having to go up against our guys, because you have veterans and Simeon and Seager. Adolis is, I know veteran is kind of a weird word for him, but a player who he is ripened, if you will. He has finally gotten to his ripe age. And then you have all these young hitters like Josh Young and Jonah Heim that are growing into great hitters. And then you got Evan Carter, who you're like, I don't even have a book on this guy. He's going to beat me. I have no clue how to pitch to this guy because I don't know what's going to get him to chase. And he's like, I don't chase. Sorry. Good luck. I'm not going to chase your stupid pitch.
Kevin would say sometimes he doesn't swing at strides.
Dude, he did. He had a pitch that an umpire called a ball in a spring training game, and he turned around and gave him that look that he gives the umpire.
He called it a strike.
He called it a strike, and he turned around and
what the hell
like,
are you doing?
You idiot.
It was like a 1-1 count, and he's like, that's enough.
Yeah, he was already ticked off, and you know what ended up happening?
The umpire apologized.
No. He ended up striking out on a pitch out of his zone, and he kind of gave that like as he's walking off. I had to swing
at that because of you,
you dumbass. You had to get your strike zone together. I wouldn't have just swinging a pitch over my head.
I feel like this can't be true. I feel like Evan Carter's never cussed in his life.
Ooh, well, golly, I think you might be right about that.
Geez Willikers.
Yeah, I think he's like, son of a biscuit.
I don't want to ask him that question, but that would be an interesting question on. Do you cuss?
So you say make the playoffs the next 2 years.
I think for that, I think if they make the play, they don't have to win the World Series. If they do that, then it's scary. But if they make the playoffs these next 2 years, then teams, people on MLB Network, all these, they'll just say, look, I'm picking the Rangers to win. Why? They've proven to me 3 years in a row they're this good.
I do agree with that.
Okay, that seems fair then. If they win another one, if they win the World Series again, if they win back-to-back World Series,
Well, then I'll definitely.
then everybody
think they're
has
inevitable.
to start saying, that's what it is.
Yeah.
This team is legit real, and especially if they can do it in a similar manner where you're like, hold on, they only have 2 pitchers. That's the thing that's so wild. They had 2 pitchers last year, and they were able to cobble something together. And it was a patchwork quilt, dude. They just kept throwing things out there, going, maybe that'll hold for just a little bit, and maybe we'll get a run. All we need is a hold this inning, and then we'll try and get a run in the next inning, and maybe that'll be good enough for us. And they would do it. It's like they believed it. They knew it. Bochy had something in them that was really good. Sebastian Walcott today, Mike, hit a double down the third base line on the backfields, and it just looked natural. He just looks natural, so that's a note there.
Changing my search from Evan Carter to Sebastian
Walcott cards.
All right, here we go.
Good. That's a good use of your time. I appreciate that.
I don't know how to spell Sebastian.
And I had a text come in a few minutes ago from a friend of mine who listens, and he usually only gets to listen to what he calls Mike Doesn't Like It.
Agreed.
Thanks.
But he asked the question, how long was Tony Dorsett's run and how long was Usain Bolt's run? And I asked Alec if he could check it out for me. Tony Dorsett, 99.5 yards in full pads while running away from other people too. 12 seconds. Full pads, 99.5 yards, and Bolt's was 9.58. And I don't know that Tony Dorsett's shaving off 3 seconds to get there, or 2.5, but even still, that's pretty fascinating and amazing that dude ran 12 seconds on 100 yards.
He actually ran more than that, right? Because didn't he start 5 yards in the end zone?
Yeah, that too, yeah.
Oh, that's a good point.
I mean, he didn't have the ball yet, but he got the ball in the end zone when he started.
It was a full head of steam by the time the ball hit his hand. Yeah, that's for sure.
Would you be intrigued by watching the 100-yard dash or the 100-meter dash when people are chasing you? Like, would you want to see that as a sport?
Eric Metcalf, I remember he was a really good punt returner, kick returner. And one of the lines was, when I was a kid, on my walk home, I used to have to run from dogs. And he said, whenever I'm out on the field, I picture myself being chased by those dogs. And that's why, like, if I get away, I'm gone because I'm imagining that I'm being chased by those dogs again, and I don't want to let them catch me. So yes, Kevin, I would like to see people chasing people in the 100-yard, but they got to be fast.
Sure,
it can't be slow people chasing them, because that's like, what's happening there? I'm just running from the zombies at this point.
I'm intrigued by all of this. I would like to see that broken down on the run basis between Usain Bolt and Tony Dorsett with all of his pads on.
Would you like to see sprinters run from dogs instead?
No, because I feel like I could tell the humans don't hurt the runners if you do catch them.
Okay.
Whereas I don't know if I could reason with a dog.
Just hit them with those shot collars right at the finish line.
The dog is going to catch the human pretty quickly.
Alec, you were a sprinter. You were a track and field guy. Do you think you'd run faster if you had a dog chasing you?
Oh yeah, no, because I've had to do it before.
Yeah. How are we going to get the best out of humans if
in
we
a
don't
high
push
school
them
track
farther?
meet? They put a dog on the course.
No, so when I ran cross country, every Friday we would run the neighborhood, and sometimes some dogs would get out, and I had some encounters with some pretty large dogs. It was not great, not great.
I did not think that there was any way I could find a logical transition into this. But let's take you to the Iditarod if we can, Corey.
Yes.
A veteran musher had to kill a moose yesterday after it injured one of his dogs after the start of the race.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, so
you're telling me that these dogs were running and a moose just steps in out of nowhere.
Here's the other thing I guess I didn't realize.
I'm terrified of moose attacks, by the way.
Are you?
Oh yeah. That's why I don't go north.
So were linebackers in the 90s.
That's a good point. That is a really good point. Is Dallas Seavey had to tell the Iditarod Trail sled dog race officials, although I didn't realize this was the case either, he shot the moose with a gun.
You have to carry it around, dude.
That makes sense, but I didn't really think about it. So
if you shoot it with a harpoon, it's just going to drag you all over the place.
That's fair. He said the moose fell on his sled and sprawled on the trail, and he tried to you weren't capable of separating the moose from the dogs, and then the moose tried to attack him. So he said it was self-defense against the moose in the Iditarod.
How much time did that take then? Like that must have taken a lot of time for them. Added to their.
I do not see a delay of time. I'll have to get back to you because that's a great question.
Or maybe they give you bonus. They're like, you know what? You deserve 7 minutes bonus time for having to deal with that moose.
Do you think they have that carved out? They're like, what's your moose attack time? And they're like, it was 3.5 minutes. You're like, okay, noted. And so everybody can claim moose attack time.
Yeah, but you kind of probably need some proof, you know?
Well, he murdered. Well, not murdered. That sounds too harsh.
Ruthless aggression.
He did end up killing that moose after it interfered in the Iditarod. But a moose doesn't know.
The 860 Corey, seeing a moose is very rare. 25 years in New England and never saw one. You're safe. Okay, then I feel like I can go to New England. But not all north is moose free.
I think a moose knows when it dies.
No, but a moose, agreed. But I'm saying the moose doesn't know not to interfere in the dog race, right? Do they have they're at their moose convention and they're like, hey, don't forget, Iditarod next week, so don't get in the way.
They learn quickly. You see them walking in the woods and they hear something. They're like, I've been here before. My buddy got shot and killed. I'm going to move. Right?
Steve never came back because of that dog race. We better stay here.
I bet you kill enough mooses during dog races, they're going to realize not to be there.
You think mooses put up signs? They're like, hey, don't go this direction. This is where the shooters are.
They just know.
I'm intrigued by that because you see a moose crossing sign. Do the moose
have human crossing signs?
Yeah, an Iditarod sign. And they're like, oh, back to the wherever I live.
They don't, Kevin. That's why they aren't as evolved as us humans. Where we can have elections and stuff.
I would definitely want to see how a moose election takes place. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
With hoofs.
I guess. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, does Nate Lowe get taken for granted? Plus return updates for Adolis Garcia and Josh Young. All of it coming at you next right here on The Fan.
DFW.
of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
3-2 on the way. And that ball is hit high and deep out into right center field. Soler going back. He's at the track. He's at the wall. He leaps. It's gone. Nathaniel Lowe sticks one into the Rangers bullpen for his 13th home run this year to give Texas a 3-0 lead.
Into the Rangers bullpen. It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I got some Rangers updates for you, but I do want to, this is an expansion of the conversation that we were having last week. Do you think that Nathaniel Lowe, Nate, if you will, is undervalued? But a couple of other Rangers notes for you. Adolis Garcia played in the B game today at the complex, which obviously Mike did an incredible job giving us live coverage of.
It was so much fun
during spring training. And the thought is that he could make his debut as a designated hitter for the Rangers tomorrow when they play the Rockies in Scottsdale. And then go ahead.
I have a Stars update if you don't mind.
Do we make another trade?
Pete DeBoer told Mike Heika he received word that Chris Tanev's flight from Calgary to San Jose was delayed, so they don't know yet if he'll arrive in time to play tonight. If he does, he'll make his Stars debut, but they don't want to rush him into the game if his travel is late. So still got may have a little wait on Tanev.
And the thing he can't say is, plus, have you seen San Jose? They suck.
I was wondering this, and San Jose is a really bad team. They better win tonight. Is looking at, I forgot to report this because it was something to look at going to spring training. And it's just, you're doing so many things, you forget kind of some of the small things like, oh, we didn't say this to the audience. I was wondering where Walcott would play. Sorry. Now Wyatt Langford would play in the outfield. He played left field while we were there. And they moved Evan Carter to right field. Yeah. So you're mentioning Adolis Garcia DHing. Now, Adolis is a DH, great arm. People are fearful of his arm, and he has very good range. Remember, he can play center field. I'm talking about Garcia. But I'm wondering, with Garcia coming back, and I know that he's still a premium outfielder.
And just remember, he's coming back from, he dinged up his knee in September. He had the oblique injury in the World Series, so he had some problems.
I was wondering if Evan Carter would play center field in spring training. We didn't see it. And as far as looking at box scores, they're not putting Evan Carter in center field. They are using him on both corners. So I'm wondering, I'm just throwing this out. If you have Langford part of your team, are they giving us the idea that there could be more games where Langford and Garcia share the DH role, and then you have at times when Garcia is DHing, Wyatt Langford's going to play left field, and Evan Carter moves to right field? Is that what they're suggesting could possibly, to make sure that Langford and Garcia are in your everyday lineup, and then when Garcia's playing right field, Carter goes to left field, and Langford's DHing? Is that...
I think that's possible.
I know this wasn't the topic, but we forgot to report this while we were there.
No, I think that's possible. I wonder, I don't know. I wonder if they loved Evan Carter so much in the corner that they were like, hey, let me just check you out on the other corner too, so we know what position flex we have, for lack of a better term.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's just something to keep looking at box scores. Leote's, I don't really care too much about what he's doing in spring training right now. Leote's not off to a great start offensively, but we know how great he is defensively.
Yeah, you put him out there. I mean, you got a bunch of dudes that can run and cover a lot of outfield. And then, I mean, to add Adolis' cannon to it, he has a plus arm. Yes. Leote has a plus arm. Adolis has a plus arm. Carter is a average arm. And then I think they had a 60 for Wyatt Langford,
which is above average.
So you got all dudes that can run, and all dudes that have great gloves, and then mostly plus arms.
Now, another positive thing on the Rangers front is, remember we reported on Friday that Josh Young was going out to take some swings. He did face live pitching on Monday. So right after we said we saw him out there taking cuts, he hit in a minor league game today. And then Bruce Bochy gave this update. He's just not able to run yet, or like he can run very, very lightly. I can't give you a day, but he's swinging really well right now. I could see him in a few days probably DHing some.
He'll be ready by the season starts.
It does sound like that.
Yeah, as long as there's no setbacks.
That's a great point. But it does sound like you might see him DHing more and more as the calf works itself back.
And this kind of goes into another thing of like, aren't you happy that it happened so early in spring training that it gave them plenty of time that, like you said, as long as there aren't any setbacks? And it sounds like because they are treating it so delicately, they're just like, just take your time, dude. You do your thing, whatever you feel comfortable doing. We're not pushing you. He doesn't have to push himself either.
Agreed.
He's pretty, like last year, he was like, man, I just want to not be injured. I want to be able to take this and not be injured. And now he's more like, look, I'm pretty secure, and I'm a third baseman for the Texas Rangers.
And then one more interesting update, because I wouldn't have thought this through. That's why Bochy knows all things about baseball, is Corey Seager had the flu last week, which Bochy said...
We never saw him, did we, in the clubhouse?
Not at all.
Not a single time.
I mean, we don't... Some guys just don't get there by the time we have to get up to the booth to...
But we've
to do
seen him plenty of times when we were last year when we were there.
That's true,
so.
but he had the flu last week, and Bochy said that slowed down the rehab process just a little bit. So the question then became, will you get any time in spring training? Not that that's a must for like him, but he goes, Bochy said, I'm hopeful, but to be honest, I'm not sure. We'll see where we are at the end of the week. It's going to be close whether or not he gets some action or not.
I bet he's, my opinion, probably a few more games into the season before we see Corey Seager.
Okay, so you feel good about
probably
Young?
a week or two. I feel
but
good about
maybe not
Young. Seager probably a week or two,
Okay.
maybe even 3 before we see him. Just my thoughts, especially if that slowed that down a little bit. You want to make sure he's completely healthy.
What if it
before
was
you get him out
4?
there. That's fine.
What if it was 5?
Now you've gone too far, Mike.
Okay, I just wanted to know where we were at.
Yeah, about a month is kind of where I feel that you might be able to be okay with that.
Okay, so thank you for the updates. That was excellent.
You gave us did you just thank yourself for all the updates?
No, you for giving us your insight and opinion on who will be right. No, I meant you.
Mike, your thoughts?
I think he thanked himself.
No, that was to you, Corey.
That's okay.
Alex.
Sometimes you have to talk positively to yourself. Like it's positive feedback to yourself that you're doing a good job. And I'm going to reiterate what you said, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing a good job. I agree with you.
Thanks, man.
Alec, what were your thoughts?
Reassurance is a great thing, Kevin.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you.
Hey,
We
Kevin,
all think you're doing a good job, man.
thanks for what you did, man.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you, bro.
Thank you. Thank you for the updates.
You want to knuckleballs it?
Want me to tell you off air who doesn't think I'm doing a good job? All right. For Nate Lowe, For Nate Lowe, you brought up a comparison last week, and I was like, oh yeah, I think that's a good comp because you mentioned Mitch Moreland, and so I just decided to take a look. I'm not saying Nate Lowe is the greatest player in the world, but I do kind of wonder if he gets taken for granted in that he plays almost all the games. He was a Silver Slugger in 22, Gold Glove in 23, and then I looked it up. Nate Lowe's 3 wars with the Texas Rangers. His baseball.
It sounds weird.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
I'm not gonna try to interrupt you too much. It just
fair
sounds
point.
weird.
The war. I don't know how to phrase this exactly correctly. Anyways,
3 points of war.
3 seasons of war. We're just going with it.
All right.
Are better than any of the offensive war Mitch Moreland had in 7 seasons with the Rangers. So.
I didn't love Mitch Moreland, though.
Okay, and that's interesting
always was
depending
like,
on what you think about Mitch Moreland.
I thought he was a good defensive first baseman, had a decent swing, but it was very inconsistent. Not his swing, but just he was an inconsistent hitter. I didn't love Mitch Moreland. I was always like, man, if we could upgrade first base, I'd feel a lot better about this team. And that's kind of how I feel about Lowe sometimes, is can we find an upgrade there at the plate? But again, last year's defense, I was like, well, he was good enough defensively to make me feel confident that I can take a little hit on the. He went from 300 to like a 270 hitter.
Yeah,
and I was like, I'm okay with that because the defense was better this year.
And so that makes more sense if you have that opinion about Mitch Moreland. But I immediately thought your comparison was a good one.
Yeah,
and then I kind of looked at it a little bit more, and I thought, man. Nate Lowe has been better than Mitch Moreland when he was here in Texas. And so then I started to wonder, like, if he's generally undervalued or if it's just the rest of the lineup where the team has been so good offensively that it's just naturally you'll be like, yeah, he's okay.
Yeah, and I look at his numbers in 22 and 23, and they are pretty different. I mean, when you look at
home runs and stuff.
Yeah, and batting average dropped 40 points. His OPS dropped from 851 to 775. So
his 851 you'll take all day.
All day long. He had 27 home runs, 76 RBIs, 74 runs scored. I will take that. Now, he did have more runs and more RBIs last year than he did in 22, but that just shows how great the offense was. There was a lot of guys on base, and then also, if you reached base, somebody felt like they were going to knock you in. So I think that he needs to be closer to 2022. I think he can probably be in between, if that makes sense. So if I gave you 280, would you be satisfied with that average?
Yes, I would.
If I gave you an 820 OPS.
Oh, yeah.
I think so, too. And then he had 17 home runs to 27 home runs. So if I go to 23, 24 home runs.
And I would even say, I think 20. And I realize that could be low because you've seen he's got 27 home run possibility. But I think you give me 20 with an 820 OPS, man, I'm good.
And the thing is last year, he batted fourth most games. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, not all the time. There's a little bit of fluctuation, but it went Simeon, Seager. Do I have this right? Didn't go Adolis, then Nate Lowe for a lot of the year?
For some reason, I felt like it was Lowe 3.
Young would sometimes.
Young and Lowe 3, and Adolis was pretty much your primary 4-hole hitter. That's what I feel like I remember most of the year.
Okay.
But you were there for a lot.
I guess for some reason I thought Young batted fifth a lot. But maybe I'm wrong.
He did, but Lowe was 3.
Yeah, I think he was 3-4.
And then they made that swap late in the season, and the injury happened, and they kind of fiddled with it all until they figured it out.
What if you're young guys, and I know this is a lot to ask, but they were fine with batting Evan Carter third in the World Series. Yes. And I don't think they want Seager and Carter batting back-to-back. I just don't think they want that. They want to separate them. But if you do have Langford batting third, which in that article, it sounded like they were thinking about that too in September last year. But if you go Langford third, Carter 4, Adolis 5, Young 6, Lowe 7, that takes a lot of pressure off of, man, we need you to really produce.
Absolutely.
If he's batting third, fourth, or fifth, those are huge RBI producing roles.
And at seventh, don't you look at that and you're like, what a damn fine number 7 hitter you have.
And where did Mitch Moreland fit in the greatness of those Texas Rangers teams? He fit in the bottom 3 of your lineup, and you're like, yeah, that's a good 7, 8, 9 hole hitter. But if you take Mitch Moreland's numbers like you just suggested and you put him 3 or 4, you're like, oh, we got to have way more production if you're going to bat in that spot.
Very fair. Now, Corey, I have a sad note to share with you. Did you see that the New Jersey Devils fired our old buddy Lindy Ruff?
What? Yeah. He was doing so.
Last year they did well. I'll leave it at that. Yeah, they got their second playoff berth in a decade last year. This year,
yeah, they're struggling this year. 64 points, third from dead last in Metropolitan Division.
Yeah, but what about all those Canada backs?
Does that sound dumb?
It does.
Metropolitan Division. Canada
the Metropolitans are playing right now against the Yankees.
The Mets. I don't think I ever thought of that. I'm so sorry, Mets fans.
I was about to ask if anybody knew that.
Yeah.
I always, for some reason, and thank you, Mike. I always, for some reason, just thought it was like a hand glove.
What?
A Metten. That's what I'm
You
dead
thought
serious.
it was short for Mettens?
I thought it was short. My whole life. That's how little the Mets have ever meant to me.
And that's why I told Corey, thank you for the insight. We're the KNC masterpiece.
No,
right
not
here
really. I appreciate that, though.
On
Corey.
105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
When they call them mitts?
I know, man.
The mitts.
It doesn't make any sense now.
If it was short.
Doesn't make any sense now.
Like a catcher's mitt. I get it.
Mr. Mitt would look like the hamburger helper guy.
What
yes.
would Mrs. Mitt look like?
Still got that. Never mind. Coming up next. Let's chit chat with those fellas from the G-Vag Nation. I'm sorry. Next, right here on The Fan.
You can hear Kevin